searching all along, give us dwell along and long, without a clue, without a sign, without a question yet. The real question to be asked, where have I been? I'm a shapeshifter, actor's masquerade, hiding both face and mind, afraid for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, what a should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dark. Moments of calm, nothing to be found. A mirror in front of me is where I find an empty glass, reflecting there's a truth. It's telling what's up to be told. I need the mask. I'm a shapeshifter, actor's masquerade, hiding both face and mind, afraid for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, chained up to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide. Just a cage of bones, there's nothing inside. When it always me, burning down the walls, is that a way for me to break? I'm a shapeshifter, actor's masquerade, hiding both face and mind, afraid for you to draw.
Hi gamers, hello. Hi. Okay. I'm going to be. All right. You guys can see me, right? Hello. How's it going? Hi guys. Hello. Hi there. All right. You guys can see me, right? Cool. All right. Awesome. The other thing is, I need to test some music really quick. So yeah, today we're doing. I know I'm blurry, by the way. It's supposed to be blurry. Like it's supposed to be. Just heads up, I'm gonna be watching Candle Malt for 10 hours straight today. Real quick before we start or anything, can you tell me if this is like a good, like if this is good background music? So I'm like talking right now and like we're chilling and you're like, whoa, okay, cool. It's not like a huge like thing, right? Just like double checking. Like this is like a nice like chill, like all right, cool, like we're vibing. You know? Can't hear the music? Okay. How's that? There's an echo? There's not an echo? I think you're just having two tabs open. Okay. Okay, cool. So how's this? How's this for music? Sound better? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, good lo-fi. All right, nice. So yeah, all right, cool. Let me set everything up here and then we'll start. Just want to make sure. By the way, a couple things before we start. TTS for today is $3 instead of $1, because it's a long stream and TTS will be few and far between. Just heads up as well right here. So in the bottom left corner, right here, okay, will be the play or pause or mute button, right? So if you're curious on the state of TTS currently, then you'll see like what TTS is currently at. So if you see if it's paused, muted, etc., we'll have that like right here for this. Yeah. It won't have like the current queue or anything, but it's just going to have like the just state of TTS. So if you send in a TTS and it's paused, then it will be in the queue. If it's muted, it'll play, but no sound. So heads up, you know? Yeah. Just want to give you guys that little FYI. Thought that was a awesome idea. Okay, cool. And then we should be good to go. All right, gamers. If you guys have not stopped by a 10-hour stream. This is kind of like a little bit of a podcast, and also a little fun thing. I will not be able to look at chat at all, because I will be looking at the candles. So that's why TTS is on, because if you want to chat to me, that's how that works. Because I will be staring at the candle for 10 hours straight. If you guys have not seen this before, I do this every year except for last year. But I've done this. This is the 4th iteration that we've done this. We've done yeah. All right, I'll just start the stuff. Cool. Alrighty. The start's always the most difficult part, because I just kind of like rip it. So yeah. Okay. Cool. I'll just rip it right here. Start the music right here. Do this. Cool. All right. So this is me watching a candle melt for 10 hours straight. If you're curious about this, this is sort of like, I will literally just be watching a candle melt for 10 hours. Let me get over to this side. All right. So this is me watching a candle melt for 10 hours straight. I will be trying to make this as entertaining as possible. I'm doing this so you don't have to. Basically, I will be chatting away, just watching a candle melt for 10 hours. I've done this before with paint drying, with grass growing, with ice melting before. This time, this year, is candle melting. So that's that's what we're going to be doing. I do have like safety goggles and everything. And without further ado, I mean, let's get this started. Let me turn on the timer, and then I'll start the candle. Awesome. Okay, cool. And then let me really quick pause TTS. So my chat can only talk to me through text to speech, because I cannot actually see them. So we'll start this right here. There it is. Awesome. All right, cool. I also have a couple safety glasses. So in case you're like, wow, PointCrow, you shouldn't be looking at a candle for that long. Newsflash, I have proper PPE, so I will be actually able to look at this for the duration of 10 hours. Yeah. So anyways, if you guys are watching this on YouTube, because this will be uploaded to YouTube pretty much raw, I subscribe. We put a lot of effort into like all of my videos and everything, and this is a kind of yearly tradition that we do. So sit back, relax, I don't know, get some popcorn, chill, vibe, and have fun. I mean, like, I do most of my streams on Twitch, and I absolutely love it there. It's a really cool vibe. It's really fun, and I really like my chat. I mean, they're probably I can probably predict this. They're probably saying something like "Hi YouTube," "Hello there," and everything. So if you want to say hi to yourselves, then and hey, come on over to Twitch. But yeah, you know, welcome in to this year's 10-hour of watching something absolutely mundane stream. We didn't do a one last year because there were so many things that like got in the way. Like unfortunately, I was really busy trying to do a lot of like Tears of the Kingdom came out last year. Nintendo took down 55 million views worth of my videos, which was I think 28 of my videos. They reinstated one of them. I can talk about that in a second. If you are interested, some of the topics that I plan on covering today are, hey, if you ever want to do YouTube or Twitch, here's how you do it. This is the secret to it. It's not really a secret. It's pretty well known. But I'll just like tell you how I do my stuff, all the back end and everything. And then I'm going to tell you like the things that I enjoy, like the books that I've been reading, the shows I've been watching, tropes and things, and like future plans I have for the channel, things that we're doing this year. My life, how things have been going. We're going to talk about pretty much like anything and everything and anything. And then my chat, you know, with TTS, text to speech, they can sort of ask me questions or just chime in for fun during this whole thing. And yeah, I have a couple different glasses here. They're all different PPE usage. and so I want to make sure that they're like actually proper, so I don't like burn a hole like in my retina. And if I ever have like any eye strain, then I also have just like welder's glasses here to like actually like look this through. I wonder if I can double up, triple up my glasses here. You know, ta-da! Now I'm extra safe. How do I look? But yeah, I'll be talking about like the Tears of the Kingdom stuff that happened like last year. The Breath of the Wild multiplayer, Breath of the Wild mods, Tears of the Kingdom mods, sort of like why I don't do those anymore, and things that we have planned for like Pokemon, other video games on the channel, collabs, cool stories that I have, and yeah, kind of treat it as a podcast. There's what we're going to be doing is like the exact same thing as like last time, where we have like chapters below the actual chapters below the actual video. So if you want to ever go to a certain point in the video and hear about a certain topic, then you can, and it'll be really cool. So all right, cool. I'll open up TTS here and we'll see what the first message is, because that'll be really fun.
Hi Mr. Crow, I had the ice melting stream playing last night and woke up to a phone note saying PointCrow, more like right wing anyway, have a good stream, less than 3.
Dude, hey, good news. We have another 10-hour stream for you. Whoa, no way. Oh, it's honestly, I'm glad I could have another.
You wearing safety glasses is scaring me. What are you hiding?
I'm hiding my eyes. You know, I'm hiding my eyes. I'm from the world, and you just can't see me. I'm sorry about that. You know, it's I'm hiding a lot. Secrets, too many secrets. For the average person, you'll never get to know. Honestly, it's not melting much right now at minute 5. But it'll go. We got 10 hours of this thing burning, so that'll be insane. It is like melting. It's like I see like a little drip right here. But yeah. Anyways, so let's talk about like the elephant in the room, like sort of, I guess, with what happened with the channel last year. Before we get into the channel this year, because I didn't do a 10-hour stream or anything. I believe I never even talked about the fact that I was I did boxing. I had a concussion. That also like definitely contributed to things. I don't think I did with ice melting last time we did it. That's how far it's been. But in case you were unaware, I was a part of Ludwig's chess boxing.
That's clearly an AI generated candle. Shame.
You're right. It's all AI generated. I just created this in Photoshop, and it's look at that. I did that, but like movie magic, CGI. Yeah. I was in Ludwig's chess boxing competition tournament, and as the top card, I forget exactly what you call it, but the lead card or whatever, it was me versus Disguised Toast. If you don't know what chess boxing is, it's a sport in which you box. You do 1 round of boxing, you do 1 round of chess, 1 round of boxing, 1 round of chess, or it's like 2 minutes of boxing, 2 minutes of chess, 2 minutes of boxing, 2 minutes of chess, and then the first person to get either a checkmate or knock the other one out wins. And it's an intense sport that's meant to be like you're playing chess, right? But as you box more and more, the decisions that you end up making and your exhaustion makes you do bad moves in chess. So then you're more likely to get like checkmated and everything. And then you're stressing about the game while you're doing chess. So then you're distracted while boxing. And that's kind of like the overall sort of thing behind chess boxing. And so I faced off against Disguised Toast for I did it for 5 months was how long I trained, almost 6 months. about like 2-3 times a week, plus like extra cardio on the
Gotta
off days,
say,
etc.
making a pizza in Zelda before I give birth is one of the most PointCrow streams of all time.
Yeah. This might release on YouTube before that one, so yeah, that was a crazy video I did yesterday. I wouldn't think about that one too hard. We don't have time to explain. Don't worry. I wish I could explain. We don't have time to explain exactly what that stream was.
Eric, I am ashamed that you didn't get googly eyes for your sunglasses. How could you deprive us?
You know, that's such an oversight. I should have gotten googly eyes. I think you're right. I apologize. I have failed you, my chat. So chess boxing, I was really excited going into it, because it was like one of those things where I was like, finally, I think I can get a win. You know, like I think one of the things is like there's so many, like I'm a part of so many competitions and everything, and I throw myself as like the heel, like a lot of like I have the option a lot of the time of like, oh, I'll lose something and like really like be fun with it, you know, really like enjoy building up somebody else and being like the heel, the character foil to them to make the overall content like a lot more fun and a lot bigger, and like have a like really bombastic like start or end, and just like really just like be there. And so like, and that happens like a lot, and I'm totally okay with it, you know, going into it trying to win. But in the case I can't, then it's like a good experience for like everyone, and like as a part of the competition. But for chess boxing specifically, I went into it being like, no, I'm winning this one. Like, I'm not like trying to build up my competitor or anything, and like and like have it just like be a good sort of event thing. I wanted to win really badly. I was like, this is my win. You know, I've worked so hard behind the scenes, day in, day out. I've canceled streams because I was too tired. I bought all the equipment. I've spent thousands of dollars on training. I was like, I want to be a really, really good boxer and show pretty much like the world of streaming, like, oh shit, like PointCrow is built different in a lot of different ways. And well, throughout the competition, that first round of chess boxing, I came out swinging, right? Like I immediately knocked Toast down. Like he stumbles behind, trips over his own feet, and basically we have to stop the match because he was not able to pretty much get back up. So that great, cool. I just gotta get like 2 more of those and then I win. And the man was in not a good shape afterwards, especially after chess, because I did a perfect opening. I managed to pretty much corner him as well, but then it started going a little bit downhill because the second round of boxing, I didn't knock him down again. He was like taking the punches as well as anybody could, and what I was doing personally is my strategy was I'm not very good at, I didn't have contacts or anything. I had my glasses off, and I can't really gauge depth that well when I don't have my glasses on. And so I was swinging. But the thing is like I couldn't see when he was exactly like punching me back, like swinging back. So I would just tank the hits, because that's something I knew I could do with a practice after sparring with my coach and a couple other people over the course of 5-6 months, is that I could just tank a hit. Like someone can hit me and I can go out unfazed. It was just a superpower that I discovered I had. I was like, all right, I could tank this. And so what Toast would do is he'd swing, he'd go for like just like a side, a jab. And then I would take it face and then punch back with like twice the force. And so he was tanking him pretty well second round. Second round though, we go back to chess, and clearly something's off with like I think both of us. We're like kind of like what the hell's going on? We're just kind of like in it. I don't hear the crowd anymore. It's gone silent. I can't really get any outside input like back in, like it's all silent, and I'm just super focused in, and I get Toast down to basically a checkmate, right? Like I put him in check, right? His king is like on the run, and I am chasing it down, and I see it. I see a moment where I'm like, this could be the end. So I move my queen, and this is a crazy moment in it too. I move my queen all the way to his side, because I'm like, oh, I think this is it. I put it down. I'm like, check. And he is in check. But the craziest thing about that move specifically is that it put him basically in checkmate, except he had one move. One move. And the only legal move he could have made was to take my queen. He was forced to take the queen, because otherwise he would have to forfeit the game. And if I moved my queen one square, earlier, like towards me, instead of the one square farther, then it would have been checkmate. I had checkmate in one. I'd mate in one. And I missed it. Because my vision, my mind, everything was foggy and cloudy, due to the boxing. And so he takes my queen, and he claws his way back from the game of chess. And I'm like, all right, cool. This sounds good. Haha, whatever. But I'm like, you know what? I got to knock him out. I can do this. He's getting tired. And I believe by that point he was bleeding too. So we go into round 3 of boxing, and the man has like a bloody lip. He has some blood somewhere. I forget exactly, because keep in mind, I'll get to the point later, but I don't remember much. And later I would learn that before round 3 started, Toast would talk to his coach. And he was like, I can't do this, man. He's like, I don't want to, like, I'm going to get beat down. Like, I don't feel good. Like, I'm not equipped for this right now. Like, he's just going to beat the hell out of me. Like, I'm not going to do well. He's like, I think I won out. And his coach like sits him down and like convinces, he's like, dude, you have one more round. If you can you don't even have to thrive in this. If you can survive one more round with PointCrow in the ring, I think you have it. You clawed your way back from chess, and you might as well finish it out. You got to do it. And so Toast, makes the decision, and he's like, all right, one more round. And dude, I'm swinging, because I think we both know here, because it's the last round of boxing. There's only 3 rounds of boxing. We kind of both know, we're like, this is the last round. Either I get the knockout here, or I'm screwed in chess. And then he's like, I have to survive in boxing, and if I have to survive in boxing, and if I don't, then I'm out. So we basically go at it, and I'm pummeling him. I'm pummeling him, going. Oh, I also skipped the whole part in round 1 where I accidentally punched his nuts, but don't worry about that. We don't have time to explain that one. No, I just aimed a little bit too low, because I had like depth problems. So when I did my uppercut, I started it a little bit too close to him. So then by the time that like I actually like went to get into his stomach, I was a little bit too close. So then I hit his nuts. So I felt really bad about that. I felt really bad. Like, some people were like, oh, he did it on purpose. I'm like, no, I couldn't gauge my depth there. I'm sorry. I wouldn't do that on purpose either. That's just a dick move. So, basically, round 3 comes around, and I'm wailing on him. But ever since that one knockdown with round 1, like he wouldn't get back up. Like he wouldn't fall back down. He was like, as long as I like have like my feet planted and like I'm aware of everything happening in the ring, like I'm good to go. And he survives the round. He survives the round narrowly. And we're both not feeling good. We're really not. And this is where chess boxing really came into like its own, because Toast and basically Toast takes a couple of my pieces, I take a couple of his, and then I'm like, oh my god, I'm in a really good position here. I can actually checkmate Toast. I can do it. Or like put some pressure on him. So I move, I think like my knight to the middle of the board. And I'm like, oh, he can't take the knight because it's covered. And I have protection with it. He looks at me weird. He's like, all right. And then just takes the knight. And I'm like, okay, I'll just move my bishop. And I go to move my bishop, and it's not there anymore. Because a couple turns earlier, he took the bishop. And I didn't remember. You know, we'll get more into that in a second, but basically, unfortunately, Toast, I think, checkmates me, and the only checkmate of the entire tournament, with a crazy queen blunder and a fiery boxing, a couple boxing rounds. And he checkmates me, and he wins. And at that point, like, I'm exhausted, he's exhausted, and I'm just glad that I put up such a good fight against him. Like, that was such a amazing experience. And we hug it out because I'm like, I don't have any hatred towards Toast. He doesn't have any hatred towards me. We were just kind of both like, we'll try it out. This seems kind of fun and interesting. Oh, why not? And at that moment, like, we just kind of realized, we're like, we did it. Like, we did that. We went out of our comfort zones, did insane contact sport boxing, and decided to just go at it, you know? And we did it. And I remember afterwards, I think Ludwig wanted me to say something along the lines of like, oh, when are you boxing next? Right? Just kind of egg him on so he can like go into slap boxing for the next segment. But I couldn't remember. He's like trying to pull me up, being like, hey, yeah, PointCrow, what do you think? And I'm like, oh, it was good. And he's like, yeah, any other thoughts? And I'm like, oh, when are you boxing, by the way? And he's like, oh, funny you mentioned that. And I like go back to sit back down with Toast because I'm like, I don't feel so good. I'm like, I'm not doing well. Turns out, we get back to the locker room after the end of the match, and we're both like sitting in chairs, and we're actually like not looking good. Like, we're really not actually looking good. And some doctors come in, EMTs, paramedics. I don't know, actually. This is where my vision, my memory really does get a lot more foggy. And that's a little scary, like, to not remember things. But some doctors came in and everything, and they put things on me and took tests and everything. I know there's this photo out there of like me and Toast in the locker room, like holding hands, being like, yeah, we did it, you know. I still have it on my camera roll. And the reason why I don't remember, like, and you can see it specifically with that bishop I was talking about earlier in round 3, or round 2. I don't remember. I had a concussion. I fully had a concussion. Like, it was just it was one. And Toast also had a concussion. So we gave each other concussions over the course of over boxing. And I don't remember much, but I do remember this of the doctor. Like, you know, I remember what would happen is I would take my hand and put it towards my forehead and put a lot of pressure on it. And the only reason I wasn't like clawing at like everything was because when I would put pressure on my forehead, it would relieve the pain of the massive headache that I had. And I had to like look down and everything. It was weird. But I remember like the doctor like propping up my head and like looking at me. He's like, look at me, look at me. And I'm like, I could not focus and everything. And he's like, look at me. And I believe Adam, my friend Adam, who was like allowed in the locker room because guy was there, and he was like essentially being like telling Adam as well. He's like, Eric cannot go to sleep. Like, he needs to be up for the next 6 hours, because if you go to sleep, you might not wake back up again. And that is the closest I've been to like death. Not in like a, you know, I want to make this very clear too. Like, the Ludwig's events that he hosts and everything, because I know this is like kind of a reflection, incredibly safe. Like he had doctors on standby. Like we had like everything ready for in case something happened. Like very accommodating. It was like the best. Like nothing was going to go wrong with it. Like it was very much like it was very much like the event, and any contingency was like planned for. So super stoked about like all of that, because all the safety procedures and everything was followed like to a T with it. Fighters were checked out afterwards, made sure, you know, like, accommodations checked. I believe Ludwig himself like followed up with me specifically, being like, hey man, like you doing good for the next couple days afterwards, which was like super nice. Really awesome about like the whole thing. So like huge props there. But I was the one who gave a concussion to Toast as well, you know? And he was like, don't fall asleep because you might not wake back up. Because if I had like, for example, like a brain bleed, then I would fall asleep, it would continue bleeding, and then I would not wake back up because I would be dead. And so I had to sit in the dark for hours on end until and it was Abby, it was Adam. I don't remember. That's the thing. I don't remember who was in the room or anything. I just remember it was dark. And I had to just sit there and not watch TV because it hurt. And just sit there for like 6 hours at my place after boxing late at night just to make sure I wouldn't die. And that was a crazy experience. For the next couple of weeks, I obviously like, you know, it was weird because I found things that like I just forgot how to do. But in like the other way, like it was just interesting because I never had a concussion before. But the craziest thing, and there's two things about this story, and then I'll conclude it, is what happened immediately afterwards, and then what happened like a week afterwards too. What happened immediately afterwards was once I got the concussion, I realized this was a familiar feeling that I've had before. And it was something that I didn't recognize what it was until I actually I was told, hey, this feeling that you have right now is a concussion. And the fact of the matter is that I actually ended up having a concussion before the match, about like 2 weeks before. I ended up boxing a couple of people for like sparring reasons to like really like get the feeling of like getting hit, because the worst thing you can do before a boxing match in front of a lot of people, etc., is to like get hit for the first time and like not know how to like what's the thing? It's everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face, right? So until you get really punched in the face for the first time, you don't really know what's going on. And I think that's one of the advantages that I had over Toast, was I sparred so much over the course of my training. So I was like really prepped for like, okay, you're going to punch me in the face. And then he punched me and I was like, oh, this is actually a lot less than I'm used to. I can just take it. And that's one of the reasons I was able to like take his stuff, like his punches. But one of those sparring things was with Hugo, or like Hugs. Like you guys might know him as like the Smash Bros player and everything. He was fighting against Toph in chess boxing. And I don't know if you guys watch back that fight, he knocked him out round 1. There was no chess played in that match because round 1, they called it there. After round 1, they're like, yep, he won. There's going to be an injury that happens otherwise. I lasted about 3 rounds with Hugs before we called it with the sparring. I went back home after that, after those rounds with Hugs, and I canceled stream because I was like, I feel like I just have a headache. Like, I think I have a headache. I don't really want to. I don't know if I can stream today. I'm just gonna go to bed, and then I just slept for the rest of the day. Maybe I'm just like exhausted and tired because it's quarter 4 and I'm trying to release a lot of really cool videos and all this stuff. It turns out when I got my concussion from Toast, I realized, and I went back and I'm like, oh, that was actually a concussion from Hugs. I didn't realize I had that from him. I was like, damn, all right, cool. So in the period of 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I had 2 concussions. If you're wondering why I didn't release any videos late 2022, that's why. Or early 2023, I think it was. I don't really remember the years anymore. It's crazy. Yeah, early 2023. And that's why. Because of my dual concussions. So that's like the immediate thing that I like realized of like that's crazy. Then the farther thing that happened was I was living with Abby at the time. If you guys don't know, Abby's like my manager, best friend, really cool person. She helps set up like all of the things for streams and also like events and stuff. And at the time we were she was like helping take care of like my concussion and everything. And I made the really dumb decision. I was like, I'm like, I did boxing. I deserve, like, you know how you're like, I did a really hard thing today. I deserve chocolate, right? I did that, but I was like, you know what? I'm gonna DoorDash oysters because I want oysters. I don't know. I just had a craving for oysters. Don't DoorDash oysters because I probably don't need to like tell you why you shouldn't. But in case you don't know, there's a high chance that you get food poisoning because the oysters will be out, not frozen, or sorry, not like refrigerated or on ice for so long. Anyways, I had oysters. I was watching Severance as well, great TV show, when season 1 came out. If this is where you want to like place things, which is a crazy show to watch while you have a concussion or like while you're like healing from a concussion. And it's even crazier when you start throwing up, like halfway through the show. You know, if you don't know, one of the other things that the doctors told us was if I start throwing up, that I need to go to the ER. I need to like, because then it's like, oh, you're actually like your brain and everything is just messed up. You actually need to go to the emergency room. Something's wrong. Like, we got to get you under. Turns out, crazy, we didn't end up going to the ER because I was like 90% sure it was just food poisoning, which gave Abby a heart attack because she's like, my roommate's dying, and I'm like, no. I mean, like, yes, but like not really. So moral of the story is, throughout all of this is don't DoorDash oysters. You know, if you had to take one single advice away from this entire story of chess boxing, don't DoorDash oysters. It's not a good idea, you know. Hope that steers you away.
Do you want me to go get some googly eyes, lol, Abby?
If you want to get googly eyes for a little bit, yeah, that'd be funny. That's kind of just to put on the glasses. Oh, that's hilarious. But yeah, that's that. What else did we do? Oh, I guess I could talk about Tears of the Kingdom. We'll just go, I guess, like kind of chronological, you know, chronological order, with like how things have gone since the last time we did like a 10-hour stream. Tears of the Kingdom released. That was great. That was really cool. That was awesome. But before that, Nintendo was like not very happy with me of releasing the Breath of the Wild multiplayer mod.
Hey Eric, do you think you guys will ever come back to Terraria Calamity mod? It's been a while.
We played it like 2 weeks ago. But the actual answer to that is, as much as I want to, it's really fun, the Terraria Calamity mod and everything. Like I love it. It's a really fun like thing to do. Like it's a really fun mod. The one issue that we end up having with it is that like I'm having a great time, but it's like nobody, like, everyone says they want to watch it, but then nobody actually watches it. Because let's be real with ourselves, it's a very weird watch. Because if you don't know Terraria, at all and you don't know the Calamity mod at all, it's like, what the hell is happening on screen? And we didn't do it like as a marathon, and so like it's like 7 months later since we like actually started it, and everything. And so then that means it's like even harder to get into, because if you didn't watch it like 7 months ago and you found the channel within that time and you want to watch it, it's just a lot. So I don't know, it's kind of in hiatus right now because it's just like a hard watch. But if you know what's happening, it's a great one, you know. It's just difficult, you know. So maybe I'll finish on my alt or something. And then you're also like trying to coordinate 3 streamers together with different, like vastly different schedules and times. Yeah, so I don't really know about that. But let's chat about the Breath of the Wild multiplayer mod. So a lot of people keep asking me like, where is it? Like, I want it, I want to play, etc. And let me like give you like the back end of this too, because I got some like there's so much like misinformation about like what happened out there and everything. And I actually unlisted my video like covering it too, because I was like, I didn't want this to be like a definitive thing of my channel. I just kind of want to sit here, have a good time, and not, you know, have people be like, ooh, you know. But I ended up let's start with this. I ended up like making I started modding a bunch of like Zelda games, right? Like Breath of the Wild mainly. And that's how like a lot of people found my channel, which is really cool. That's really awesome. I love that. And so I was like, you know what? Let's make the holy grail of mods, the multiplayer mod, you know, where you can play Breath of the Wild multiplayer. It's gonna be so fun. It's gonna be so cool. And so I reached out initially to a couple of the modders that I know for Zelda mods. And I was like, hey, do you think you can make some Breath of the Wild multiplayer mod? I'd like to do that. And every single one of them said, no, that is impossible. We will not be able to do it. And so I kept reaching out, and over the couple months, like everyone I reached out to said, no, we can't do it. So I was like, oh shoot. All right, let me just like Hail Mary this. Let me just like send it out. But I need to make it like sort of like bombastic. I can't be like, hey, can someone do this? Haha. Because then that's not going to be anywhere. So I was like, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. And I'm going to be like, hey, it's low, a low amount of money, for like the development and everything. But, this is what I can put up. I will put up $10,000 for someone who can make a Breath of the Wild multiplayer mod. And immediately, it was a vast amount of hate towards me, like a ton of it, unexpected in so many different ways, because people took it and twisted it in some odd, like they were doing backflips for it. The first one was like, that's impossible, dude. Like, why are you even trying? And I'm like, well, you don't know if you don't try. Like, come on, like. And that was like fine, because it's like, okay, I guess that's whatever, you know. I tried already through normal channels. I guess I'm just, you know, whatever. And then the other thing I remember this was, it was a Destiny 2 developer. I forget their name. They're unimportant. But they were like, they took it as, wow, that's such a low amount to develop this mod. You're underpaying developers. How dare you? And I was like, no, I'm not paying anybody. Like, no, it's not even underpaying. Nobody's taking the bounty. Like, it's also a volunteer kind of gig. And so if you think it's too low, then you don't have to do anything about it. That's why it's a bounty. And then the bounty also, if you read it, promises that upon creation, like well, I guess I don't know if it did have it specifically, but with the intention of is like, hey, you have a proof of concept. Let me then hire you to work on the mod, and I will pay you hourly to do it. Yeah, that was like a whole discourse about it. And like, I had like devs just like dogpiling on me. And I was for underpaying people. And I'm like, I think you can ask anybody who works for me. I don't underpay people. In some cases, I will offer them money I'm like, hey, thanks for doing this. I'm sorry it was an inconvenience. Here, have an extra blah, blah, blah. And they're like, I don't know. Like, nope, I did my job. And I'm like, no, but like, please take my money. And like oftentimes when I like commission art or stuff, I'll be like, how much would you like for this? And they'll say like, oh, I'll $50 for this. I'm like, how about 100? 50s is way too low, you know? And so I was like, that's just an odd thing to crucify me for with it. But sure, why not? I guess. And then miraculously, out of nowhere, two developers, Sweet and Alex, came to me and they were like, hey, we have a proof of concept. Check it out. And it, like a couple months later, like, we have a proof of concept. Check it out. Look at this. And they then sent me the proof of concept and they're like, yeah. And I was like, I want to work with you. I want to work with you. And so I was like, let's develop this into like a fully functional thing for fun. And so then I was like, okay, I'm going to pay you X dollars per hour. Does this sound good to work on this? And they were like, yes, that sounds great. And then we started developing the mod. And there's two things about that. The first thing is that I keep seeing discourse about online about like moderators and stuff. Is the first thing is there's still a lot of people in the Breath of the Wild modding community, or just Breath of the Wild in general, that when they're like PointCrow's Breath of the Wild multiplayer mod, they will insistently say, no, PointCrow doesn't, no, it's not PointCrow's mod. PointCrow just paid for it. Which I then go and question, because I'm like, first off, that's like super demeaning. Like, you can hate me, but like, why in that way? That's such a veiled way of saying I don't like PointCrow. Because it's like, what do you mean? Like, I pay for like, I don't edit my videos, right? I have editors that edit my videos. They're not Cat's videos that I paid for. They're my video. I own those. Like, what? I don't like, when it came to the Breath of the Wild multiplayer mod, I owned the code. That's how that worked. And there, you know, there's the retort of like, oh, they actually had the mod working before you, and then you just paid to like own it. And I'm like, yes, I actually talked about it with Alex and Sweet during the time, and I was like, and we were just like going over like just how it came to be and everything. And it was like really cool. And they were like, yeah, like we actually started working on the mod before we even knew that the bounty was out there, just as like a little fun passion project. And I was like, oh, that's great. I'm so glad that like I could like help out and everything. But like, okay, sure, you know. And they were like, but honestly, like we probably would have stopped trying and like not really, you know, done a really great product with it if you didn't have that bounty out there and like didn't pay us, because it was such a great fun motivation to have like a really like cool community around it, and then also like literally monetary motivation to do it. I was like, oh, great, awesome. So there's that one discourse there where you'll still see people every now and then just being like, it's not PointCrow's mod, he just paid for it. And I'm like, that's just I don't know why you're trying to discredit that. That's just rude for so many reasons. I don't get it. Like, I just simply don't get it. And then the other discourse, when everything went to shit, which I'll get to in a second, the other discourse was sort of, it was like the mod got taken down because PointCrow paid developers to make it. And I don't know if you guys remember this, but this is the crux of being a content creator, because I was on one side getting a lot of people yelling at me to release mods, and you know, people were like, oh, why don't you pay developers more to make these mods, because they put such hard work into them and everything. And then when everything went to shit, immediately it was turned around to be like, why did you pay mods? Obviously they were going to be taken down if you paid for them, right? Because then money's involved. Why'd you do that? And then also like, well, yeah, of course they got taken down. You gave them away for free for people to download, which encourages piracy. And then I'm like, what? Like, I literally can't win here. And this is something I've like learned over the past, like, especially over the past 2 years, of like, I quite literally can't win this. Like if I tried, I'm just going to do what I'm going to do, and people are going to hate on it because they just don't like me or the content for some reason, or they just want to be right or feel right and can't recognize that I'm also a human being with a lot of flaws. Like, I will make mistakes. I think one of those mistakes with the Breath of the Wild multiplayer mod was being extremely loud about the release. Hey guys, we're doing this, especially right near the Tears of the Kingdom stuff, because Nintendo probably felt threatened that it was maybe some sort of like, people will get confused on whether or not it's like part of the actual vanilla game, and if not, then it might turn them towards like piracy, which I definitely did not promote, unlike what a lot of people thought I was doing. And it was just such a muddy thing. But anyways, over the, I keep making videos about it and everything. People are like begging me to release it and all this, and I'm like, hell yeah. And so eventually I do release the mod. 3 days later, Nintendo sends copyright strikes to 29 of my videos. They send copyright strikes to 4 of my videos, all Breath of the Wild multiplayer. I contest them because I'm like, that's actually incorrect. And once again, discourse about this, it was just so muddy. People wanted to be right about so many things. But the thing is like, another really misconception is like Nintendo took down these videos because, like, they weren't happy with the mod. And that's true. They weren't happy with the mod, but they didn't send a cease and desist for the mod. They weren't like, stop doing this mod, we're taking down the mod, everything else. They went around a really shitty way, where they're like, we own the game of Zelda, and you are playing the game of Zelda on YouTube. And we own the game, and we're gonna copyright claim you, because we didn't give you permission to play the game on your stream, or on YouTube. And yeah, that's it. It wasn't anything that their actual claim, their actual like legal battle here was not about the mod. They went a different way, and they're like, oh no, it's about your use of video games in your videos, which is a very, very different distinction. So then so I contested it, because obviously I'm like, no, this is under fair use. I am allowed to do this in the jurisdiction of the United States, where these videos were filmed. This is, a lot of people were like, and I have a very good copyright lawyer for this stuff. So I was like, yeah, like this is something that I am very confident that I am in the right in. So then Nintendo, then in retaliation, was like, you know what? Not only are we going to send out a strike on your channel, we're going to copyright claim 29 other videos, or 24 other videos, 5 other videos, whatever, here, to really show you that we mean business. And we're going to send you another strike as well. And so I had 2 strikes on my YouTube channel. Third means the YouTube channel gets deleted, essentially. And so they were kind of like holding me by the balls, being like, yeah, no, we own you. We own you. And I'm like, you can't do this, because we looked up Nintendo terms of service and everything, and just like literally all the stuff that you sign that when you play a game and everything. And there's a specific thing that Nintendo has on their website saying, yeah, no, you're allowed to make YouTube videos about our video games. You're allowed to make videos about our video games, especially if it's in your own way, and commentating videos and all this stuff. And I was like, it's one thing to send a cease and desist, because I'm like, yeah, no, fair. You don't want me to do this. I get you. I will stop. It is another thing to use your copyright power and a threat of, to delete everything that I have, to get rid of something else. And I'm like, that's, it's just so muddy. I could have contested again, and got the videos back up. But then Nintendo would actually have to file an international lawsuit with me. And no matter how much I would be like in the right about it, I would probably just die to legal fees. I don't have that much money to fight that. So I was like, I'm just gonna take the loss of those. And I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna play any more Zelda mods ever. It's not gonna happen. I prefer to have a a good channel and to make other content. So I'm not going to play any more Zelda mods. And so if you ever look at my Zelda videos now, nothing is modded. There's no mods. Challenges, yes. Mods, no. And that is why. So good news. That happened like a year and a half ago. Great news. Channel's still functioning, almost better than ever. So if you ever want a Zelda mod video and you're wondering where they are, blame Nintendo. Don't blame me. We had a lot of really cool ideas, like Breath of the Wild Battle Royale, where we had like, I think we ended up having up to 16, 20 people. I think we were able to do. And I wanted to do a full Battle Royale on the Great Plateau. Prop hunt in like Kakariko Village would have been really fun. That was another thing we had planned with it. We did the Speedrunner versus Hunter videos for multiplayer. GeoGuessr Zelda, where you would take a screenshot of like generally where you were, and then people would have to find you and play it like sardines, where they'd have to hide with you. And so many other things. Tears of the Kingdom mods of Tears of the Kingdom randomizer. If I say blank, then blank spawns. Tears of the Kingdom, but blank spawns every 5 seconds. Like all of these videos would have been a thing on the channel. I can just leak them now because I'm not going to be doing these ideas. So, you know, it's like all of these things. Custom dungeons in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Unlimited building restraints where you're not limited to 25, crashing the game, spawning things that shouldn't exist in the game, except like all of these things. I modded Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild too much. Like all of these videos gone. So if you want any of them, blame Nintendo. Don't blame me. Although I am like partially responsible because I did obviously make the mod. But just heads up, that's like one of the reasons why we don't have any more Zelda mods on the channel. And the good news though is that the channel's still like doing extremely well afterwards. Like I think every video now is getting 1-2 million views still, which is insane. I just posted a video of like me playing rock paper scissors, but you can like use anything, you know. And that one's getting 1 million views in a bit. I beat all the Tears of the Kingdom blindfolded. We did an 8-player Nuzlocke in Pokemon. That one was crazy. Such a fun video. Yeah, there's so many cool things. Mario Kart, but my heart rate controls my game speed. Elden Ring. But if we say it was Elden Ring. But if our heart rates get too high with Doug, then a meteor spawns. Like these are such good videos. We did I held my own funeral. Did surgery with Twitch chat, where you guys controlled the surgical robot. The trolley problem streams. Dude, there's so many cool videos that we've done since, and we're just kind of building up that catalog of like great stuff again, and I'm really excited. So anyways, it's a happy ending to like it's a really happy ending to like a sad story with it, because like initially you're like, oh, this is like not a great fun thing that we're dealing with, but I think it's actually caused me to be more creative, and it maybe even saved the channel in a way, because like initially it was just like so devastating. I was like, what am I gonna do now? But it forced me to do other things. I'm like, oh no, I gotta really make this work. Like I really gotta make sure that things are entertaining and not just rely on and like rest on my laurels of like just another Zelda video, haha. But now you definitely 100. I can say this with 100% confidence. If you click on one of my videos, you will enjoy it. That is a guarantee that I've been working years towards, and I think we've like definitely achieved it in the past like year or two. So that's like really awesome, especially in 2024. Every single video this year has been like, it is like elevated in quality. It is so good. I've been so happy with every single release. I'm like, damn, what a video. Damn, what a video. Damn, what a video. I just get so elated with it. So anyways, that's kind of like the Nintendo like takedown story. There's been no update, and there won't be, because there's no way I'm getting those videos back, and there's no way I'm going to be modding Zelda again. So there's no update. It's just kind of like a stalemate of like, all right, I just won't touch that. You won't touch me. We're good. Like we're good. And unfortunately, if you ever see like any, I don't release mods anymore. I don't do it. I will make them for the videos, for like Elden Ring, for example. I won't release it though. And I apologize for that. I still pay developers because I think that's an appropriate thing to do. If I make something for my videos, to pay somebody who works on the videos. I didn't know that was a controversial topic, but apparently it was. I will still, but I just can't really, I can't do it. Like a part of me is like, maybe I'll do it with like Elden Ring, or maybe I'll do it with like a Dark Souls thing, or like maybe I'll do it with like a non-Nintendo game that we mod. But then people are just going to ask for Nintendo mods. And then that's not something I want to like entertain again. So I don't know. I'm not closing the door completely to games that are not Nintendo for modding, for like releasing those, like the if I say E meteor spawn kind of code, or like my heart rate, code. But I don't know. It's something that I'm not like really focused on right now, because I'd rather make like a really good video. So that makes sense with everything.
I currently make fan art, anime merch, and handle the logistics for all of that. I really want to expand and help streamers make cute merch, but don't really know where to start.
You probably should. Here's the thing. Actually, this is a great question, actually, because this is something I've actually wanted to talk about for a while. And I have the time to do it. Oh my God. Whoa. I have 10 hours. I was talking with my friend Sandwich on this the other day, and I'll put it out here. It is pretty easy to work for a creator, like on YouTube or Twitch. It's pretty easy. And I know that's going to be like, oh, what? Like, how is that easy? What do you mean? How do you get your job? Like, what? No, it's pretty easy. And I say this obviously as a person knowing what I want and what I'm looking for. But the thing is like, you have to make it is such a creator's goal most of the time is to increase their audience, their viewers, make a bigger community, make it more fun, interactive, etc. Right? Like just a lot of people just like congregating and like having fun and enjoying what the creator is doing, right? And if you can further that goal in some substantial way, then you will become invaluable to said creator. Let me explain. Currently, let me explain like this. The way that Ludwig, for example, ended up getting one of his shorts editors for YouTube Shorts, TikToks, etc., was they messaged, and I remember this also happened with one of his mainline editors, Polite, but Radstads, his shorts editor, and I'm very good friends with him as well. What he did is he went into Ludwig's DMs and he's like, hey, I want to work for you. And obviously, if you just do that right there, I want to work for you, and you send a DM, everyone's ignoring it because, okay, cool. Anyways, whatever. Like, right? Like, okay. But if you go into DMs and say, hey, I want to work for you. Here's a bunch of examples of things that, here's what I can do for you. I want to make a clips channel. and I want to make clips for you, shorts for you, TikToks for you, and everything. Here's why I'm qualified. Here's what I've noticed about your channel. Here's how I can help. And also here are examples of shorts that I have already made for you if you want to use these. Like, like as a creator, I know what Ludwig responded to that. He was like, holy shit. Like, he's like, damn, okay. Takes a look at the shorts. And he's like, yeah, I could actually just post these on my channel right now. These are really good. Also, you have like insights about these analytics. Tell me more. I'd love to hear. And just immediately, like, Radsad's made himself indispensable. He's like, I have noticed in your channel, you are missing this part of like content creation. Like, you are not utilizing this part of the platform, and I can do that for you, and I can do it in a really good way. And here's a physical, actual example. This is something I get in my DMs every now and then of somebody being like, I want to be one of your editors. And that's it. That's where they end up. That's it. I want to be one of your editors. And I'm like, okay. And I just ignore it because I'm like, I don't have time to respond to that. I'm busy doing other things. I already have editors. Why would I want you? But if someone responds like, hey, I want to be one of your editors, and you might be like, I don't want to work for free and everything else. Totally okay. It's not for you then. Obviously, don't work for free, but if you want like a job with the creator, you probably have to be like, hey, this is example of what I can do for your stuff specifically. So if you were an editor and you're like, hey, I made an edit for you of like this one-off sort of stream video that you made, and here's the things I can do really well. I think this video do specifically well because of these watch retention sort of things. This is the intro I made. I just cobbled this together, blah, blah, blah. And just like really go into it. You can make yourself indispensable. One of my editors, for example, currently, I was like, I would like you to edit videos. You're really good at motion graphics. Like, you're really good at motion graphics. And I like that. That's really cool of you. I bring up this example every now and then to people I work with because there was one week I was like, I don't have a video for you to edit. I guess you just have a week off. And rather than take the week off, my editor was just like, all right. Comes back to me a couple days later. I made a PowerPoint of all of the, I went through analytics for myself. And I have found these crucial things about these videos. And these are why these videos didn't do as well as we thought. And actually, you know what? These little things that we did in these videos were really good. We should probably do them again. And I'm like, holy shit. Like that is something where it's like, you were like indispensable. Where it's like, hey, I made some concepts for thumbnails for these next couple of videos in case you want to use them. You don't have to, of course, but like, here's just like an idea for you jumping off for your other stuff. And I'm like, this is just amazing. Like, this is something I needed, but I don't have the resources to go out and seek. But you made yourself invaluable. Yeah, like I want you here on the team. Like, come on. That's actually fun fact here too. Let me tell you guys exactly what I'm looking for for my stuff, in case you guys are curious. And then I'll answer the question for the merch person who asked the TTS. I'm looking for my clips channel doesn't exist. I'm looking like, dude, I want to like it doesn't exist. Like, I would literally like pay somebody to watch my streams and create small short videos of clips on my clips channel, you know? I want to do that, but nobody has gone out of their way to be like, people have gone out and be like, I want to be an editor. I'm like, all right, cool. I have other things to do. Nobody's gone out of their way to be like, hey, no, I think I can really run this. And this is exactly why I think I can run it. I've done this in the past. I can do this, etc. And I really want, like, with the clips channel, it's not just like sub 1 minute clips. It's like, maybe it might be like a 10-minute bit that I do on stream that doesn't make it into a video, but it's still fun. And people want to watch it, right? Like, that's something that like I think would be really entertaining. But people don't, you know, I just don't have time to like look for somebody right now because I'm busy working on the Supercuts channel, which is a new channel that we just launched for Supercuts, which are giant, long, like 4-hour, 6-hour edited videos. Shout outs to Tears of the Kingdom video that like really like inspired me more to do that. That's the PointCrow playthroughs channel, in case you're curious. But yeah, so that's something I'm looking for. Anything else, even just business with whatever, if you have a good idea for something and you want to work for me, right? Even if it's a no from me, I probably know somebody that would be able to utilize your skills, you know? It's like really just putting yourself out there and being like, this is exactly what I can do for you to make sure that you can have a more successful channel. I hope that makes sense. I don't know if I'm doing a really good explanation of that or anything, but like that is that's that. With the merch stuff for the fan art, I want to make sure good designs, etc. Right? Make designs, make more designs, make better. Just keep doing it. like it's like the same advice I'll give, and I'll do this later in the video too, or like the stream here. I don't know what to call it because this is going on YouTube unedited, but like stream for right now. I'll talk about like starting a YouTube channel, making YouTube videos, like all this stuff later. Of like, here's exactly what you should be doing and like what you can do. But like your first video, for example, on YouTube, it's gonna suck. It's gonna be awful. It's gonna be terrible. Actually, it's gonna be like not good. The second video is going to be also bad. But it's going to be better than the first, because if you were doing it properly, you were learning off of the mistakes that you made with the first video. Third video is going to be better. Fourth video is going to be better. Fifth video is going to be better. And if you ever like, wow, PointCrow, I feel like your channel is just like higher and higher quality. Like over the course, it's more entertaining. Like I'm watching more. Like the videos are getting bigger and better and cooler. And it's like, because every single video that we release, we're learning from other videos, and we're still doing it. Like there was mistakes that we made in the like the Goldfish Elden Ring video and the Mario Kart heart rate video that we are still learning from like later. And I'll touch on that later, but hopefully it makes sense when I say, like, if you're looking to like make fan art, merch, or anything and want to help creators with that, first off, the whole reaching out thing, you could be like, hey, here's what I did for you already. You can use this if you want. I did this for you and I can do more. I'd like to work for you. Like that, reaching out. Second thing is like, just make designs, more designs. Ask people if they like them. Ask them if they hate them, how it can improve. Like just do more, because the worst thing you can do is not start. There's so many people that like, I'll be like, hey, you want to start a YouTube channel, right? Cool. And I'll give them advice. And they're like, yeah, you know, I've been sitting on it for like a year and I don't really know what my first video is going to be. I'm like, just post something. Post something. It's going to be bad, but the next thing's going to be better. The next thing and next thing and next thing. You just got to start. The hardest thing is just starting. So just do it. And obviously that's like a really easy thing to just be like, oh, just do it. You know, just start. Because obviously that's like the hard part, but that's also the thing. That's the hard part. So once you have that, you're like, okay, cool. I now have data that I can like utilize for the next piece of work that I make. So then that piece of work is better and doesn't fall into the pitfalls I have with the first one. You just learn from it, right? So that's why starting is the most important thing. So
Adam and Nance and I were at the house with you the first night. We sat in mostly silence till 3
TTS is so far behind.
You ate ramen and then begged me to go to sleep, but I made you sit up. You were a mess. Scariest night of my life.
That's in regards to the chess boxing stuff. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Are there any games that you're excited about to release? Also, hi, love your streams.
Oh, thank you so much.
Crowdoodle.
I'm really excited for the new DLC of Risk of Rain 2 for coming out. I'm really excited for that. I don't play Risk of Rain at all on my streams, but I would play that on my streams. And I play Risk of Rain all the time offline. That is like the #1 release that I've been looking forward to for so long.
The Zelda multiplayer mod story is wild. How did you stay so level-headed through so much backlash online for a project you believed in?
A lot of yelling offline. And really just focusing on like having fun. Just having fun like while I'm live. Like if I'm live, then like I'm focusing on having fun in the moment there and not worrying about all the other
I can't wait to modify my big doodle plushie into a dinosaur.
I can't wait. CollectorsAnxiety.com. That's a new thing that we did this year. Was Collectors Anxiety. We released our full merch brand, like branding, logo, etc. collectorsanxiety.com. We have a lot of big plans for clothing for merch and stuff. We've released the Doodle plushie, Pumpkin Doodle, Pride Doodle,
Your
PointCrow,
mom.
the Winter Doodle, a Big Doodle now, a lot of plushies. We're gonna be doing some more wearable clothing merch soon. So I hope you guys are excited for that. There's actually something too that we're releasing that I think none of you guys are prepped for. But I can't announce it right now, but it's really cool. I hope it goes well. But a lot of merch stuff.
Hi, back again at the grind. What's next? Watching food rot?
I maybe water evaporate would be the next one. I'm not too sure actually. I'm really not too sure what the next 10-hour one would be. Not really sure. But this is number 4, right? We've had grass melt.
Chat,
ice.
there are less than 90 giant doodles left.
Oh my god, wow, we've almost sold out of the giant doodles. That's crazy. Yeah, I've watched grass grow. I've watched ice melt, paint dry, and now we're doing a candle melt. So that's a fun one. I don't know what we'll do next. I really don't know what we'll do next with that. But we'll see.
Wow, Germa, I love this deathbed stream. To believe you have been streaming for over 60 years, time sure does fly. I remember when you shoved that baseball up your ass. Oh, how time flies.
The good old days, you know, when I was Germa 60 years ago. Now I'm just a 26-year-old PointCrow. Changed my name, changed my
Dan
function.
Giesling and friends are here. Rick from Abby.
Oh, hi Dan. Hi Dan Giesling. You're so cool. You're so neat. I hope you're having a good stream. Dan's been doing a Elden Ring without leveling his health at all, and I think he spent like 2,000 deaths against Mesmer. I don't know what boss he's at right now. Chat, don't spoil him because he's still blind. I'm pretty sure about the game, so don't tell him about anything about it. But he did just beat Mesmer, which is really cool. So that's awesome. In case I'm assuming that was a raid. I can't read chat. I'm not reading chat. Chat is closed. I am staring at a candle, and I can only answer to TTS or tell stories. This is like a 10-hour sort of like podcast that I like to sort of like host run kind of do as a little fun little gig and just chat about things in general. I don't know, good vibe, good fun vibes. But I guess we could like chat. Oh, do I do the YouTube chat right now, or do I wait for it later? This is always the one that I end up talking about. Like, it's always the longest segment. Or was the One Piece segment the longest one last time? Anyways. Okay. Let's do the YouTube one right now. Why not, you know? Starting a YouTube channel. So there's a couple things in life where I'm like, okay, like I think okay. You go through life generally being like, oh, I think I'm like pretty good at things, you know, like I hope I'm like pretty decent at this or whatever. I think I'm like kind of adept at that. And there's like a few things where you can like definitively say like, no, I'm good at this. Like I know exactly what I know exactly what I'm talking about. Like I have my degree in material science engineering. And I'm like pretty confident I'm like okay at chemistry, right? If you told me things, I could hold my own. But one of the things in the world where I'm like definitively like, no, I know what I'm talking about here, is YouTube. I know how to do that really well, and very proper and very good. And that's one of the things where I just really excel at, is just like being able to have my YouTube channel and be good at it. And here's the things that I've kind of like learned over the course of my career as a YouTuber and everything, and things that I see people get wrong all the time. It's actually really cool. It's gotten like over the past like couple of years, a lot. I've been kind of like a little bit more known with some like other streamers of like, oh, I'll like help out other people, like you know, like for example, I'll get like a reach out from like one of my friends being like, hey man, like I've been meaning to start my YouTube channel and everything. How do I do it? And I'll just like, I'll set aside like 3 hours during like a night to be like, all right, let's go over everything. Let's do it. Start from scratch. Let's go with it. What do you want to do? Let me help you out with it. And I'll just like sit down and be like, all right, let's start this. And let's call every week and like figure this out. And then like other people will come to me and be like, oh, hey, like you as well. Like, you know, and like I'll help with thumbnails and everything. It's like, I don't know. I just like, I enjoy it. The thing is like, it's not only that I'm good at it. It's just that I enjoy it so much. Like it is one of the most fun things in the world to me, is to deal with data. And that's what YouTube is data. It's analytics. It's really like, it is all that, pouring over stats. And it is so fun. It's like, and stats comes like super easy to me too. It is one of those like subjects where I'm like a whiz at it. And so I could talk about like YouTube for hours and hours on it. Crazy thing that we have going on here. Oh boy, what do we have? 9 more hours. Strap in. This one's gonna be a long segment. So YouTube, right? This is I pretend I'm giving advice to. I will give you a general advice here. A very like, if you are wanting to start a YouTube channel, here is what you need to know about YouTube at all whatsoever. Let's start with the very basic thing that you need to understand. And this is you can even tell over the course of like the 10-hour streams that I've done every single year that I've gotten more and more confident with this, because I'm just like better at it, you know? I like have more of a grasp. Let me start with the motto here. YouTube wants to make money, right? We can all agree on that, all right? That's a non-controversial statement. Nothing, we can all, is super basic, super easy. YouTube wants to make money. They're owned by Google. Guess what Google wants to do? Make money. All right, Google. All right, we're all on the same page there, right? So both YouTube and Google want to make money. And so pretty much every decision, every decision will be parroted by that. They want to make money, and so they will do their best to make that money. What is the best way for YouTube and Google to make money? Is for you to go to their website and stay there as long as possible, right? Because if you go to YouTube and you stay on YouTube, then you're not using Netflix, you're not using Hulu, you're not going outside, you're not doing anything else. If you are on their website, you are on their website, right? So their goal is to, first off, get you to the website. And then the second goal is to keep you there. And good news with YouTube is that they have they have the opposite sort of thing of like Netflix and Hulu and all these other like streamers. These streamers in the way of like streaming companies, not like me. You know, I know, a little confusing when the IATSE stuff was going on. But basically, Netflix and everything, they have to pay people or to create shows for them in a lot of cases, or they have to develop shows themselves, etc. YouTube doesn't. In the traditional sense, they have to pay for bandwidth, etc. But like YouTube doesn't. YouTube just like they got their stuff. You know, you go on their website, you create a thing, you have content for YouTube. And so it is one of my jobs to, you know, get you to YouTube, watch my stuff on YouTube, right? And that's like the way that like YouTube, that's what they want you to do, right? So that's how, because YouTube, the way YouTube makes money is through advertisements, right? Through ads. If you see an ad on YouTube, the creator of the video that you were watching on YouTube gets a little bit of that money, and YouTube also gets a little bit of that money. That's how that works. So YouTube gets a little bit, I get a little bit. I believe the split is 55% YouTube. No, I think it's 55% to the creator, 45% YouTube. I think that is the split for advertising costs on YouTube. And that's very well known. That's very public. And so that's the advertising split. And so I want to make money, but YouTube also wants to make money. So in knowing that, what makes a YouTube video go viral? What makes people want to see a YouTube video? And let me say this first. If you ever hear anybody at all talking about the quote unquote algorithm, immediately do me a favor, don't trust anything they say. Okay? Just please, like, just immediately be, oh, the algorithm has shadow banned me. Oh, actually, I didn't do the correct tags, so the algorithm is suppressing my video because nope. Immediately just start thinking about that as like, nope, they don't really know what they're talking about. They don't get it. Because this is the only thing that YouTube does, really, is they want to keep you on the website, right? They want to keep you watching, and that's it. They want to make money. Remember that? They want to make money. So the way that YouTube determines if a video is going to be recommended to somebody else or not is they take a look. They serve the video to a couple people, right? And if those people click, cool, awesome. You have some people who are clicking on the video. That's great. But then if they watch for a long, they watch the videos. If they watch for a long time, that means they're staying on the website longer, which means YouTube can serve them more ads, which means that YouTube and Google make more money. So, if you stay on the website for a long time, if your video causes somebody to stay on the website for a long time and get served a bunch of ads, right, then they will recommend that video to somebody else. Because, well, you'll never guess why. There is a likelihood that that video that they, present to you will cause you to stay on the website for longer and then get more ads. And so they can make more money, right? That is like, just, it is that basic. It is that simple. It is that easy, right? If you keep somebody on the website for a long time, your video will get recommended. If people click on your video and then watch for a while, your video will do well. That is it. That is it. That is the entire, like, I don't have to talk about anything else. That is literally it. And so if you post your video on YouTube, right, and it doesn't do well, and you're like, I got 10 views. Why is it only 10 views? Why is it not 1 million? It's because either 1, people did not click on it, or 2, people clicked on it and they did not watch it. And then they clicked off. And so that's why. That is, if you are wondering why a video did not do better or a video did worse than another, it is likely one of those 2 reasons. There is a very rare edge case for other things. But like, that's what it is. That's literally what it is. If your video does not do well, it is because of those things. This candle is like, I can't tell if it's lost a lot of height or not. But that's crazy. What happens if it goes all the way down? Anyways, okay, so YouTube. We'll figure that out. We'll maybe get a second candle. It's fine, don't worry about it. Or we'll like burn the nub. So we're going for 10 hours regardless, don't worry. But basically, that is YouTube in a nutshell, right? Like, so if you were ever like, wow, my video didn't do well, it's because people didn't watch, right? And so what you need to do is you need to look at the previous videos that you've uploaded already and understand what is going wrong. And you need to look at your viewer graph, because YouTube has some of the best analytics for a website I have ever seen, which is fantastic. You can really like look at things. For example, did you know that if you are subscribed to my channel, you on average watch an extra 90 seconds of a video more than if you weren't subscribed? That is why I personally like to ask more people to subscribe, because you are more involved in the community, in the videos, and you feel more invested. It's like you get analytics like that, which is like super interesting. I know demographics, I know your ages, I know your locations, I know generally how long you'll watch based on what content you consume. You can group videos together. Here's how Zelda videos do compared to Pokemon videos. Here's how Pokemon videos do compared to these, right? Like all of these different things. I know the watch times of subscribers versus not subscribers, click-through rates of those different things, click-through rates between demographic, everything you would ever dream of. Like that is the information that YouTube gives to me. The information that YouTube doesn't give to me, or sorry, the information that YouTube gives to me is super awesome. Twitch gives you nothing. Twitch is like, some people were watching your stream at some time. We don't really know. Good luck. And I have been like begging Twitch for like more analytics, but like they don't really care, because I don't know if like the people over at Twitch really kind of understand the powerfulness of YouTube analytics. That's one of the reasons why creators were able to like sort of maximize this a lot more, and YouTube's been able to make more money, is because creators have been able to see faults in their videos that caused their videos not to do as well, so they would make less money, and then fix those so they would make more money, which in turn, everyone say it with me, then makes YouTube more money, which is what they want in the first place, right? And one of those reasons is because their huge overhaul to their analytics side of things, YouTube Studio, about 5 years ago. Shouts to YouTube Studio. I know this because I started my YouTube channel right around the time that they actually launched it, which is really cool. With YouTube and everything, you should like look at your viewer retention, your analytics, see if there's any dips, any spikes, really recognize what's going wrong or right with your video, why people click off, why they stay, why they click, everything, anything that you would ever want. That's what you need, is to look at why this video didn't do well, why people clicked off. And there's a couple things. I'll give examples of my own videos that we have learned at, and I hinted about this a little bit ago with the Mario Kart heart rate stream, where if my heart rate increases or decreases, then the game speed increases or decreases. And then also with the Goldfish Elden Ring video, where I had my Goldfish play Elden Ring and then beat Godric and the first phase of Millennia. Really cool ideas for both of them, right? First off, a lot of people clicked. A lot of people clicked on those videos because the first thing about clickability, and we can get into thumbnails in a second, is having a good idea. You can have God's gift to videos, right? You can have like the best video you've ever seen in your goddamn life, but if it's not a good idea, right? Then like nobody's gonna click on it, and it's not gonna be like fun to watch, So it starts with like the ideas, right? Like they're all really good ideas. So like both of those are really good ideas. So they got people to click because there's like, oh, I want to see a Goldfish play Elden Ring. How the hell does that happen? Or like your heart rate controls your game speed. How does that work? I'd love to see that, right? Great ideas, but the videos did not do as well as I thought they would. They underperformed pretty significantly compared to what I thought they were going to do. And the reason why is because each video had a major drop-off point halfway through the video. Major drop-off, where about like half the people that were watching at that point clicked off. They're like, all right, I'm good. I'm done. I don't want to watch anymore. I'm going to watch something else. That's literally, that's an actual thing that happened. If you watch those videos, you might be like, you're either one of two people. If you watch those videos, either you're like, I have no idea what you're talking about, or like, exactly because you also clicked off at that point. For the Mario Kart heart rate video, it was when I almost beat the challenge halfway through. I got to the very final track, and then I lost. And then I was like, all right, let's strap back in. Let's get into this challenge, and we'll do it again. And then the next half of the video is me trying to get back to that point. And the reason why is because people were taking a look at that, and they were like, oh, I don't I don't have to watch the rest of the video. I've already seen that video now. Like, it's already gone. It's kind of, it's there. Like, we have already watched it. There's no reason to watch the second half of the video because I've already seen that first half. That's something where I learned, for example, if you are about, like, you should not show in a video that you were about to beat the challenge and then, like, not beat it and then go back and then beat it, because then it's like, I've already seen everything. Like, this isn't entertaining. Like, this isn't interesting anymore, right? It's already, like, it's gone. The second thing is with the Goldfish Elden Ring video is we had, initially we had it of Margit, Godric, and Melania, all three things that we had Tortellini beat. But then I decided to not include Margit because I was like, oh, it's kind of dragging on a little bit. It's a little bit samey. But the thing is what happened with the video was we had Tortellini beat Godric, and it was like, oh my god, yeah, he finally beat Godric, let's go, hell yeah. And then I was like, okay, now guys, let's see if we can beat the hardest boss in Elden Ring, Melania. And people clicked off. Now you might be like, why did people click off? That sounds like so interesting. It's the hardest boss. Well, it's like, you've already seen the video. It's just going to be a little bit more of the same. The transition between bosses didn't, like, it wasn't smooth. It didn't work out. Like, the transition wasn't going to work. And then also, like, you've seen, like the Mario Kart video, you've seen it already. Like, it's the same exact thing, basically. So then why would you want to watch more? And so because there was a major click-off point on both of those videos for those things, the videos didn't do as well. And that's just the fact there. So, for example, we learned from that in the PokeRogue video. Because in PokeRogue, there's two kind of things. The classic mode and the endless mode. And for the video, we initially were like, okay, we beat classic mode. Now let's do endless mode. And we're like, whoa. No. Because people are going to click off right after we beat classic mode. Because they've already seen what they want to see. They got a victory. They got the video. But with endless mode, right, it's a little bit different. We want to see how far it is. So, what we did was we were like, no, classic mode, that beginning segment is just it's just the tutorial. We're just setting up. We're just getting things. We're learning the game, etc. Now, let's actually start the run endless mode. So we just turned the entire first half of the video into prep for the second half, which then had a super flat, like incredibly flat watch retention for the video. And that's like, that was the entire thing. That made the video do very well. And that's learning from my mistakes of previous videos to make the next ones even better. And I still make mistakes with it, right? Like, I still struggle with some things. I'll do a test on a YouTube video of like, okay, let me try this. And then it either works out or we don't work out, you know? But the thing is like, I'm learning from that. So then I can become a better like YouTuber, make more entertaining videos for you guys. So you don't have to feel like you click off one of the videos later. And then, because everyone say it with me, right? Because my videos are getting better and more people are watching them for a longer amount of time, I get more money from the advertisements, and then it gets recommended to more people, which makes YouTube more money, and YouTube gets more money, right? So that's how that works with YouTube. That is the very baseline with all of it. So hopefully that like sort of makes sense on where YouTube videos are like going for the future and everything. That's also, fun fact, probably why you're seeing a lot of YouTube channels make longer videos. You might be seeing like your favorite creators release like 45-minute videos, hour-long videos. I know like Wolfie VGC posts regularly 2-hour videos because if those creators are so good at being able to keep your attention on the video, and they can do it for those like hour, 2 hours long, right? Then those videos are going to then be recommended more to other people, because it's like, hey, we can keep this average viewer on the site for an extra like 20 minutes. That's huge. Over like this other video that's only 6 minutes. Yeah, we'll do the first. We'll recommend the first video over the second. Yeah, of course. You're probably gonna like that one a little bit more. And that's where things are trending. So extremely long form videos are like making a return on YouTube, especially because of that fact. And it's one of the reasons that I have even started this new channel. So obviously I'm posting like really awesome, like long challenges on my main YouTube channel. So I started a new channel of PointCrow playthroughs, which are very extremely long form Let's Play videos. It's like the return of Let's Plays on YouTube. Shout out to 2013, 2012, 2011 YouTube. Shout outs to Let's Plays, right? Like those are sort of making a return in true form. So it actually started because of like Outer Wilds and everything, which I'll get to later. But super long form videos are becoming more of a mainstay. I mean, hell, like my Tears of the Kingdom Let's Play video, like Let's Play all of Tears of the Kingdom on my main YouTube channel has, I think, almost 2 million views and an average of 35 minutes of watch duration. The average person that clicked on that video watched for 35 minutes. That's insane. That's huge. Major. It's ridiculous. And so I was like, what if I made a full channel about all of this? Because it seems like a lot of people really like me watching playing a video game. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my brain. A lot of people really love watching me play a video game with like that care that you really put in when you... The worst thing you can do when playing a game for a stream or anything is like skip dialogue, skip story, ignore tutorial. Hey chat, what are we doing, by the way? I don't really get the game. Oh my god, the worst thing. Oh god. So my goal with like anything that I play is to be like, no, let's like really sit down, let's read all of this stuff, understand the game, and then also like theorize. Okay, if this character said this and that character said that, does this mean that like this is one of the key fundamental things about the game? Like theorize, like really just try to like enjoy it, like understand what's going on, right? And have fun with it, right? That's why I created the PointCrow playthroughs channel. We currently have the Wind Waker playthrough on there. We have Shadow of the Colossus. And there's a bunch of other ones coming up too. The next one is Twilight Princess. That'll be on there soon. We have like Subnautica being edited right now. Every single video game that I have ever played on stream as a just casual playthrough will be put on that channel. If you were like, man, I really want like Outer Wilds, I really want like Papers, Please on there, I really want like Undertale, it's going on the Supercuts channel. It's happening. It's going to be there. The main thing is like it takes like a long time to edit like 60 hours of footage into like a 5-hour video, but like that's what's going on the PointCrow playthroughs channel. And I hope it does well, man. Like that is something where I'm like, it's such a passion project of mine where I'm like, I'm pouring tons of money into editing time into it. But I'm just like hoping it does well because I know like you guys really like it, and it's just, I don't know. It's like it's a little passion project of mine. I really like doing that. But anyways, that's kind of like the basis of YouTube, of like how to do that. I see a lot of people as well still like, here's another thing. One of the pitfalls I see a lot is like people like having like being like, oh hey, like like one of the pitfalls I see is people being like posting stream high. No, not even this. People thinking it's like 2016 YouTube still. You'll never believe what happens when this goes, whoa. Top 10 things. You'll never believe number 6. The Last of Us playthrough part 1, part 16. Stream highlights number 47. Like no one's, hey, you could be as entertaining as fuck. No one's gonna watch that. No one's gonna watch it. Aside from the people already like involved in the community, no one's gonna watch it. because it's not that era anymore. You can't there's no tricking people into watching your stuff. You can't do it. Let me put it like this. The reason why you can't have stream highlights number 47, because a couple reasons. Number 47 implies that there are 46 other videos that you need the context for to watch number 47. And if you just watch 47, you won't understand what's going on there because there's 46 other ones. If you're like, okay, and you might be like, but it's like a highlights video. Like, you don't really care. Right, what about this? Wind Waker playthrough number 17. Well, you're not going to watch 17 unless you watch 1 through 16. Right? So then why would you click on number 17? And then you don't click on the video, you don't watch it, YouTube never recommends it. Because nobody's watching it. Because you have the other 16 to watch. You're going to fall off before then. So don't post those. Post it all in one video. So then if you are interested at all, you get all of the clicks on that one video, and then they'll watch all of it. You'd rather post an 8-hour video than part 57,000 of Pokemon Unbound. Like, no, what? No, don't do that. The other thing is clickbait. You'll never believe what happens when blank happens, right? YouTube recently released a really awesome tool for creators to use called A/B testing. If you don't know what A/B testing is, it's a classic marketing tool where you release something into the masses and you see which does better, A or B, with marketing, and then whichever one does better over a course of time, then you just choose, okay, B did better, we'll choose B to now market to everybody. That's A/B testing. So basically, what YouTube did is they did A/B testing with thumbnails. You might be asking, wow, PointCrow, your thumbnails change often. Wow. Also, speaking of the candle's going crazy right now. Damn, that thing's burning. But like that, like, man, like your thumbnails change all the time, man. Like I see, like, why'd you change it? I really like that thumbnail. I see that all the time. I'm not doing it. It's automatically doing it with YouTube. Because YouTube A/B testing is A/B testing thumbnails. So it serves a select group of people thumbnail 1, and it selects a separate group of people thumbnail 2. And then it decides between those two which one's the better thumbnail to show a general audience. And that is A/B testing thumbnails. And the interesting thing that you might think of, and that confuses literally everybody, is everyone's like, oh, it's A/B testing. Whichever group clicks on the thumbnail more is probably the winner. That's incorrect. It's wrong. And let me explain why. So, you can have thumbnail B be clicked less than thumbnail A and still win. The reason why is because you're testing for watch time. So based on it, so assuming you click on thumbnail A or thumbnail B, you're testing to see which group watches the video longer based on the thumbnail they clicked, which means that the thumbnail, and this might sound weird to some of you, the thumbnail matters for having a different thumbnail will matter on whether or not you watch the video, on how long you watch the video. So like, let's say I have green grass versus red grass. Having red grass may make your may make you watch for an extra minute of the video than not. The way that this goes is it's kind of like anti-clickbait, I guess is what you would put it. The anti-clickbait is the way like I think about it, where it's like if you want the viewer to click on your video and then feel satisfied with clicking on your video, right? Like you want them to understand, first off, you want to understand like what they're clicking on, and then you want them to feel satisfied clicking on your video. So then they're like, oh, it's like rewarding the click. Oh, you clicked on my video. It's psychology. You clicked on my video and you are going to get exactly what you asked for, what you were thinking of. This is exactly what it is. And not only that, not only are you going to get exactly what you wanted, I'm going to give you more though. I'm going to give you more. And so they'll watch longer. So it's like, I taught my goldfish to play Elden Ring. You're going to click on that video being like, all right, how does a goldfish play Elden Ring? And then you see him actually, I have a better example. Pokemon, but I merged 3 games together, right? You're like, okay, that's cool. I want to click on that, right? Good idea. Good thumbnail, good title, etc. Right? You're going to click on it. You're going to reward the click, being like, you see 3 games merged together immediately, right? You're like, damn, like the thumbnail was exactly what I thought the video was going to be. Damn, okay, cool. Immediately. And then you reward it even more by being like, hey, not only am I giving you what you asked for with 3 games merged together, but there's a really cool challenge with this too. I randomized them all, right? So I'm trying to find this challenge. And not only that, but I also have this, I'm not taking notes on like a Excel sheet or anything. I have this giant physical whiteboard that you can see over the duration of the video that I'm like taking all of my yarn and putting together. So you want to see that as well. And you want to see the randomized part. And there's so many like visual things that you're like, damn, like I want more and more and more. This is really cool. So a thumbnail shows of the 3 map randomizer, right? Showed 3 games merged together. Versus a thumbnail that shows like, I don't know, maybe it was something different rather than like I merged 3 games together. Maybe it was something where it's like, you'll never believe this mod in Pokemon. It's like, okay, cool. And then you see it. It's less satisfying. You don't understand what you're clicking on, right? You're going to watch for a shorter amount of time because you're not getting what you clicked for because you're not understanding it, right? It's like it's the exact same thing as like, okay, if I were to say, I'll use an egregious example, so it's just even easier to understand, right? Pokemon by merged 3 games together versus top 10 pickup trucks, right? If you're looking for top 10 pickup trucks and you click on that video, right, and then you see it's a Pokemon video, like you're just gonna click off, right? Like, right? You're just gonna click off because it's not what you wanted. Versus like the Pokemon one, and you show exactly what that was, right? It's like, okay, well, you're definitely, the Pokemon thumbnail and stuff is going to win over the pickup trucks one, like super obviously, because people who clicked on the Pokemon thumbnail will watch for longer, and you're optimizing for a longer watch time, because the longer somebody watches, the more money YouTube makes, right? And so obviously that's like a really complete example of A/B testing for YouTube thumbnails and everything. Of like, okay, I totally understand like how this is, but it gets a little nicher of like, okay, does this thumbnail do better when I smile versus I have my mouth open, like hog face? Which one does better? Or will it be better because I have a blue shirt on or a green shirt on? What's going to be better then? And it's not like based on like how much you click, it's just how long you stay. So it's this viewer satisfaction based on click because of anti-clickbait. If you give the viewer exactly what they want, exactly what they think, then they'll watch for longer. Because I don't want to dupe you guys. All of my stuff's real. Like my heart rate controls my game speed. It does. You can literally see it. It's exactly what you think it is. And then I give you more. So then you want to stay around for even longer after you do click on it, right? So that's kind of like the goal of A/B testing for thumbnails and stuff. So if you see like streamers and stuff or YouTubers do that often, it's because they're trying to optimize for like longer watch time by anti-clickbait. So whenever anybody comes to me saying, hey, I want to do this thumbnail and this title for this video, they'll be like, I'll give you like an example, like a Balatro video, like with poker. And there's like a mod of like, whoa, I added so many things to Balatro, you wouldn't believe it, right? And I'm like, no, don't do that. That's like 2016 clickbait kind of shit, right? Like, no, just be like, I added 1,000 mods to Balatro to see if the game would crash or something. Just say what you're doing. Just say what you're doing as the title. That is what you're doing. That's what it is, right? And then show that in the thumbnail. Just show 1,000 mods of Balatro so it doesn't even look the same, right? That's all you need. It is super. Keep it simple, right? Don't overcomplicate things by trying to bring people. No. If your idea is good enough, right? It'll just be there. You got this. You know, like people will join because that idea is good. And they'll click on it, you know? That's kind of like how that works. Hopefully that kind of makes sense. And then we'll get into thumbnails a little bit. I see a lot of thumbnails that are shit. On YouTube. I see a lot of them. They're awful. And I don't know how people click on them. And the main thing that I see so many people just doing, like in general, is and I can say this because I'm good at it. This is what I meant by the very beginning about like this entire conversation where like I think I'm pretty good at blah blah blah, but I know my shit when it comes to YouTube. I mean this. I will tell people when I think their thumbnail is bad. Not like unprompted. If they come to me and say, hey, do you anything about this thumbnail? I'll say it's bad. I won't just like DM random YouTubers being like, I hate your thumbnail. That would just be crazy. Like I'll just be completely honest with it. Cause like a lot of the time, like thumbnails need to be simple. There's a couple general rules. There really shouldn't be more than like 3 main subjects in your thumbnail or it's too busy. Things need to be really big because you need to be able to see thumbnails small. That's one of the other things that you need to do, right? Like that's just like how that works too. Like you need to be able to like do that. Text. Why would you have text on your thumbnail that says what your title is if you have the title? Like if I imagine if every like if I said Pokemon, but I merged 3 games together, and then on the thumbnail there's 3 games merged here. Why? You don't need that. That brings absolutely nothing to the table. You're just putting your title in the thumbnail. You have the title already. Don't repeat it. You don't need to. The only time text is like really important is if you're doing like I survived 100 days in a zombie apocalypse, right? And then like in the title you're like this is what day 37 looks like, and you're like right? Like that's appropriate to have day 37 on there. Or like Mario Kart, but I control my heart rate, or my heart rate controls my game speed. I should probably have like, okay, this is what 100 BPM looks like versus, or 80 BPM looks like versus 200 BPM. So it's appropriate to have that text on screen. But there's only 2 subjects. There's only having the 80 BPM and then the 200. It's 2 subjects right there. Super easy. Like that's what you need to do for it. Like you want it easy, plain, simple. The other thing I see a lot is thumbnails not grounded in realism. You're doing like a video game thumbnail or just a person thumbnail and everything, and it looks off because it's not grounded in realism. It doesn't look real. It looks like a floating object, like T-posing in the middle of the sky, right? And there's a couple of reasons. One, your background glow to separate the foreground from the background is too high. Like it looks like someone took a sticker and slapped it on the middle of the thumbnail. The second thing, no shadows. Everyone misses shadows, right? Whenever you have a light source casted upon something, it gets a shadow, right? That is something that occurs. And if you don't have that shadow, you won't recognize it like consciously, but unconsciously, your brain will be like, there's something not right here. Shadows, lighting, incredibly important for your thumbnails. Ground it in realism. If something is stepping on grass, that grass is smushed, right? Make sure that that's there, etc. Right? Like that's how that is. Like in the Pokemon but I merged 3 games together thumbnail, you can see 3 different characters running to the right. And initially, if you didn't have the shadows underneath them, cast from an above ground sun onto the pathway, then they would just look like 3 different like stickers just slapped onto a image, which would just look odd. But because they have the shadows there, you can understand different depth, right? So you can understand that the middle character is a little bit farther away from the camera than the center character, than the center, the right and left ones. So the shadow is a little bit smaller too, and the character is a little bit smaller. Depth as well is like incredibly important for it. Realism is what you need to have that there. Another thing is vibrance, saturation, contrast, things that really really show what it is. Things that are hard, like for example, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, everything is drab, desaturated, like gray. You need to find ways to make sure that your character or the thing that you want to show pops. So then if I look at your thumbnail from a far distance while squinting my eyes, I still know what happens. Like that is so important to like have that like just there, right? That's something you need, or else like I don't know what's happening in your thumbnail. There's too many things going on. Maybe it's not obvious what it is. Blur is an incredibly like useful tool if you really want to highlight something of like a far distance versus a close one. It's just like having your subjects like super visual and invisible is important. Colors. So then, colors can direct an eyesight towards like you. For example, black with orange, like a bright orange on black is super visible. Or in a sea of blue, there's light green or like neon red. Like color theory is also really important for that, for your thumbnails. And the most important thing that I think about for thumbnails is if I look at somebody's thumbnail and someone's asking me for thumbnail advice, and I'm like, that thumbnail doesn't look good. My first thing is like, did you look at anybody else's thumbnail? Like, go onto YouTube. Like the recommended pages, your first recommended pages. Does your thumbnail look like anybody else's here? And it might be stylized, obviously, you don't want to like take somebody's thumbnail and put it on your, no, that's what I'm talking about. No, like look at their thumbnails. You'd click on that with some of those videos, right? What's different about your thumbnail than theirs? Take a look, right? The number, I'm talking about this for a while too. The number one advice, the number one advice, the number one thing that I see with everybody wanting to start a YouTube channel and be like, I really want to do YouTube. I think it's gonna be great. Like I think I can do it. Streamers, or content creators, or anybody else, right? Just doing that. I'm like, okay, cool. How much YouTube do you watch? And they're like, I don't really watch YouTube. All right, great, cool. Do that. What? How are you going to get good at something if you're not doing the bare minimum and you're not looking at what other people are doing? Right? Like, what do you like? What? Huh? Like, look at other streamers. Look at other YouTube. Like me, I'm trying to improve my streaming game right now. I'm pretty good with YouTube. I want to get better at streaming. What am I doing? I am watching 8 hours of streams like every day. Like I'm getting up. I turn on a stream. I look at what's happening. Right? I do my stream and then I turn on another stream when I'm done and I watch that stream. That is what I'm doing because I'm like, I want to get good at this one thing. I'm doing research, right? And if you are not doing research and you're just like, I'll just kind of wing it and go along, well, then you're not going to have a good YouTube channel. It's not going to work, right? Like if you're not putting the effort in to actually do something, then you're not going to succeed at it. And that is the bare minimum. So if you want to get into YouTube, watch so much YouTube. It's crazy. Like I will be on a conversation with my creative director, Kat. She's awesome. She's really cool. And we will talk for hours on end. And she is awesome at what she does specifically because I'll be like, I was thinking of doing this one YouTube video. I don't know. What do you think? And she's like, oh, I remember some other creator in 2014 did a similar idea. I'm like, that's crazy. So then we'll look at it and be like, okay, here's some things that went right with that idea. Here's some things that went wrong with that idea. Here's how I can improve it. And here's how I can like twist it around to make it my own, right? Like the bare minimum. Like I will be talking with people on like how to do their YouTube channels and everything. I'll be like, oh, like you want to do a heavily stylized speedrunning channel that focuses on meme speedruns, right? Well, couple really awesome creators here in the speedrun space. Have you taken a look at them? You want to make speedrun commentary videos? Have you watched any Summoning Salt videos? Who's Summoning Salt? Okay, so you haven't. Okay, cool. Maybe you haven't heard. Have you heard of Tomato Anus? I know, crazy name. Actually, really great videos. Okay, trust me on this. Their name is Tomato Anus. Speedrunner names. All right, don't worry about it. But like, have you seen them? No. Okay, have you watched Lowest Percent, the speedrunning commentary videos from Small and Lingus? No. Okay. Maybe nicher things like Gymnast86 on those? Nope. Have you watched any speedrunning commentary videos? Nah, just kind of want to do them. Then how do you know what's entertaining? How do you know what you like even in a YouTube video if you are not looking at what other people like too? How do you know what's good for your channel if you don't know what's going on with everybody else's? What's happening here? So watch YouTube. If you want to do anything like that, watch YouTube. For the love of God, please. Like that is like, it's so incredibly important. Now, let me talk about this too. I keep going on tangents with this because this is just so entertaining for me. But the other thing is, I get so many people asking me, just casually, as like people coming into my Twitch chat or like YouTube comments, anything. I want to start a YouTube channel, PointCrow. How do I do that? I want to start a Twitch channel. I want to start Twitch streaming like you. How do I do this? Can you like shout me out maybe? And like maybe I'll you know. And my answer is have you Googled it? And that sounds like pretty condescending, obviously, because it's like, okay, like, will that, right? But like, think about this. Think about this, right? Your favorite creator, at one point in their career, has had this conversation about YouTube and Twitch and thumbnails, keys to success, what they think does well, etc. All of this. They have had that conversation. I keep citing this. Every time I talk about this conversation, I have set aside 2 times in my career as a YouTuber streamer. I've set aside two different times as streams, dedicated streams. Hey, I see a lot of people want to do this. Let me do a little class on how I do this. Worst performing videos of like all time. Like worst performing streams. Barely cracked like my regular viewage and everything else, right? Horribly done with all this. Like I mean, horribly like received is what I meant by that. Just like not great, you know. And the thing is like they're still available. And even if it's not your favorite creator, I know every single person has. Like I know Ludwig's talked about this. Schlatt has a little bit. Like Jimmy Beast. Even though there's some stuff going on over there with like his business practices, I'm not gonna talk about that. I'm just gonna say like as like the creator here. Like all of this information is available for free and incredibly like relevant and like incredibly readily available for you to like consume. So just look for it. If you were wondering about something, anything, the information is available for you and it is tried to be like as available to you as possible. You just need to look for it. And this is not just even like YouTube streaming or Twitch or anything, whatever. This is anything available. If you want to know what's happening in this stream at all, or any of my streams, there is a title of it. And sometimes I will write a description on the screen itself of what I am doing in that current moment. And if you take 2 seconds, I'm not even joking, out of your day to attempt to search for the information first before asking somebody. There's nothing wrong with asking somebody for information. That is something that is there's nothing worse than somebody not asking somebody for information on things that they don't know. You want to learn and get educated, and that's like incredibly appropriate, and that's commendable even. But if you don't take the time out a little bit beforehand to like try to get the information yourself, when you then ask immediately afterwards, you're going to look like an idiot. It's just gonna happen, right? You know, obviously everyone makes mistakes too. I've done this plenty of times, but like, you know, like you want to search for the information first. And so if you want to do anything in life at all, critically think about it. Really try to like learn, understand, get into those pitfalls, and try to solve these problems yourself a little bit before having somebody before asking somebody else for help initially. And the main reason for that is because then like you'll learn things about yourself. You'll be smarter, get more tools in your arsenal to tackle problems in the future, and then just overall just be happier. You know, like and then like if, for example, you just like ask a really like obvious conscious question of like, is he live right now? Is this a live stream? Like, well, then like, and you don't get that answer because it's like such an obvious answer that's like, yeah, you can figure it out in like 2 seconds if you just like look, it says live, right? Versus like not live or whatever, right? Like then you're gonna get frustrated, and then that's not on anybody else but you. Like that frustration is not a frustration at people not answering your question, for example. It's a frustration. It is misguided frustration at yourself that you are applying onto other people for your own ignorance. And that's, I don't know. So what I guess I'm saying here is that like, if you have any like questions, obviously I'll take them right now as TTS. Hell yeah, right? But specifically, it's like if you want any of this information, it is readily available. If you want to learn how to do chemical engineering, MIT has free courses online for you to look at and take completely. There's nobody stopping you except for you from doing what you want. You know, that's what you know. So if you want to start a YouTube channel and everything, like I will probably recommend people watch this part of the video of my stream here because I am talking about this at length. But I guarantee you 90% of the people that I will recommend that to won't even try. They won't even look. 90% of the people won't look at this. They won't take the advice. They'll ask again. They'll give up and they won't even start. And then they're unhappy. And then that's not the only person they have to blame is themselves. We've gone from YouTube advice to just critically thinking advice, but it's more like the reason why I've been able to come up with all these conclusions about YouTube is through thorough testing and data-driven conclusions, you know, that I have discovered based on my own problem solving because I was curious about something. And that's like a really powerful thing. Oh, food. Oh, I'll take food. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Abby, for food. I will be eating some food while I watch this. Anyways, so that's the YouTube sort of conversation. Hope that kind of like makes a little bit of some sense. With a little bit of a not ethical or moral, like a little bit like a thought experiment over it too. So yeah.
Hi Crow.
Oh.
Bunch of wet frogs here. As an anime connoisseur, have you watched Free Ren yet? It's quite cozy and a smooth watch, and I'm wondering your opinions on the show's sentiment.
Thanks bunch of wet frogs. I love the name. I tried to give it a chance. It didn't hook me as much as I thought. I like to give a lot of things like I like to give like a lot of pieces of media more of a chance than the average person would, just because I don't know, things could be really good later down the line. I mean, hell, if I ask people, hey, watch One Piece or like read One Piece, don't watch it, please. Actually, just read it. We'll get into that later. If I ask them to read like 100 chapters, and I'm like, if you don't like it by chapter 100, then you probably won't like the rest of it. If I ask that of somebody, right? I don't want to be a hypocrite and then be like, oh, I watched episode 1 of Free Run and I didn't like it, so I gave up. and so many people are recommending it to me, right? I don't want to be like that, right? I want to be like, no, I want like people. Oh, episode 6. By then, like, if you don't like it, then, all right, cool, I'll give it a chance. I went as actually so far to do this. I want to like I personally want to know my boundaries of like what is good and bad media for me, and so I can recommend things to people and friends, and then have like a good degree of accuracy where they can like trust my recommendations and then actually act on them. So for example, I'd be like, hey, I think you particularly would like this show or manga, Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't think you would like Chainsaw Man though, based on like what I know about you and both of these things. Oh, by the way, I know you're trying to, you were thinking of reading this. I don't know if you would really enjoy that, right? So I'm trying to like do that myself. And so I will go out of my way to look at things that might get bad recommendations. So then I know if, like, I know how to like tune my own tastes better. So I'll like watch, like, I'll be like, oh, hey, like I really like Astro Baby right now, like interesting manga. I'm kind of interested. I don't know if I would recommend it to anybody yet, but like I'm testing it out. But then like I got like a bunch of bad reviews of people being like, don't check out Boruto, that stuff sucks, like it's just a really bad manga, like, oh god. And I'm like, all right, like I trust you on this, but like I want to see for myself to make sure that I come to a similar conclusion, or maybe I don't. Maybe I actually just really like it and I find something new that I enjoy. And so I will then watch. So then I read the entirety of Boruto, right? And I can definitively say that is probably something I would not recommend. I think the power scaling and I think a lot of the plot threads and devices are just kind of like not really tied together very well. I think the art style is interesting, lacking in some areas, and I think it could just be improved upon in a lot. Like I don't know. I think it took the original traditional thing that we all loved about Naruto and kind of tried to run with it a little bit more than it should have been. And I think they're like, I don't want to bash anybody for like the creator for making it, because I think they are very passionate about it, but it's not something that I personally enjoy based on how I like worlds being built, and power scales and magic systems kind of thing, you know. And I think it also is not the same sort of love. I think it's a different, if it was marketed as a different manga, if it was totally separated from Naruto, maybe it would even be better, because it's taking something that we all really like, Naruto, and then it takes the magic system of it, like the systems of the world, and it changes it around a whole bunch and scales them like a lot, to the point where it's not really recognizable anymore as like Naruto. And so then it gets a even worse rep for that, because it's not what you think it is. Going back to like A/B testing thumbnails, whatever you want to call it, you know, everything. So that's, I think, one of the reasons. But I gave it a shot because I was like, you know, I want to see if it's just me or everybody else. I don't know, just PointCrow things, I guess.
Hi, Mr. Crow. How do I become like a lugwitch on Twitch?
I don't know. I'm trying that. I can't. You know what? I think I'm a lugwitch is really funny. I think I am currently still learning about Twitch. I think I'm like for the past like couple weeks, couple months even. I've like really sat down and been like, I am good at YouTube. I don't think I'm that good at Twitch. Like my streams are entertaining. I can definitively say that. I think they are very entertaining. Even like if I can make watching a candle melt for 10 hours straight entertaining, all right, I think my streams are entertaining, you know, like, you know, I'm not like good at it. Like I can't like go off the rip and be like, nah, this is a banging stream. I know everyone's gonna show, like, this is the things I need to do, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I don't know. Like I'm very unaware when it comes to that. Number one, Twitch doesn't give me analytics. Number two, like I just haven't done my studies on it. Like I haven't like sat down and really like researched like what makes things fun. You know, that's my job. I'm a content creator. I want to make things entertaining. I want you guys to enjoy things. I want to have fun doing them. And that's like the main one thing that I before anything, before I do literally anything at all, it doesn't even go like, is this like going to be a viral video or whatever? No. I go, am I going to have fun doing this? If I don't have fun, then I won't do it. Like that's the bare minimum. Because it's so easy to see when somebody just like phones something in to be like, yeah, I guess I'll just do it because like people like it. Well, eventually people aren't gonna like it because you don't. You know, like it's so obvious when you see like a streamer sitting there playing a game or doing something and they clearly aren't having fun. And then you're not gonna have fun if they're not having fun. Like why would you do that? You know, it's not a good vibe. So the main thing I do is like, will I have fun doing this? Yes. Okay, cool. Now we can like start thinking if it's a good idea or not, you know? Like that's the main thing. So am I having fun watching a candle melt for 10 hours straight? Yes. Definitively, yes. That's like that is if I do a stream, if I do a video and you were ever wondering, man, is he having fun? Yes. Even if it doesn't look like I am, right? Okay, like either I'm like maybe it's a low. Maybe I like lost a competition or something. And I'm like, oh, damn, that sucks, right? I am still having fun. It is within that loss that I will find like something out of, right? It is those highs and lows, that competition, that like whatever. Like I will still be having fun with it, you know? Like even if I'm like disappointed with the result, it's like, no, like it was a good time doing it, you know? So yeah, how did I get onto this subject? Twitch. Oh, so I don't know how Twitch works, but I'm actively making more of an effort to be a better Twitch streamer. And I think one of the things too is like, I want to have a, my community. I don't talk about this ever, actually. Let me talk about this now. My community, my viewers, I don't know what's audience, whatever, is smaller than it should be. And you might be like, what do you mean? Do I not count? What are you talking about? I'm here. I'm watching this on Twitch and on YouTube. The amount of people that are like, hey, I made like a fan art thing for you, or like, hey, I wrote like a poem. I don't know. Like, Jesus. But like, you know, like all of that of like, hey, I made this cool video, you know, like I clip thing and everything, right? Like that area, like that like little community there of like people just chatting of like, hey, you watch PointCrow? Hey, I watch PointCrow's videos too. Like, hey, what's your favorite one? Like that doesn't happen like nearly as much as like similar streamers of my size or content creators of my size. I think one of those reasons is like I haven't really like engaged with them much. You know, I just kind of like release a video and say, all right, have fun, and then I like leave. You know, and I'm like, all right, see ya. So one of the efforts that I want to make more is like, at least like the latter half of this year and the beginning of next, is like really just being like, no, like I like this isn't just me. Like you guys are in the videos too. Like you guys are literally on screen like right now. You're on. I show like TTS moments that we have between each of us, and it's really fun. And like I joke off of you guys and I chat with you guys, and it's really fun like on streams. And you guys are like a part of the content, but like I want to like be more engaged with it. You know, I really want to like make more of an effort to be like, nah, like you're a PointCrow viewer, like you're a PointCrow viewer. Like you're having fun here, like with all the other like you recognize regulars. You know, you're like, hey, like what's going on? Like bottom percentage Rattata, like how's it going? Or like what's up, Dax the Liar? How's that hanging? You know, like I recognize regulars in my chat. You know, like I know, like Personal Ants, right? Like I get you. Like P Slide Classic, you don't talk much, but like you do sub. It's like 3 years now. Like I know it. Like it's just Lynn. And I remember like old viewers too, like Aspen, like shout outs to you, you know, like I will recognize that, but like I don't know, I think I need to make like more of an effort to like have more of a community and everything, and I don't really know how to do that. So I'm like, what I'm doing right now is researching more into like, I don't know, how do I have more fun with my viewers? How do I like make it like more of a entertaining time for everybody to like be involved? with like my streams. So, and I mean, literally one of the things like, one of the things of like, you know, like, hey, if you want to like just get involved, like have fun. I don't know. I just want to have more fun is the goal here. And I think one of those ways is like to just like get more involved with like the viewers that I have and like talk with. And so, yeah, I don't know if I like put that in like a good way or anything. But hopefully that kind of makes sense of like, if you make fan art, for example, of a really fun stream, I want to show it on stream. I want to do that. I think it's a fun idea. I want to, if you're like passionate about like, I don't know, candles and you're like, yo, you got to order this candle, right? Like I'll make a bit out of it, you know? Oh, we'll order the goddamn candle and it'll be fun as hell, you know? That's like for example, I'll use an example here of a couple streamers. The whole coffee song that like Doug was like that like Doug's chat loves and everything is one streamer who was like super into, he was like, I love this video, man. You gotta get this video. And his chat like was like, oh, we gotta get this video. And eventually, like over the course of like several weeks, he ended up like acquiring the license to like use said video or said song in his videos, and like he has the song licenses now. He paid for them. Like it's hilarious, right? Or like the whole like Ludwig's like memes about like the tungsten cube and everything, right? Where it's like that's just like become like someone's got super passionate about like Ludwig getting a tungsten cube, a cube made of tungsten. That's it, right? And started making memes about it, videos, etc. And now he's like integrating that into stuff. And so I'm like, you know what? Like it's like things like that I want to do more and get involved more with my community, like my viewers, because I think it'd be really fun, you know. So I'm trying to do like more research into that, I guess. I don't know how else to put it. I don't know if I'm like even speaking this well. We're about like 2 hours in, but yeah.
Was reminiscing earlier about the paint drying stream, and told my father the green glass door riddle. It's been an hour and he's still stumped Lamau.
Oh, the green glass door video? That's really funny. Yeah, if you want to see that, that was in I told riddles last time. That was really funny. I don't have any new ones for you guys today. But if I think of any,
Hey, it's me, your friend. I've been thinking about starting YouTube. Let me know when you can allocate the necessary 3 hours. Thanks. Have a good day. Amen.
Amen. Oh yes. Pray to the almighty YouTube gods. This is good food. This is good. I should be eating. Ooh.
Hey Eric, did you know if you replace the O's in Scooby-Doo with E's, it spells Skibidi?
That's so stupid. Oh yeah, Skibidi. I'm so proud of you for that.
Shut up, talk about something hip with the kids.
The Skibidi toilet riz, rizzling up the Rizzler. Does baby Gronk, Livy Dunn, like the Phantom Tax. Skibidi toilet.
Are you looking forward to Echoes of Wisdom? TTS on.
Sorry, I had to swallow. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Echoes of Wisdom. Weird thing about that. So I was supposed to go on vacation with my family. Oh, I actually won't say just in case. But like, I was supposed to go on like vacation with my family to another continent, and I had to make a very hard decision. Because Echoes of Wisdom, the new Zelda game, would come out during my vacation. And so I was like, okay, let's figure this out. So I talked to the family. I was like, okay, I really want to go on this vacation with you guys. It's been like a while since we've gone on a family vacation. And I was like, all right, but this is also like a really big thing, really big opportunity. You know, it's a new Zelda game coming out. That's huge, you know? Like I'm really excited to play it. And so I talked to them. I was like, okay, well, the game comes out here. I think I can play the game within like 3 days if I really try, like really long streams, 12, 13, 14 hours. You know, I can play the whole game and have like a playthrough up. So then I can like send it to my editors and everything. And then while I'm on vacation, I can post the video. So it's like being edited while I'm like on vacation. And then I can like go to vacation. Like I'll just like stay back for like a couple days and then fly over to meet you guys in this other country. So then I can like do the latter half of the vacation with you guys. And that's what I was like, maybe that, maybe this, maybe all that stuff. I love my parents because like, couldn't you just ask Nintendo to like send it to you early, you know, so that you can record the video? I'm like, I love you guys. Like, I'm like, that's so sweet. No, I can't do that. I was like, no, I can't. I wish I could though, but like, there's a whole bunch of things of like, can't you do this? Can't you do that? I'm like, I wish I could. I can't, you know. And so I was like, all right, I can like do like this halvesies kind of thing where the first half is like I'm recording Echoes of Wisdom, and then the second half is going on vacation with you guys. I'm meeting you guys in this other country. The flight's like 20 plus hours long too, so I'd lose like half a day, or I'd lose like a day and a half of like time zones and everything. It was like a difficult conversation, but then my dad was like, you know what, honestly, like I love my family so much. They're so amazing. They're so supportive. My dad was like, honestly, it doesn't seem like it's not worth it. He's like, it's not worth it to like go halfway into a vacation, and then by the time you're there, you're going to be like jet lagged, and then, you know, by the time you leave, like you're going to just be over, and then you're going to be jet lagged again, and it's not going to work because like this is also like near TwitchCon, where you're already like going to like San Diego for that, and then before that you're actually like going to a wedding, and it's like a whole thing. And he's like, it's just not worth it, man. Like, just don't worry about it. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. Like, I don't mean to like not go on this vacation with you guys. I really want to. And my mom and dad were like, no, hey, it's totally okay. Like, this is important to you. Like, we support you. We're really excited to watch the video when it comes out. And I'm like, that's just so sweet, you guys. Yeah, so I'm really excited for Echoes. Like, I'm really excited for the game. It was just unfortunate that like the release date was like during something that I had planned for like a couple months ago, and I wouldn't like normally do this. I normally I'd be like if it was like really anything else, I would just kind of be like, just, you know, like I'll like let's say like let's say the new Risk of Rain DLC came out while I was like, and they're like, oh, it's going to be like while you're on vacation. I'd be like, you know what? I'll just play it when I get back. Play it when I get back, whatever. But this one was like so large where I was like, I rather than be like, I want to do this and not do anything else. Haha. I was like, I came at it with like, let's figure this out together as a family. You know, like let's really just try this. Like, what can we do to make sure that like I can still go on this vacation and then also like get this really awesome, like cool business opportunity, and like also, you know, because I know a lot of people really want to see me play this too, and like I want to make them happy as well. Like I really want to like, you know, be like, because I know like when Echoes of Wisdom comes out, a lot of you guys are going to be looking towards my channel and me to be like, oh, I really want to see my favorite streamer like play this game. I'm really excited, and I want to be excited with you, you know. So I was like, this is really difficult. So we just had to like come to that conclusion of like, oh, I'm not going on that vacation anymore. But I was like, you know, I'll pay for the next vacation next year, and that one's like there can't be another Zelda game that comes out during that year, right? Like, and the monkey paw curls, you know? Me, when I say I want another Zelda game, it's like it comes out while you're supposed to be on vacation. So I'm really excited for Echoes of Wisdom. I had to make like a weird decision besides that, but I'm really lucky that I have like a very supportive family about all of it. So that was probably a longer explanation than you wanted, but hopefully that kind of makes sense.
Bald people are just people with hair, but without hair, if you think about it.
So we go from like a really heartfelt conversation to true though. So true. Dude, I've been saying this. This is why I like my viewers. This is why I like Twitch. This is so fun.
Was there any thumbnail that surprised you to work better?
Most of the thumbnails that we have for our channel, I pretty much like know generally will work the best. I don't know, the recent one was like kind of like a strange one where I was like with the rock paper scissors, where the thumbnail is a rock, scissors, and then a gun. I thought the one with the I thought the one with the dolphin, lobster, and Erlenmeyer flask would have been like more popular, but I guess that won't surprise me. I don't know. I don't really A/B test with thumbnails that I don't think will do well, so I don't get really surprised too much.
A good tip that I know from art for checking contrast is to turn the image black and white and making sure it's not all similar shades of gray.
Oh, that's cool. That's a really good one. Good idea. Dude, this candle is like, it's melting all right, you know? Like it's going.
I've lost so much sleep to watching streams this week that I'm now sick. I'm sure though that this stream is meditative enough that I can get my health insurance to pay for these bits, right? Hash.
Yes. Fun fact. Oh, this is a crazy fact for you guys. If you're a streamer, right? If you're a streamer and you have your business, right? You have a business as a streamer, right? And you gift another streamer subs. It is networking and marketing right off your taxes. Most of the time. It depends on like the intent, but like still, you know, like fun fact. Obviously, like it matters on intent and everything else. You can't just like do that and just be like, I found a loophole. You know, if you're doing it with the intention of networking, then you can write it off your taxes. Oh, I don't know why that's muted. Well, that sucks for you, I guess. Why is it? All right, my little foot pedal is like off right now. There it is. Okay, that should be better. Oopsies. Shouts to the people who got scammed. Shouts to you guys. Or TTS. Appreciate you all. You know. What's a PointCrow stream without a little gambling, you know? Easy.
Hey Mr. Collector's Anxiety, are you gonna be playing the new Zelda when it comes out?
Yes.
Also, how do you feel about the concept?
I like the concept a lot. I like it a lot. Gives me big Link's Awakening vibes mixed with like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. I think they're trying to push the medium, and that's pretty cool. So.
Hey Crow, getting into voice acting. All the professionals are telling me that taking improv classes is a really good idea to help get into characters. Would you say that it's also a very good idea for streaming and content creation? Also, I miss our dates with YouTube chat.
Well, hey, hopefully you'll get your dates with YouTube chat soon. I think so. I don't like the thing is like I've been recommended, like people have recommended improv classes to me like a ton, and I do plan on taking those in the future just to get better at my job. So yeah, probably. I'm not too sure. I can't really talk too much on it. So I know the big the big proponent. I'll do it like this. I want to say this as like not a name drop, but just as a example of why I think that it is important. So if you take it from that way, then I think we'll be good. So my creative director, Kat, very tired Kat, she's really awesome. She used to work for Ethan Nestor, and then she worked for another popular creator before that, and then before that she worked for Markiplier, and so she has like, it's very early like YouTube days, like super early, right? It's actually her first editing gig, which was crazy. The reason why I mention this is because she's the one specifically recommending me to take improv classes, because she knows, for example, like Mark did that because he wanted to get better at improv, and the way that you do that is by taking classes and trying to improve it, researching, putting yourself into that space, and then trying to improve upon it. So yeah.
Hey Eric, I know what kind of reputation it gets. But if you really see fantastic fan art / fan content, please do check out Tumblr. There is a large murder they're making great, wholesome stuff.
I have been recommended not to check out Tumblr for the opposite reasons.
Hey Eric, what are you eating? Can you
Pasta.
send me some in a first-class envelope? Please and thank you.
You know what? If you look at it, you can get it in the. Yep, I'll send it in the mail. I got you. It's just pasta. Really good.
Do you have any plans to further address the jokes that everyone is tired of hearing, i.e., Fama 4, or should we all ignore those jokes and let them die off?
That's such a weird problem. It's so weird. It's so weird of a problem. How do I put it? Let me think real quick. I have some thoughts. So basically, like, it's such a weird problem because it's on one hand, right? Everyone always says like the family of 4, I'm gonna murder one, and blah blah blah, right? Or like even collector's anxiety jokes, right? You know, it's the same thing, right? Or like Aridos, you know, all these jokes, right? That like last for a long time. Everyone who says it are so passionate about like the channel, right? They love it. Hell yeah, dude. Like what? Like I will see it in the wild. I will be like scrolling through like whatever the hell website and see someone mention it. They'd be like, "Oh, you're also a PointCrow viewer? No way!" Right? That's a really awesome thing where you just like see people be like, "No, I also like that viewer," you know? Sorry, I also like that streamer. I always like the YouTuber. That's so cool. And so that's like, it comes from like such a great spot. And I like love seeing that so much of like, of people being like passionate about the things that I put out and the jokes that I say. Like that's so cool, right? When you mention like, is there a way to like address or blah, 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 I think you're coming from the point of like, I don't, sorry, I'm trying to like choose my words here. It's a very weird problem because it's like the joke is 2 years old since it started, of like family of 4, for example, right? It was fun. It was funny, right? It's great. But a lot of the times, what I like include in my videos and stuff are like new things, and new fun ways to like interact with the current playground of content that we currently have, right? And a lot of the times people will come in saying something like that because they're like, Family 4, can I be in a video? I'm like, that's not how that is. That's not how that works. And because like you can't explain to a viewer coming in for the first time like what this is because they need context from it. Sorry if you don't know what this is. So there was a joke about 2 years ago where there's a whole TTS sling of like, oh, I love, some guy randomly came into stream, I love watching your streams while murdering a family of 4. And I'm like, whoa, what the hell happened here? I'm sorry, that went from 0 to 100 real quick. Will you explain? And then like people kept building on the joke of like, I love watching your streams while watching somebody murder a family of 4. Right? It's like, oh, I love watching your streams by while being at the mortuary for a family of 4. I don't know what happened there, right? And like kept building. It was hilarious, so funny. And then when the video comes out, right, and everyone loves it too. Get a bunch of people like repeating the jokes, trying to build on it, trying to everything. So fun. 2 years later, people are still saying, they'll just come into stream and be like, hey, I just murdered a family of 4. By the way, can I be in video? Haha, love this stuff. And I'm like, it doesn't have the charm anymore of what it initially was. It's just kind of been like, okay, I'm glad you like the videos. We were in the middle of something over here. We're going to get back to that real quick. It's kind of like comedy has time and a place with it. It's such a weird problem because it's like, I don't know. Because I don't want it to stop. Because it's a joke that people really enjoy. And I really like that. But then it's also like hard to say like, hey, can we do it under a certain context? I don't know. I don't know what to do. So I just kind of vibe with it, and I don't really interact with it unless like it adds to anything. So if I'm like in the middle of if I'm in the middle of a stream, this is like kind of like what happens. If I'm in the middle of a stream of like Tears of the Kingdom, but I can't touch colors, right? And I'm like trying to avoid red or something, and it's a very precarious position, and the vibe is like, okay, guys, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. All right, we need to just cross this gap. Dun, 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 dun. TTS. Hey, PointCrow, do you ever murder a family 4? What about those puppies you kick? It's like, wait, what? Like, where did that come? Like it's a kind of slingshot, kind of brings you out of everything, right? Of like, it's kind of like a read the room kind of situation. I don't know. It doesn't have the kick. Unless it's like jokes like that need to have a kick, or they need to iterate on jokes like that need to iterate on the current existing joke. Otherwise, they don't land. It's like saying, hey, why the chicken cross the road? To get to the other side. And it's like, okay, no one's going to laugh at that, right? Because it's like, it's just, okay, we've heard the joke before, blah, blah. But it's only funny if you're like, oh, why'd the chicken cross the road? Because he had to do taxes. His family's not doing so well. Or like, the chicken, he's been in a rough spot recently, and crossing dirt paths, was, I don't know, but like, you see what I'm saying here of like, you got to iterate on the existing joke to make it something that you can't just repeat the same thing expecting the same laugh. you know? So then like what normally follows is like, if I would ever say like, guys, hey, let's like curb the family of 4 jokes. We're doing something else right now. Hell yeah, let's get into this, right? What about family of 5 jokes? It's like, that's like the logical, like that's been said. Like it's the same. It's like but it's so weird. But you see what I'm saying, right? Where it's like, I would rather, if you were TTSing that, I would rather you look at the current context and make a joke on that, which is rather than like repeating one that's already been done, because I want you to get a laugh out of my chat too, you know? But then it's also weird for me to say that because it's like, I want everybody to have fun in my chat and enjoy it. And the people, they're coming from a really awesome spot of like, I want to be involved. I'm like, hell yeah, I want you to be involved too. So I don't know. But then I feel weird also then being like, why are you doing that? Why are you, because then it comes, why are you enjoying my content? You know, it's like, no, that's not. So it's like a weird problem of like the people who hear it a lot, my regular viewers and stuff, are like, all right, we get it. Okay, cool. Family joke. All right. Then like the newer viewers who have never heard that before, they're like, that's so funny. I love that. Yeah, PointCrow. I'm like, I don't want to take that away from them, you know? So I don't know. I just kind of, what I do is I just kind of take it every time. Like I take it per message, per instance, and I'm just kind of like, was it funny in the context? Yeah, hell yeah, I'll laugh at it. I'll build on it. Was it not funny? Yeah, okay, then I just will kind of ignore it and just kind of move along and do whatever else I was doing already. I just kind of take it like at face value, I guess, you know, because I want people to enjoy my stuff. It's weird. I hope you guys understand that. I don't really, you know, it's like people saying like, hey, do you remember when you did this one video? And I'm like, yeah, I was a part of said video. Like, of course I remember that, you know, like, or even if I say no, like, it's like, all right, what's the follow-up here? Like, you know, it's like, but they come from a good point of like being like, I really enjoyed that. I would love if you did something like that again, right? Hell yeah, I want that too. But I don't really, it's a thing that I struggle with personally, of like, I don't know how to like take that and like redirect. Yeah, I guess I may be talking about this too long, but it's just a weird, because people care, and like, I don't know. I just wish that the energy would go from repeating old jokes that won't most likely get a laugh or even be in video or like or anything else, and just like directing that towards like things that are happening right now in the context. So if you want to, you know, be a part of that really cool, like, or just like have more fun, you know, then rather than repeat a joke you've heard before, you know, play on an existing one that is currently happening in the stream or like anything else. Yeah. I think that's my explanation. I think that's my explanation for it. So it's fun. I don't want anyone to like come across like, I don't want this segment to come across as like, gross. I just want to come across as like, I want to have the most fun possible with you guys. And if you are able to tell a family of 4 joke, right, and build on it with an existing thing and get people to laugh at that, go for it. Hell yeah. Hell it. TTS it. Little hell yes. But because it's such an old joke and people just tend to repeat old, like the same thing, it normally doesn't. So go for it if you want to. Hell yeah, like I'm down. But just realize that it's like maybe like it's just, you know, just repeating the same thing isn't just going to be funny. I don't know. That probably makes sense. Anyways, I'm gonna move on.
That candle's very long, but where's the girth?
It's not about the girth, you know. It's all about the length when you think about it. It's what they old pencil dick, you know. Call me that in college. We can end the stream, right? We can just end it there.
Eric, I'm so touched you chose to light a memorial candle on this, the day of my best friend's gruesome murder. He was killed alongside his 3 other family members.
Okay. All right, that's all right. That's see that's a good one, right? See that's okay. See, that's funny. That's funny.
How integral do you feel Botwin Zelda as a whole has been to your success?
Extremely. Nobody would be watching me if I wasn't able to do cool things in Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom. You know, take it or leave it. Yeah, but you see, that's funny because it's not just being like I killed a family of 4. I'm like, okay, cool. But it's like, like it's also like it's a gotcha, right? It was, I don't want to explain the joke to make it not funny, but like you get me, right? Where I'm like, I'll light a memorial for my friend. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. And the 3 other family members, I'm like, God, you know, like that's how you do it. Thank you. Hey, you know what? You capped it off. I appreciate you. Thanks, chatters.
This might be long over, but on the family of 4 comments, the fun of jokes in streaming is the riffing. If you don't add / change anything, it's not adding anything to the stream. Get creative. From Abby.
There you go. I'm also trying, by the way, I'm not great at this either. That's like one of the things I'm trying to learn about with like streaming is like, I gotta like get more creative myself. Sometimes I just kind of like fall into like a
viewer
rhythm
watching
of gaming,
right
you know?
now. Before you continue watching this video from now on, you must first watch PointCrow video number 45 for the needed context. Watch that first and come back.
Oh, okay. If anybody is watching this YouTube video right now, do me a favor, comment in the comment section what YouTube video 45 is, what my 45th video is. Let me know, and then put it in the comment section so that people can just be like, okay, this is YouTube for almost 3 hours in. Like, this is the YouTube video at this point. You have to watch YouTube number 45 for the context for this stream. Otherwise, you can't. You know, sorry about that. You got to go back, watch that first, and then keep going with the rest of the stream. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, but yeah, I'm still working on like my you know, sometimes I get like locked into like just like gaming, be like I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna go left and I'm gonna go down and then blah blah. I gotta get better at that with streaming. You know who's really good at stuff like that? Like Northern Lion. Mans will talk about everything and any dude. The man's has like a quip for everything, and I'm like, how the hell does he do that? Like he is the most knowledgeable about the most ridiculous things. He's like, oh yeah, Kate Winslet was in this one movie with Jared Leto. I don't know movies or whatever. And he's like, oh yeah, which was also in blah blah blah. That's a Rush Hour joke, right guys? And it's like, where did that come from? How did you make that connection in your brain? Which is crazy. And you know what's even crazier too? I have been watching Northern Lion. I told him this once. I started watching Northern Lion when I was in 6th grade. I'm 26 now. So it is such a weird phenomenon to see a guy grow up, meet a girl, get engaged, get married, have a kid, right? Do streams, right? Like it's like I've parasocially like been there with that whole thing. So that's crazy. Anyways, if he sees this, you're old. So can't wait for that to happen to me in like a couple of years.
I love murdering a family of 4 for making family of 4 jokes while watching your stream.
So that's like an example of like a family of 4 joke that's just kind of like, all right, cool. What am I supposed to say to that? Like, cool? Like, haha. But I'm also like, hey, I'm glad you like the stream. You know, like, you feel me, right? Just to like make it like a little bit of like, okay, haha, a little bit of a different.
You don't need family of 4 when you have a romantic dinner for 1.
Thank you. Thank you. Me and my coffee and pasta. The absolutely beautiful, beautiful combo here. Thank you very much. Ah. All right.
Okay, Eric.
Yo.
Between you and the candle, who has reach and who has flexibility?
Between me and the candle. Oh! Look at that! Dude, that's so. Wait. Can I? I'll turn it. I'll put the candle back on if I can blow it away. All right. Oh, that's so difficult. I tried. I tried, guys. I tried. That would be sick, though.
You mentioned earlier that you like engaging with chat and remembering people's names.
Stop.
So, do you remember the names of all your mods? Smile.
Nope. I'll always forget at least one. And that's just a fact.
To that person whose friend's family of 4 got killed, I'm sorry for your loss. I can't believe PointCrow and chat laughed at you for this. I guess it makes sense, he is evil and also kicks 4 puppies every day. Anyways, asshole, have fun in your vacation.
See, it's like... Anyways, we'll move on. What's free?
Just kinda crazy you are letting that food get cold. Like, think of how many people that could feed. Sorry, the shite jokes are preventing you from eating.
Dude. The wax. There's a wax thing right here. It's dripping now. It's also like, I don't know if you guys can tell this, but the candle's like a lot less tall now than it used to be. Like, it's a lot less tall. Are we even going to make it 10 hours with this candle? Huh. Like, the wax is like there. I mean, yeah, that's like what a candle is. But like, you feel me though? Like, it's like going, you know? Your name is Jimothy. I'm naming the candle Jimothy. And Jimothy will only exist with us for the next couple hours.
Crow throwing punches like might guy over here.
Wah, 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 wah. Too fast. Too furious. Did you know they made that movie after me? After they saw me in the boxing ring? They're like, oh shit. That guy's too fast, too furious. We have a name for the movie.
Yeah, you can't keep making the same joke over and over again. It gets old. Anyway, we met at TwitchCon and I told you I had just lost my wallet. I came in here a few months ago and let you know that I got my wallet back. Just wanted to...
Yo! It's Wallet Guy! That's how you do it. Alright. Nobody on YouTube is going to get this reference, right? So I have to explain the context for it, right? I have to explain the context for it. So Wallet Guy, this is a reoccurring bit. So Wallet Guy, last TwitchCon, which great, I have good news about TwitchCon for you guys too. Last TwitchCon, which is the convention for Twitch. I met this guy. I always forget how to Janake. Jananoke. Jay is what I'll call him for now. Who was like, hey man, like, glad to meet you, you know. But I lost my wallet. Like, he's like, I'm glad I got to see you. Like, unfortunately, like, I lost my wallet. Like, I was like, oh shoot, like, yeah, like, I hope you find it, you know. Took picture, everything, etc. Right, really fun. Comes in a stream like a couple days later, after TwitchCon. He's like, hey, I don't know if you remember me, but I'm the guy from TwitchCon who lost his wallet. I just wanted to let you know that I did find my wallet. I do have my wallet. I'm like, yeah, let's go. Hell yeah. Came in the next day, right? Or like maybe like a week later. He's like, hey, don't know if you remember me. I'm the guy who lost his wallet at TwitchCon. I just want to let you know that I still actually have my wallet. Just want to keep you informed. Like, oh, okay, cool. And then proceeds for the next like couple months, every single day of stream would come in at some point saying, hey, just wanted to let you know that I still actually do have my wallet. It has not been lost since. And it's like, if I don't have anything, right, at least I have wallet guy, the guy who still has his wallet. And that's wallet guy right there. Let's go. Oh my god. So anyways, that's the wallet guy lore. And then there's a whole wallet guy extended universe now that's like appeared over the past couple months, where there's like wallet guy fan who's like a fan of wallet guy, and then there's wallet guy fan who's a fan of wallet guy fan, but turns out doesn't actually like wallet guy fan anymore because wallet guy fan wanted to make an extended universe character called Purse Girl. And Purse Girl was like an upcoming movie that didn't do well because there's Purse Girl analysts who analyzed the movie of Purse Girl and was like, actually, this isn't good. But there's a Purse Girl analyst fan who's like, crazy. The Wallet Guy Extended Universe is like insane. There's like a Google Doc that somebody made of it. I'll see. It's probably in the Discord somewhere. But they made a full Google Doc of it. And I'm listed as a side character. They're like main character is Wallet Guy fan, and Wallet Guy fan, right? Like in the drama between them. And then side character PointCrow. He's just kind of there sometimes and helps out with the lore. And I'm like, excuse me? I'm a side character in this own saga? I understand. No, that's cool. No, that's cool. That's whatever. So... by the way, TwitchCon, good news, great news. If you guys remember, Yes or No Yes, the game show that I held during the subathon, about like 2 years ago, that went really well. That was really cool. Did I even talk about PointCrow Party last ice melting stream? I don't know if I did. Anyways, the subathon with Yes or No Yes. So Twitch reached out and they're like, hey, we want you to do a show at TwitchCon. And I was like, all right, I'm interested. And I pitched them a couple ideas. And they're like, actually, we really like this one. And they chose Yes or No Yes. So we are now doing a live show in person on the main stage of TwitchCon on Saturday. Not this Saturday, the Saturday of TwitchCon. Main stage of TwitchCon. Playing Yes or No Yes in person with all of you guys. And it'll be live streamed on the twitch.tv/Twitch channel. And also, it'll be co-hosted by Name Redacted. And also the banker will also be Name Redacted. It's not public yet. I can't tell you, but I will tell you this. If you whoever you want as co-host and also banker, they are involved. Like you will probably guess it. I will not confirm nor deny, but they are involved. That'll be really cool. So we're doing yes or no yes live at TwitchCon, and I hope you guys show up and be there. That'd be really cool. Yeah, so that's like really big news. I also can't say anything else. Never mind. I'm like, yeah, I would tell you guys if I wasn't under strict contract and NDAs. But you know, it's really cool. It's really cool. I'm really excited for it. So I'm also planning on doing some yes or no yes streams this next week and the week afterwards. If you don't know what yes or no yes is, it is basically deal or no deal. But I host it, so it's a little strange. And hence yes or no yes. That's just what it's called. Because it's no yes or yes. Anyways. So that's like a really cool thing that's coming up for this. So I hope you guys are excited for yes or no yes live.
The candle is almost your height.
Hey, this candle is like about a foot tall. Are you calling me that short? I'm almost 6 foot tall. What do you mean? Like, come on.
Sorry, wasn't paying attention to how tall the candle was. I was too busy watching your food get cold.
It's not that cold. I'm sorry. I'm trying to talk to you guys and like podcast while I'm watching this candle melt. My bad.
Guys, I finally understand why he can't name his moderators. He's too busy remembering Dax, Ratata, and his new best friend, Jimothy the Candle.
Hey, Jimothy, got me up. Wow. Love Jimothy the Candle. Ride or die right here. Only got limited time on this earth with him.
I burn candles for days to test this. Time to cry.
True. I think this candle will last for 10 hours, right? Probably. I don't know. It was like this big before. That's like a third. It'll probably be at the nubbins, like for 10, you know?
I'm new to your content. The YouTube video I watched of you was talking about how being a murderer was prerequisite to watching your streams. So I decided to come over, and now everyone is talking about murdering families of 4. I feel like I fit right in. Hi PointCrow.
Yo.
How has your skincare routine changed since the last 10 hours stream?
Oh, hey, good question. Good question. It has changed actually. I used to use, so when I was a lot younger, I used to not wash my face at all. When I was in middle school, I didn't know that was a thing you were supposed to do. Like, I was just kind of like, all right, whatever, you know? I can admit it, it's changed since, okay? I just didn't know that that's like a thing you do. And I had very like longer hair. I had like bangs and like, you know, everything like kind of bowl cut-ish kind of thing, you know? Like mullet, it was just a rag because I didn't know like what was good to have a haircut with or not, you know? And I went through puberty as you do, and I was zitted up like molten lava, kind of like just like bubbling all over, right? Like it was bad. Blackheads, white, every kind of head that you could have, you know, everything. And that's when I actually changed my haircut, where I didn't have like hair over my forehead anymore, because my hair was very greasy, just because I was going through puberty and everything. And it would like grease up my skin and stuff on my face. And so I decided to like basically cut it all off. And I've you know, I've kept with it since. So like I've had this short haircut since. I do have like a pretty gnarly widow's peak with it. That's just like my regular hairline, maybe slightly receding as it were. But you know, stress, that's kind of what that's caused by. But that's like hair stuff, right? But getting into skin, I eventually got into this like it's actually really sweet. My mom during those times, every night she would help me with some acne face care, where we'd have like a 6-step process to go through like all these facial cleansing masks and stuff, and we would just like chat for 10-20 minutes every night, or every couple nights, where we just like have it, and she would just help me with it and everything, but it was like a lot, so I didn't want to do it myself because I was lazy. And that's a whole different topic of conversation of like, I went from the most productive like middle schooler you will ever meet ever to absolutely the laziest person you've ever met in like the period of like 2 years. So basically the main thing about this was I ended up like asking my mom. I was like, hey, I want like some like facial cleansing stuff for life later, I want to apply it myself and like figure this out. So I ended up getting this Mario Badescu or whatever facial cleanser and stuff, which basically the only thing you need to know about this is I would like it would strip all of the oils from your face. It was very oily, right? Like extremely oily. Strip all of them from your face every single day for years, until recently. So I would just use that to wash my face like every morning, every night, right? Just like strip it. And then the beginning of this year, my skin, I don't know, something happened where my skin changed. I don't know what happened, but it changed on a dime. And I started getting extremely flaky. I was really stressed out, basically, and I was really, it was really flaky. It was really like, my scalp was dry, and it like, it just like every hair was falling out, like all this stuff. Like it was just like really bad. I went to a dermatologist and everything. I told them I was using this, and they're like, oh, you probably shouldn't be using that product. Probably like not a good idea to be stripping off all of the oils from your face all of the time, 24/7. I was like, oh, okay, interesting. So I don't really use that product anymore. I use some other like more softer facial stuff to like clean my face rather than like strip oils from it. I use like moisturizer and stuff too now for that. It's a lot better. I was like, I had to get on steroids for a little bit with my scalp and everything because it was like really flaky, falling off and stuff. And it's like, and don't worry, I'm off them now. You get on them for a short period of time, make sure that your skin like regrows and stuff like properly, and then you get off of them like immediately because you don't want like steroid dependencies. So that's kind of like how my skincare has changed over the past bit. I've also learned that you are supposed to shampoo your hair every day. So I do it like every other. And it also depends on like if I was sweating, like working out that day and everything else. Then you're supposed to do it like then like I do it to like, you know, like wash. So like if I'm like outside playing basketball and everything, then I'll like still obviously like clean my hair and shampoo and condition and everything, but like you don't do that like every day. So I learned that, you know. Yeah, so that's like what I've done, if you care. It's, I don't know why you would, but like I guess if you know, hopefully I told that story pretty well. Let me go into the laziness, right? Oh, that's such a fun story. How I went from like the most productive person in the history of the entire world to pretty much like bare minimum student. So basically I like what happened was in middle school, this is like when this big change happened. It wasn't like because of like puberty or anything, but this big change happened where I was doing work for every single one of my classes, trying to get straight A's as much as I can, kind of like in competition, like with my sister, because she was also like very good at her studies and very good at her classes and everything, and I wanted to be like on the same level, if not better than her. So I would study, and it got to the point where in I think it was 7th grade or 8th grade, religion class, because that's a thing. Religion class, every single week. Sorry, every single class that we had, we would have religion class every other day. We would have all of our classes every other day. So you'd have math day 1, math day 3, you know, and then math day 5, and you know, etc. Right? Like you'd have every, and then you'd have like science day 2, science day 4, science day 6. So I would have religion every other day, and you know, for like literature classes and stuff, it's like, okay, like read this book on Monday, and then next Monday like we'll talk about it and like do all the stuff, and stuff like that. And then like same thing with math, it's like, okay, I'll give you homework on Monday, it's due by Friday, make sure you have it at the end of the week. But with religion class, for some reason, they like the teacher was like, no, my class is the most important class that you should be paying attention to and studying in. So I'm going, and every teacher said that, which is fair, except for this one. And my most important class. And so you need to prioritize my work. And they would give like so much stuff of work. Like that's not English. Maybe I need to pay more attention in literature. But like so much work of like, we had to do large presentations, diagrams, billboards, trifolds, everything under the sun to describe like parables and like the biblical stories and all this stuff, and explain the significance and reasoning, and like, and not even stuff like that about the Bible, but just like, here's what courage is about. And it's like, whatever, right? I'm not religious. I don't care. If anything, that made me not. I was going into classes like that. I used to be a religious guy, being like, God, I pray to you or whatever. And now I'm like, no. Like, nah. That's not. Nope. So in case you're curious about that, that's a fun thing I don't think I've really talked about. But yeah, I kind of grew out of it. Yeah, I just kind of, you know, hey, totally okay if that's, you know, something that you practice, preach, whatever, you know, but not for me, you know. That's just, I've seen way, I don't know, it's just, I don't want to get into it too much, but hey, totally okay if that's for you. It's not for me. basically, it was like, but like these dioramas, trifolds, and everything, right? It was every single day. Monday, you need a trifold diorama, whatever, with presentation by Wednesday. Thanks for we would submit it. Thanks, cool. I'll go grade this. Now you have to make a. Now you have to go visit one of the churches around your blah 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 and interview the pastor, and then like let us know what that is. Need that by Friday. And it's like my mom's running around to like all these like material stores trying to get us all these things. Like I'm painting like as like one of my things, ignoring my math homework, like all like everything else, right? To the point where like halfway through that semester, I'm like, I don't care. I got burnt out as a 7th grader. Burnt out. Not even like homework burnt out, but like just burnt out in general. I was like, I don't care. I don't want to do any of this. Like, fuck this, whatever, right? Especially since like I was the tryhard, right? Trying to do everything in my class and everything. And then we would have constant group projects too that I would be having to do at the last minute because nobody else did it, right? So I would be just trying to kill it. And then it got to the point where I'm like, I don't care. I don't have to do this homework. I'll just kind of coast, whatever. I'd rather do something else. And then I would focus on my other studies. And I still got an A in religion class because it's that class, but it really was like the start of, I could be lazy and make it through. And so that's what happened. I am anything but now. But that was like a huge like thing in like, it was just kind of like a huge deal in my like education of like kind of like putting too much work onto a student where the goal of it is to give the student work rather than teach them the underlying principles that you're trying to educate them about. Yeah. Let me talk about this too, because I think this is a little fun conversation, like tangentially, is I see like as a engineer, as someone who has his engineering degree, I get a lot of people like I always see the discourse about like I get it now too. I get it as someone who has now been through this. Of somebody like you're sitting in like math class, right? Sitting in math class, and they're like, "Let me teach you the Pythagorean theorem." And then immediately everyone will have this thought at some point. They'll be like, when am I ever going to use this in life? When am I ever going to, I don't care. When am I going to use this? Why am I going to need to know the acute angle of a triangle to determine the obtuse part of the, whatever, right? Like, when am I going to use this? The answer is you won't. Most likely. The majority of people probably won't. However, it is still incredibly important to learn for 2 reasons. 1, going back to the whole YouTube talk that we had earlier, it helps you solve puzzles and problems. You are presented with an obstacle that you have no prior tools to solve. How do you acquire those tools in order to pass this problem? That's so important for you to know. The other thing is like, you might actually use it. I'm doing YouTube, but I'm using statistics, probability, regular theory. That's what I'm doing because that's something that I chose to like get into more. It is so important. Like, how are you going to do your, like, everyone's like, oh, I don't know how to do my taxes. And like, I don't know how to calculate compounding interest and all this stuff. It wasn't taught to me in school. It totally was. Are they going to teach you how to fill a 1099? No. Obviously, like that's a little bit more niche, but they do tell you how, like, what good investment is, or like how to, deal with finances if you were just paying attention in like classic algebra. Like, that's like actually something really important. And so it's like, you might not use the exact application, like proving theories in geometry, but you will use like the tools that you gain by doing that stuff to go through life as you work. And I think that if there is any discourse about like, actually you're wrong, PointCrow, in this case, I think you need to reevaluate your own critical thinking skills. Will I use second order derivatives ever again in my life? I don't know, but I know how to do that now if I needed to ever. Like, I don't know off the top of my head, but I know the resources that I can get to if I needed to, if I was presented with a problem. Like, I was going through my classes in like college, being like, I'm never going to have to find the heat flux throughout an object. When am I going to do that? Guess what? Literally in the next like couple months, during my work as a making railguns and stuff, I ended up having to do that exact problem, and I was like, this is actually like a real world application for this. That's so cool. And obviously that's like a very niche problem towards like somebody who's actually doing engineering. But like if you're talking about it for like, let's say you're going through algebra and you're like, I want to be an actor. And it's like totally different. Well, it's still like important to know algebra because it's problem solving, and you will still be using algebra through your life. Like, even if you don't think you're going to be doing so, there's so many times where it's like, I'm trying to calculate a percentage of something and people just don't know how to do it. It's like a super simple thing of like, hey, even doing like payroll, like paying people. That's an algebra problem. If you want to invest money into stocks, if you want to know how much you're paying for a mortgage, like that's arithmetic, but it's something that's important to use. Anyways, I'm going on a rant, but like the whole like, when am I ever going to use this in real life? You will. Just don't be like ignorant about it, you know? Like, you feel me?
PointCrow man's 45th video. Maybe speedrunning fitness games is harder than you think. It's a very informative video.
That's really funny. That's like one of the videos. That's like one of the first videos that actually went viral on my channel. That is like much needed context. That's really funny.
If Wallet Guy ever misplaces his wallet again, imagine chat's reaction after hearing that kind of update. Not sure how we'd recover. Also, don't forget Wallet Guy disciple.
Yes, I won't forget that. But yeah, I don't know how we would recover if he lost his wallet again. But like, you can't lie about it though. Like, you have to actually lose your wallet, you know? Or else it's like not like...
The beauty of Wallet
canon.
Guy is that he makes each message unique. They get harder to guess from the beginning the longer the joke has gone on.
Yes, 100%. That's why it doesn't get old. It's so funny.
It's John Cena.
Boo, 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 boo. Boo, boo, boo. Dude, it's so much smaller than it was before.
The candle looks pretty average to me. Taffy official.
It's unrealistic. It's an unrealistic. It's way too big, you know. No, nobody likes a candle this big.
Hello, Zilia here. Just wanna say it's been wild seeing your channel grow and evolve these last few years. And it has been my pride and honor to be one of your worst nightmares the entire time. Smile.
That's Xylia, yeah. That's funny. Hi, Xylia. Glad you're still here. Yeah, it's so cool to see, dude. It's so cool to see like so many longtime viewers too.
What parables can you draw between watching this candle burning and the Bible?
The parable of the mustard seed. I can draw that. It's the parable where Jesus has a mustard seed, and then everyone's like, "Oh my God, why are you mustard seeding everywhere?" And then he mustard seeds all over the place.
Eric, I'm sure you hear this a lot, but I wanted to tell you how much I love your content. I hope you know how valued your streams are to so many people. We appreciate you and the work you put into making fun and positive content, PointCrow.
That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. You're so cool. Yeah, I don't really remember
Do you
much.
have any drawing suggestions? I am bored AF and will draw it and send it later once it's done over Discord.
All right, I request that you spend 10 hours drawing a candle. It needs to be the most detailed candle you have ever made in your entire life. Like, this needs to be like God's gift to candles.
Hey, Hijabi Baddie here. Still sad that I was cut out of your first meetup picture at TwitchCon San Diego in 2022, if you remember that.
I do remember that.
Anyways, you're doing great and we're proud of you. Please pass that last part on to Abby and the mods.
Nah, I won't pass that on. No worries. Yeah, I do remember that you were cut out of the TwitchCon photo in 2022 in San Diego. Yeah. It's funny. Dude, TwitchCon, I'm so glad it's back in San Diego and not in Las Vegas. Las Vegas, crazy time to have, a crazy place to have TwitchCon. Mainly because, like the venue, well, it's like whatever, right? It was bigger than San Diego. But like just having it be in Vegas was just so seedy and weird. And then like they were also building the F1, like the Formula One racetrack while we were there, like at TwitchCon. And so you couldn't get around anywhere without like an hour drive. Like to drive down the strip would be an hour, a full hour. So you couldn't see any friends or anything, right? And then like everyone was busy, everyone was crowding things, like it just wasn't well organized. It was awful, and it was just gross in some cases. God. That was Vegas. Thank God it's back in San Diego. I will say this though, I was talking with Cutie last night on her stream, and we were talking about TwitchCon Vegas, and we concluded that the most fun part about Vegas was blackjack. So all of the content creators, right, who were like invited and stuff by like Twitch and everything, we were like in the same hotel. And so every night what we would do is we would go down to the casino in the hotel and we would just run blackjack games for hours. And it was fun, man. Like we had the weird, I was like, I remember like sitting at this one table and I was like, if there was a fly on the wall of any viewer ever to just like see this, they wouldn't believe it. Cause it was the most odd set of it was like a nightmare blunt rotation of people at this blackjack table. It was me, Doug, Cutie, I think Connor Eats Pants, like Pokimane and Germa. And we were all just like shooting the shit, playing blackjack with each other. And I was like, this is hilarious. This is awesome. And we were just having like a fantastic time. Like poor Germa, every couple hands, like took out his wallet. He's like, all right, give me some more chips, you know? Like Doug and I would like split, just for memes and funsies. I know like Cutie was Cutie was the first one at the table, like alone and then we started like going around, like with her, and she was like, yeah, I'm in the hole, like throwing chips, like classic, like here, you know, double down, you know, whatever. And I'm like, damn, okay, we got degenerate gambler here. It was, that was like some of the most fun, was like shooting the shit with like a bunch of streamers, just playing blackjack, which I will miss for sure at like, at the next TwitchCon and stuff. But it's one of those things that, rip. Right. Anyways, it's one of those, it's damn. Wow, it's like dripping. All right, sorry, I'm getting distracted by the candle that I'm watching for 10 hours. Who knew? But yeah, blackjack at Vegas was like one of my favorite things that we did for TwitchCon. It was just really crazy. I remember there was like one time, one of those days, there was supposed to be like a offline TV sponsored by Dolce Gabbana, you know, VIP party or whatever. And I remember trying to like, I'm not like the guy who's like, I'm trying to get into this party. Do you know who I am? First off, gross. Would never say that. Second off, I'm not like big into like clubs or parties or anything. So like, there was like a huge line and people being like, I want to get in, and like like loud, like music. And I'm like, hey, you guys just want to like, just want to go play blackjack instead? I don't really. So and then the next couple hours we just played blackjack. And it was great. It was a good time, you know? I was like, you know, like, it was like the only really good part about like Vegas, aside from like, you know, some of the other like Twitch concepts. Like I was in like a couple of shows, which were really cool. And the meet and greet was like a lot of fun. It was really funny. We were slotted for an hour for the meet and greet and ended up, going over like an extra 30 minutes. Cause I was like, no, wait, these guys waited in line. Like if you're waiting in line for like a while, like and then you're kicked out, like that sucks. So I was like, I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna say hi to all my viewers because they came here to say hi to me. I was like, no. So that was really cool. Hypothetically, if Twitch were to give me a longer time slot this upcoming year for TwitchCon, hypothetically, right? You know, that would be really cool if they did that. You know, so if you were going to TwitchCon, you would have a good chance of saying hi to me if they did that. But I can't confirm nor deny if they have done that yet. Sorry, I had a cough there, you know? So anyways, yeah, that'd be crazy if a friend asked for a longer time and actually got it. That would be crazy. Anyway.
Paint, ice, grass, candle. Long ago, the four nations lived in harmony. Then, everything changed when the boredom attacked. Only PointCrow, the master of watching things, could stop them, but for real, as a 4-ish-year vaver, it's...
Oh my god. Oh my god. You're so right though. Because watching paint dry is air. Watching grass grow is earth. Watching ice melt is water. Watching a candle melt is fire. Oh my god. I can't believe it. We've completed it. Am I the Avatar? Master of all the elements? I gotta shave my head now.
You're not only good at your job, but you do a great job of fostering a great community. It's so chill here. I wouldn't have stuck around without the creative content and the kick-ass chat. Y'all are a regular part of my day now, and it rules, Dax.
Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. I love that. I'm finishing eating my food. Right? Oh. I think we're actually like caught up on TTS. That's sick. That took 3.5 hours, but we did it. Nice. All right, nice. Let's see. What else do I got for you guys today? Do we start One Piece? You know what? No. We're waiting. I'll do that in a second. All right. It's a tradition that we talk about it. Okay. It's a tradition that we talk about One Piece. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just say it right now. All right. We'll go and do it. All right. So One Piece. The reason why I talk about it so much and so often, and like make it a point to like tell you guys about it specifically for streams like this, is because it's something that I personally care so much about. And you might be like, oh, One Piece watcher, whatever. No. Give me a chance, okay? Let me explain. And I will tell you why not only this means so much to me, but why it should also mean so much to you. Yeah. I will also preface this by saying I will recommend this generally to a lot of you right now. Probably several hundreds of thousands of people watching the YouTube video, and then, you know, thousands of people watching the Twitch channel. Thanks for watching, guys. I appreciate that. Those are really big numbers. That's so cool. But I will say this as you might give it a try, and might not like it. You might give it a try and then come and walk away with the conclusion saying, I didn't like that. And that is okay. That is okay as long as you give it a try. As long as you give it a try and you're like, I'm gonna check this out. You know, like let me like see about this. I'm going to give it a shot. But if you don't, then you don't know. If my rule about anything, before we get into everything, is if you shit on something and you haven't given it a try yourself, probably don't have a good place to, like, you know, it's probably not a good place to be talking about something like that. And I'm talking about this for like general media. I'm not saying about like murder, where you have to know murder's bad by murdering somebody so you can relate. Not what I'm talking about. A little bit of a different scenario there, you know? I'm saying about like with media of like, oh, I don't like, for example, I'd be like, ugh, Kingdom Hearts, gross. I have no basis for that other than I haven't played it, you know? Like, so I really, like, my opinion doesn't really, like, sort of, like, I can say, like, I don't know if it interests me to try to get into that based on what I've seen before. That's fair. But me saying Kingdom Hearts is trash without trying it, come on. Like, bad basis for your argument here, I guess, right? So, One Piece. If you know what One Piece is, it is a manga that has been turned into an anime, several movies, figures, card games, etc. Right? Is a giant multimedia property now. But it all starts with a manga, a book, comic book, as you would say, by Ichiro Oda, who is just creating a story. And I think it is one of the greatest pieces of media of all time. Of all time. And I think right now, and I'll explain it to you why and why you should give it a chance. You might not like it. You just give it a chance, right? And when I say my recommendation, I mean don't watch it. Don't watch it. The anime sucks. Awful. The reason why is because the anime started about 20 years ago on like 4Kids TV or whatever, right? Or Funimation, whatever, right? Like just it was censored. It was old. It's like the animation quality is like a still frame for 5 minutes while talking over with somebody else, right? Like it's really not, it's not kept up with the times. And so if you go into it, you might be turned away by the actual quality of it rather than the story itself. So if you want to witness it in like a thing that does keep up with times, I would give it a shot by reading it. You can read it on the Shonen Jump app. If you go on the App Store for either Google Play or Apple Store from iPhone, I believe it is $2 a month, maybe $3, right? And you might be like, microtransaction, that's so much. Oh my God. I've been reading the Brandon Sanderson book series recently, Stormlight Archive and everything. I just finished Mistborn and all that. I'll get into my Brandon Sanderson stuff later. But I've been reading a lot of that, and each one of those books is like $20. So that's a lot. But you can get a full year of Shonen Jump for about the same price. Maybe a little bit more. And that means the entirety on your phone, on your tablet, whatever you want, of One Piece, just for you guys. It's a wildly good deal, and I'm shocked that it's if you bought volume 1, buying volume 1, the physical copy of volume 1 of One Piece is more expensive than half a year of the Shonen Jump app. Which is crazy. so just put, you get access to like all 1,100 chapters, right? So that's an incredible value. I am not sponsored. I am required to tell you whenever I am asked to, like, whenever I'm doing an ad, I'm required to tell you I'm not. I want to make that very clear. So read it. That's where I'm going. Whenever I recommend it, read. Okay. So One Piece means a lot to me, because I personally am a guy who loves world building. I love immersing myself into a new piece of media in order to like engross myself into, like, you know, I want to get lost in it. I want to care about the characters. I want to like, oh my God, I can't believe they did that. Or like, yes, please, of course. You know, like I want to get involved. I want to care. I want to be engrossed in it. You know, I want to live in this world that has been made up by the author. That is my goal when I get into reading something. And I want a good story that has like some a compelling narrative where I can get involved. And that's what One Piece really brings. I started it initially I was a Naruto fan, you know, like I would try to stay up to Adult Swim on Cartoon Network. And I remember when they were airing the Genin exams, tuning exams, when they were just getting. And I remember like seeing Rock Lee versus Gaara, like their battle, like live, you know, not live, but like when it was airing like on Cartoon Network. And so I was, oh, hell yeah, right? You know, cheering them on. I remember going to Ralph's, the grocery store near me, when I was younger, and you know, we had like a little we had a little, like, not policy, but like, you know, every now and then, like my whenever my mom would take my sister and I onto errands, you know, we would end up begging my mom of like, oh, can we just have one thing, and this is something that like I've carried into my adult life, where it's like, and I'm very lucky that I can do this, not everyone can, of course, but like whenever we would go out and my mom would bring us on errands, my sister and I would get like one thing that we can buy, like one thing, as a like, thanks for, be kind of like, hey, thanks for dealing with like us going on errands so you're not bored. And so whenever I like go to like a cool new place, like with friends, like for example, like going to like H Mart or something, you know, cool new place, but whatever, I'll be like, all right, you got to get your one thing, which is a one new crazy thing that you have not tried before. So then you're getting your regular like groceries, for example, like, all right, I'm getting my like flank steak, I'm getting like my chicken, I'm getting whatever, right? And then you get like something weird and new, like what is like lobster chips taste like, you know? And then you never know, you might like it, or you just might hate it. It's a good experience, right? But it's like your one thing. And so my one thing that I had when I was younger was we went to Ralph's and we were walking up and down the magazine aisle for some reason, because I think my mom had to get like a card for like a birthday or something. And I saw plastered right there in the center was Naruto. And I was like, oh, I know that guy. This was in 2006, by the way. 2007. It was in 2007. It's early 2007. And I remember this because I picked up the magazine and I was like, Mom, can I have this? Can I have this? And she's like, all right, you know, like, is that your one thing? Yeah, that's my one thing. And so I picked it up, you know, and brought it to the cash register, bought it out and everything. And I still have it. That's the thing. The reason why I know that it was mid 2007 is because I still have that magazine. It was the Shonen Jump magazine, the print version when they ran those like a lot. They still do, but like not as much anymore because it's gone largely digital. But I still have that Shonen Jump magazine of Naruto, and it was I think the chapter they were on with Naruto was, I think they were in, oh my God. I think they were in the shooting exams still, but like in the forest earlier with the chapter, because it was like an older. I'll have to look it up. But the thing I remember now though is I read that front to back, right? And like obviously like it's weird because I don't know any of the other manga in the in the magazine. I just don't know any of them. But it brought me in because of Naruto, and I got exposed to so many cool other things. I think they were running like Yu-Gi-Oh, like the OG Yu-Gi-Oh like manga, or it was like GX or something there too. And they were running like a couple other like one-shot weird ones. Yu Yu Hakusho was in it. Shouts to Yu Yu Hakusho. If you don't know, that was the manga that came before Hunter x Hunter. They're the same person. Love Yu Yu Hakusho. If you guys ever like tournament arcs in manga, Yu Yu Hakusho was the one that definitely popularized it. So shouts to that. But in the magazine was One Piece. And it was chapter 123, where they are on, oh God, what's the island called? I won't spoil it, but like there's, try not to spoil it without like, it's past Whiskey Peak. It was called Little Garden. I think it was Little Garden. I think that's what it was called. Where they were on Little Garden. And that was the first exposure I've ever had to One Piece. And I loved it. I thought it was so cool. I thought it was so neat. There were some cool powers I didn't really understand because I obviously didn't read the first 123 chapters. But I loved it. And I begged my parents to get me a subscription to Shonen Jump. And back then it was like $25 or so per month. And this is like a couple years ago, so it's not $25 now where I can just pop a 20 and call it a day, right? You know, it's like this is a lot. This is like the equivalence of like $60 right now, you know? Like it's a lot per month for Shonen Jump. And I had to beg them for it. And turns out like they ended up getting it for me because I got good grades. I got good grades. They're like, hey, you know what? We'll buy you a subscription to Shonen Jump if you get A's in your classes, all A's in your classes for the semester. And I worked hard. I got those A's to get that subscription, and then I'd get the magazine every single month, and I would keep up with One Piece. And I was there at the end of Yu Yu Hakusho when that finished. Then when they dropped Yu-Gi-Oh, when they added a couple other one shots, you know, when everything else was going on. Yeah. What was it? It was Gourmet Hunter, was it called? Oh shoot. Anyways, there's a lot. But where I'm getting at this is the one consistent part was One Piece. I would read One Piece, everything with Naruto. Went to Shippuden. I remember going to Borders bookstore, not Barnes and Noble. I was a Borders guy. I went into Borders. I would buy volumes of Naruto that I still have, and getting some One Piece. I remember and that's when I got Naruto like volumes 1 through 29. Like I would spend, like I was like consistently like the gift you would give me for Christmas was Borders gift cards, because I would just immediately go to Borders and then spend it on new volumes of Naruto to read them. And I have like I think volumes 1 through 29 or something like that. And one of those days I was like, you know what? There's this other really cool manga in Shonen Jump, and I'm curious about it. Sure. And I bought volume 1 through 3 of One Piece. It was a mega book where it was all 3 volumes in one book. And I was like, all right, I'm going to give it a shot. And I started reading all of One Piece. And this was also back when there wasn't like Shonen Jump app or anything out. And I ran out of money because I was like 13 and I didn't do my chores for my allowance. And you know, like, and so I didn't have money, right? So I just ran out. And so what I would do is I would, and Shonen Jump didn't exist at like a cheap price like it does now or anything. And so I would go online to forums and hope that somebody uploaded a scanned copy of the newest chapters so that I could read them, because I couldn't afford it otherwise. So I ended up catching up to One Piece that way, and I ended up buying all of the volumes since. I think I have every single volume of One Piece. I ended up retroactively going back and buying all of them again, because I was like, first off, like, gotta support, you know, my favorite creator in that way. And like, it was kind of like a, hey, I know I did a bad thing earlier, but like, you still got the money. Like, when I was like in my mind, I was like, I'm going to do this, but like when I have the money, like I'm going to pay for it, I promise. And then I did, and that made me very happy. But I ended up catching up with it and everything, and it's just been a constant in my life since I've ever been like a child. And it is one of those stories. This is where I get into the story, but don't worry, no spoilers in chat. I please, from the bottom of my heart, please do not spoil it for any. This thing is crazy. Oh my god, it is going. Is this gonna last 10 hours? This thing's like flaring up. Damn, it just like a lot of that wax just left. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, like it's you know, oh, used to be that tall. We're not even halfway. So One Piece, the story about it that I love so much, and please do not spoil it for anybody, please. And there's a reason why I'm going to make this plea to you as a regular, like just an average person being like, I don't really know what this is. There's a reason I'm going to make this plea to you right now. It's because you don't have time. You don't have time. And I will explain that in a second, but you don't. You need to get into it now. The story of One Piece, I won't spoil, don't worry. But the thing that makes it so special is a lot of the times when you're reading other manga, looking at other stories, you know, just kind of going through other books, narratives, etc. A lot of the time what will happen is you will follow the events of the main characters. And you might not notice this, but upon reflection, upon finishing it, you might realize that the world really kind of revolves around those characters. And that's okay. You tell a good story, tell a good narrative, you know, invoke some emotion, you've done your job. But in case you really want to engross yourself into a world, a lot of the time, the world revolves around the characters. Events won't happen outside of the characters knowing what they are. That's totally okay. But in One Piece, the thing I love is that sometimes the characters, the crew, the team, have to make decisions. And these aren't just like one-off decisions. Oh, this is so easy, haha, you know, I can just do this, right? No, these are like, some of these are like kind of morally complex decisions on like, what should you do here? And based on those actions, they have lasting consequences for the rest of the story. Like if you, for example, kill a guy, we'll use a random example, okay? You kill a guy, chapter 30 or something, right? You're like, whatever, bad guy, haha, teehee, whatever, and then move on. Well, later in like chapter 400, that family's coming to get your revenge. Like they have not forgotten about that day, because that was incredibly impactful to them. And they have gone around the world doing other things in order for them to forward their own stories and get revenge against you, the man who killed them, like their family member, right? It's like things like that. That's an aggressive thing, but it's like, or you make a decision of like, you know what? I know you want to join my crew, for example, but not right now, maybe later, right? Well, that person is going to go around the world doing their own thing, right? Like your actions have consequences for the rest of the world and they have to deal with it. And that's one thing that's really cool about One Piece is that constantly, like over and over and over again, you are reading the story and the things that are happening currently as we stand are recontextualizing previous chapters. There's this one arc. I won't say what it is or anything, but if you know One Piece, you know it. There's this one arc that a lot of people that when they read for the first time are like, this was a cool arc, but kind of mid. You know, the whole story of it, this little like arc story was like, it was like all right, not really exciting to me, but just kind of okay, you know. But the thing is the cool thing about that one arc is that every couple months after that, there is a new piece of information that comes out that recontextualize that whole arc to be something so extraordinary, something so different, something where it's like, I can't believe this was foreshadowed so early. That's why it felt at the time so useless and so like weirdly contrived or weirdly blah blah blah. It's because no, like that's how it would feel for the main characters as well, because they don't really understand it. But upon these recontextualizations, upon these new revelations that come to be, it's like, no, that was planned since the very beginning. And that's why it feels so weird. And that's one of the really cool things about it, is that like the more you learn, the better it is. And the more you read, the more rewarded you are for already reading. And so that's like something that I really like about it is it just like keeps on giving the more you go. That, and also, don't you ever hate like reading something like and you're like, oh, it's not finished, so I don't know if it's good. The cool thing about this is that it's been very public and very like well known about this is that the author of One Piece has very explicitly come out and said, no, I know the ending. I know the ending. I know all the major story beats. I know everything. I have had this planned out for years, 20 plus years now. All I need to do is just tell the story. So there's no real part of the story that's just being like, okay, cool. Now what? Okay, now what? Okay, now we have this. Now what? We're trying to figure it out, like with the consumers of like, okay, I'm just gonna do this plot twist just to get them more involved. Like, no, it's all planned. The reason why that one arc wasn't as like important as you thought is because the characters, it wasn't. But that was planned out because that was planned foreshadowing. There was and I won't say this either, but later in the recent chapters, there was recently like a revelation about, and I kid you not, chapter 1, where it was like, oh, that's why they did that. And it in every single character isn't just like a one-dimensional character. Everyone has motivations for what they do and how they got there. Obviously, there's like some that aren't as fleshed out as others, right? You know, like, but there's moral dilemmas where it's like your villain is doing it because they think it's actually the best case for them, because there's no other option they could have gone with, or if there was, it's their character flaw. But they're not like evil for the sake of being in opposition to your protagonists. That's just how they are, and they're just against your protagonists. You know, there are moral questions throughout all of it, that's one of the things that I personally just really love. And so the world building of One Piece is just ridiculous. It's amazing, I mean, I've grown up with it for pretty much all my life, and it's something that I just like hold so dear and close to my heart. The other thing is, when I say you don't have time, let me get to that. Let me address that now. You don't have time. Oh, actually, let me go one step further. A lot of people will sort of say, I don't know, I don't really want to read One Piece. It's so long. And I'll be real with you guys. I'll be completely I don't understand. I wish I have tried to understand that like argument, not even argument, but that like excuse, not excuse, that like reasoning for not wanting to get into it. But I can't, maybe it's because I'm such a big fan and I'm so lost in the sauce about it, and like I'm so like aware of it, and I like know, and I like it so much that I can't really understand. So that's, you know, putting my bias is like clouding my judgment right now. But like I've never really understood that, because if you do like something, right? Like you ever get really involved with something and you're like, man, I wish it was longer. Like I wish I got more like involved with the story. Like I wish I knew more about like I wish the world was fleshed out more. Like this is what it is. There's like, and I think there's a couple things where it's like you want that. Like you want it to be long. You want it to be an involved story. I think there might be some concern there that the story like being so long means it's drawn out and stretched and everything. It's not. I'll tell you that. It's really not. That's an accurate thought if you think so. But let me put it like this. Bleach, one of the most popular manga of all time, was canceled. Like they towards the end of its life, at the end of the 1,000-year Blood War arc, they canceled it. They were just like, yep, it's not getting the sales that we want it to. So we're going to nix it, you know, end it. You have 3 chapters to end it right now. What? Yeah. Okay. Naruto, not a rushed end, but very much like it was actually the opposite problem. They're like, keep it going. But you know, there's that. And then there's a ton of different like manga that enter Shonen Jump and just get like 20 chapters later, they're like, yeah, it's not hitting, end it right now, start something else. We need more space in the magazine. It's pretty cutthroat of like what remains on Shonen Jump and what doesn't. And the fact that One Piece has largely remained one of the top selling manga of all time and has largely remained unchanged due to editing, speed of like either nixing it or speeding it up or whatever with narrative, and just allowing like Oda to tell the story the way that he wants to, is like, it is such a powerful note of like, no, this is good. Everyone knows that this is good. It's not going to get nixed. It's not gonna the fact that it's gone for so long without something like that means that it is such a quality story that you should check it out. And so let me get into the thing of like, you only have so much time, and you really only do have so much time. Like you're running out of time because it's going to end. It's going to end. We are in the last arc pretty much. Maybe the last 2 arcs. 2 or 3. It's going to end. And the thing is don't you want to be there? First off, I'll appeal to that. Like, don't you want to be there when it ends? Like probably one of the largest media conglomerate, whatever things, you know, when it ends, don't you want to be there at the very final chapter? Be like, I read that. I was a part of it, you know? Don't you, like, one of the big things is getting the one. I want to be the king of the pirates. I want to get the One Piece, right? This giant treasure, right? Do you want to know what that is? Like, you want to be there when they get that at the very end. That's one thing. Don't you want to be there? Don't you want to be like one of the people like that? Let me peel the FOMO real quick. Second thing is that we are in the end right now. Like we are in the final steps leading up to the very end of the manga. Like the story is ending. And the thing is that you only have so much time to read it before you get spoiled. Seriously. Up until about a year or 2 ago, you couldn't really spoil One Piece. Like, you really couldn't. You could be like, oh, this happens in this arc, and you'd be like, okay, I don't know what any of that means. Like, you'd just be like, okay. Like, cool, sure, I guess. And then something came out. a huge revelation in the story. One of the biggest one, that changed everything, happened about a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago. And if you look for it, you can get spoiled. It'll change the way you read the entire manga now. Like, just knowing that fact, this one piece of information will recontextualize everything in a way that you're not supposed to know when you read on the first way. So you could get spoiled right now. And I am like hoping that my friends that are reading right now don't get spoiled for that. Really. Because it's one of those things where you read all of it, you get up to this point, they tell you this information, you're like, oh my God, you want to read all of it again. But if you know that going into it the first time, you're not going to get that experience. And it's going to be a lesser experience for you because you didn't get into it sooner. And that's just something maybe you're okay with that. Maybe you're okay with that. But I'm just telling you right now, as we know, that's something, you know? Also, let me give you some FOMO with that. You weren't there when that happened. You weren't a part of those Discord groups, Twitter. You weren't part of your friend group. You weren't part of like all these other people. Like even my Twitch chat, when it happened, we were like, I went live and I was like, holy shit, guys. I can't say anything, but like it happened and oh my God, right? You weren't there when that happened. And there's other really cool things that are happening right now where you could be it, you know? It's just one of those things where there's some really awesome like lore involved, world building, things that we have been wondering for years. I mean, I've been wondering this for, you know, like 15, 16 years now, like of my life. Well, actually 18 years of my life. About all these questions that I have about One Piece and the story. And so, basically, what I'm trying to like kind of come across here is we're in the end and you don't have time to read it. But let me tell you to start now. I know it's really fun too. Every now and then I get like people coming to my streams, saying, hey, PointCrow, you know, I just watched your ice melting stream and you said to give One Piece a try. And you know what? I tried it out. And initially I didn't really like it, but like, you know what? I kept with it. And it's like one of my favorite things now. Thank you so much for telling me to try it out. And I'm like, oh, thank you. I'm like, oh, I'm so glad I could like give you a new favorite media. That means so much, you know? And I'm just so glad that I could like get people like into like what I'm into as well. But yeah, it's one of those like, I guess like at the end of my convincing here or whatever, right, is please. That's the only thing. Is just like, I don't know, it means a lot to me. And if it's not obvious by the way I talk about it, it's more than just like a favorite piece of media of like, oh hey, you should read Jujutsu Kaisen because it's really good. By the way, it is really good. You should. It's pretty cool. But it's like it. I'll put it like Jujutsu Kaisen, Chainsaw Man, right? S tier stories and anime, so good, amazing. Pale in comparison to One Piece. Pale. You cannot compete with something like that. You cannot compete with a monolith. It's like someone writing the Odyssey at as it's going on. Like you were there while Homer is like writing, I don't know, like book 9, you know? Like that's what's happening right now. It is a modern epic, as it were, you know? And so wouldn't you want to read it? I don't know. Like, isn't that something that you would be interested in? Anyways. Big stretch. So I don't know. I would give One Piece a shot. I know. Let me put it like this too. I keep saying that, but like, my friend Trey, I've been trying to convince him to read One Piece for years. Like ever since I knew him for the first time. I'm just like, hey, you should check this out. I really like it. And just this year, he actually started watching it. I was like, you shouldn't watch this. You should read it. And he's like, I'm not big on reading. I'm not gonna do that. I'm like, all right, I guess you could watch it, but like, I just want to like make it very well known that like you're not going to enjoy it that much if you watch. Like the odds of you enjoying it while watching it are very low, like extremely low. Like you're not going to. I don't think you'll like it. And it's like, okay, so I'm gonna give the first couple episodes a chance. I'm gonna read it English dubbed, like the 4Kids version, and I'm gonna give it a shot, and just watch like the first couple episodes and see if I like it. And I'm like, I was like, the odds of him actually enjoying this are so low. I'm like, he's going to watch it, and he's not gonna like it, and then it's going to kill any chance of him even trying to get into it, I have good news for you guys. I have really good news for you guys. The other week he comes to me and he's like, he's like singing the theme song. He's like, come along, da 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 da, or whatever. I don't know. I haven't watched it, so I don't really know. But like, he's like singing the classic One Piece opener, and he's like, yeah, like I want to, like I love these characters. Like, oh, like Zoro's badass. I hate Usopp though, but like I love that. Like Nami's so cool too. And I'm like, all right, he's in it. He's in it, and I'm like. And I'm telling you too, like the cool thing about it too is like you shouldn't really watch it, in my opinion. Like if you can read it and you can stomach reading it, then like you should do that over watching it. But the animation for the past like couple hundred episodes, I know 100, oh my god, there's so much, we get back to the long anime long series debate thing that I already addressed. But like the past couple hundred are some of the most beautiful animated episodes that you have ever seen in your entire life. I'm serious. If you like Demon Slayer, for example, and you're like, wow, those are so pretty. I love the animation quality. Oh wow, Chainsaw Man's just a gorgeous. That JJK season 2 Shibuya incident was nuts, right? Like that is every episode of One Piece, if not more, now. So that's good news, The other thing about this as well is they just announced, and good news for you. You can wait for this if you want. That's totally okay. You can not take my advice on any of this if you want. That's also totally okay. But they just announced that they are reanimating all of the episodes of One Piece soon. So they are starting from chapter 1 and reanimating it all with the current technology that we have for it. So if you don't like reading, there is an option for you in the far future to be able to watch all of One Piece. So good news, for you, if you want that. Anyways, watch, read, whatever, consume One Piece. It's really good. I cried, and I have cried so many times reading the manga. That's how you know it's good. I just want to put that out there. It's like, it's emotional. It's fucking pictures and words on a book. How do you cry against that? No, you get into it though. You get into it. They're like, I want my friends, and I'm like, it shouts Eddie's lobby. That's a fun fact too. This is a little cool thing. It's like that I love myself. I love this about like my life right now. Is there's a little Discord server that I'm a part of with a bunch of other friends, and some of which are content creators, some of which are not, and just friends. And we don't talk about any like. There's no like streamer talk of like, oh, what collab or what. No. It's just like, it's just One Piece. It's just, it's just that. And it's really just like every chapter that gets released, we have a new channel and we just chat in the channel about the new chapter. It's our little book club that we have over the chapters of One Piece. And I remember when that big reveal that I won't say happened, we all hopped into a Discord call and collectively like screamed for 10 minutes. I remember specifically it happened. Like I read it, and then Abby was living with me at the time, and so I don't even know if she knows this. I went into my closet and when Bob's in headphones, went into the call and started yelling about it because I was like, I she's not caught up. Like I can't like spoil that for her. And so I was like really just kind of like really excited about it and everything. Anyways, I thought you guys would enjoy that fact about One Piece and my current stuff. So yeah, give it a shot. This is my yearly sort of like, hey, just heads up. I'm not gonna promise that you're gonna regret it if you don't, but it doesn't hurt to try. So anyways, yeah, pretty cool.
I started reading One Piece because you recommended it so highly during the ice melting stream. I'm now all caught up and will recommend it to anyone, so thanks.
Yeah, exactly. I'm so glad you're all caught up. That's so cool. Yeah, like you got it. It's so good. It's like everyone I've recommended to and they've given it a shot, they've all liked it. I have 100% success rate.
I usually play your streams when I'm going to sleep to reduce anxiety. I love the 10-hour ones, cause I can still wake up and the stream is on. Do you have any favorite classical composers?
Grieg. Yeah, I guess it's more like modern-ish, but like Grieg is one of my favorite. Wedding Day of Trollhagen is S tier piece.
Hey, on the topic of anime, you should give Muramashi to Iruma-kun a try. Definitely my favorite anime/manga of all time. I don't know if you'd like it, but I'm always trying to spread the agenda lamau. It's essentially My Hero Academia.
Oh shoot, it cut off because it was too long. I'll give it a try. That's one of the things. If I recommend something to somebody and they recommend something back, I'm like, all right, I'll try out your thing, because that's how I would want like it to be to me as well. Like if I recommend you guys One Piece, right? And you guys are like, well, you should try this out too. Yeah, I'll try it out. Because like that's the same energy that I want to put into the world,
Chat, it has been 4 hours since we last saw Eric PointCrow's eyes. My memory is fading. Does he even have eyes? I'm not sure anymore. What is real? I only know candle and sunglasses.
I have to wear the sunglasses because like otherwise it's going to burn a hole in my retinas. All right? And these aren't just regular sunglasses, by the way. These are like actual PPE.
Hi, it's Abby. I texted you, but I think we should cut the wick a little to slow down the flame because now I'm scared we won't make it to 10.
Sure. Are you still here? Oh, I don't know if you are. Sure. Do you want to do it or should I do it? I realized that I have no way of actually having you contact me again. What was it talking about before that?
Spoilers, the real One Piece was the friends we made along the way.
Well. Oh, I'm getting a call. Oh, okay. Hi, you're on stream. Oh. Oh, whoops. Okay.
If you don't mind me asking, but as someone as myself who wants to start a YouTube channel / start streaming, what do you recommend?
Wait. Okay, sure. I'll do that. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Bye. Okay. So, what was it? It was YouTube advice. Hour 2. Check out hour 2. That's my recommendation. Okay. Chat. So I'm going to really quick. I'm going to keep this burning, blow it out, cut the wick slightly, put it back on fire, and we're good. So I'm going to go real quick and grab scissors. Yeah. 1 second. Okay, I'm here. I'm back. Cool. Sorry about that, guys. I wanted, sometimes I'll have to do that. I made the liberty of going to the bathroom real quick too, because there's only so much time I can actually hold it in for 10 hours. All right. So blow it out, cut, and then fire. Yeah. What's so smoky? Oh. Technically, it's still melting, There it is. There we go. Yay! That might have been too much. Hey, it'll be fine. Because it'll melt like a whole bunch, and then this will be good. So we just did a wick cut at like halfway through, so this should last for the rest of the 10 hours. Yeah, that's pretty good actually. I think it's pretty good. Not me being trapped in a room with wax fumes for 10 hours. Maybe that's why I'm gonna go insane. I always like hallucinate when we do these things. Anyways, so all right. I got the weirdest job on the planet.
You and Doug should grow out your hair so you can compete to be the least bald.
I did that during the subathon. I was rewatching some of the subathon VODs a while ago when we did the stream that doesn't like end until time goes down. I ended up rewatching some of those subathon VODs, and damn, my hair was grown out, because I made it a point. I wanted to specifically, one of the funniest things about doing the long 525-hour stream was that I would not shave or cut my hair or anything to show the passage of time. And oh my god, did I look deranged. Oh look, wait, look, the fire is going a little bit more, look.
Are you going to GalaxyCon in San Jose this weekend? Luffy's voice actor, Charles Martinet, and many BNH voice actors will be there too. I will also be there. Maybe I can also get your autograph for 300 bits.
I won't be at GalaxyCon. I don't really go to conventions aside from like TwitchCon and maybe like PAX. I went to PAX last year. Or this year. This year! I went to PAX this year. It was this year. Yeah, I didn't, but if you go to TwitchCon, I'll be there. I'll be at TwitchCon for sure. I went to PAX this year with the intention of investing in games, investing in video games. I wanted to. One of the reasons was I was able to pay for a full mod developed of Breath of the Wild for multiplayer, right? And I was like, that was really cool. That was really awesome. I didn't know that that was something that I would be able to do. And we did it. And it was really cool. So I was like, I want to invest in video games because I want to do something similar where I put money towards a game and we develop it and it releases and you guys get to play it. And it's also like a natural progression as like I stream games and everything else, you know, like why don't I invest in games? Because I don't know, like, I'll be real. I don't know much. I'm not an armchair developer. I recognize that there's a ton of people out there that know more and know better about producing video games than I do. But good news is that I have the capital now to be able to help other people achieve kind of their dream of releasing a really cool game. And if they have like a really like cool, ambitious idea and stuff, then I would like to help them like with that. So I went to PAX with the goal of doing that. And unfortunately, I didn't really find anything that like I found some like really cool games and games that I really liked, but nothing where I was like, I am so confident that this is going to do so well and that I really like it as well so much that I'm going to like it. So we didn't find anything this year, but I am keeping my eye out for games like that. So we will see.
Hi, it's Dear.
Yo.
My best friends are obsessed with One Piece and are trying to get me to read and watch it. They say I'm most like PointCrow. Is that accurate? I have no context.
So accurate. That is the most. Yeah, that's you are. Yep. Yeah. That's really funny. That's great. That's actually like who you are as like a person. So that makes a lot of sense.
I started One Piece when it first started back in 1999. I kept up with it till around 2007 or so. Hearing you be so excited about it makes me happy and I plan to get started again. Now to find the volumes I have, D.
That's awesome. Oh my god. Yeah, you will. I'm very jealous. Because you get to experience it pretty much for the very first time again. Especially with like the latter half of the story. That's really exciting. It's really exciting.
Give orange me, give eat orange me, eat orange, give me eat orange, give me you.
I'll take the free 300 bits. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Hey, no. Hey, no, keep it. I'll take your money. Like I'll do that. If you want to give it to me, I'll take it.
I was going to use this for college, but I feel like you need it more.
All right. I think this will probably last for the next 5.5 hours. Like this amount of the candle. I'm pretty certain of it. Oh, I don't think I ever like said it either. Like fully. I don't think I ever said it like fully, but like the reason why I'm wearing sunglasses is because I don't want to burn a hole in my retinas, you know, and these are properly tested PPE glasses for staring at a flame or for looking at it. And if at any point whatsoever I end up having any sort of eye strain, I also have these like welder's goggles too that I can put on, you know, in case I wanted to like, aha, look at that. That'll definitely, you know, how do I look, guys? How's this? Fantastic, amazing, beautiful. You know, best thing you've ever seen. Like, what's the vibe here? But yeah, I can like really like if I do this, I can like there's. I mean, it's the same as wearing the glasses, like sunglasses before that I have here that are still like properly rated. But like for this one, I'm like 1,000 bajillion% certain that I can look at a flame directly because, you know, that's what a is basically the same thing as like a welding mask. So, fun facts with Eric PointCrow. Yeah. Let's see. What else have I done since the last ice melting stream? Tears of the Kingdom. Oh my God, let's talk about Tears of the Kingdom. We haven't done that yet. You wanna hear about Tears of the Kingdom? Let me say this. Let me give you a definitive review of Tears of the Kingdom. I don't think I've really ever done this. Because a lot of people will ask me day in and day out, and they're like, "Hey, PointCrow, I want to know whether or not you like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom better. I'm just really curious because they're similar games, and and I want to know your thoughts." Now, they don't ask it in that way. They just ask Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, which is a very confusing question when you think about it, because sometimes I'm playing one of the two games, and I'm like, "Are you asking which one this game is? Do you like what I like most about either, or what?" Words, you know, they were invented for us to use in order to communicate, and yet you seem to be lacking some of them. Anyways, I get the gist behind it, and in this case, the gist is like, which one do you like better? A lot of the time. And for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I think what's happening to me is my recency bias for Tears of the Kingdom is definitely wearing off. And there's a couple things. I'm also biased, and I'm not like the classic like consumer for the games, right? Because I consider, you know, I'm a speedrunner, but then also a content creator. I use the medium that the game presents me in order to create entertaining content. So it's a little bit different for me. But the bias is like definitely worn off. And I think I'll tell you my conclusion first. I'll do it backwards. I'll tell you my conclusion first, and then I'll give you my reasoning. Breath of the Wild is a better game. That's my conclusion. Now let me explain, okay? Let me explain, because you might think differently. You might be like, "Oh, but Tears of the Kingdom has a better..." You're probably right. Let me explain from my perspective the various things. Here's the things I like. Tears of the Kingdom has a better story than Breath of the Wild. More captivating. Amazing. Had me in tears at the end. I cared so much. The epic vistas, the battles, right? Like just being a part of it was just amazing. What a great experience. It was so awesome. The runes, Ultra Hand, Recall, like so creative. Ascend, like just all of these cool new runes that you had to play with, these tools that you had at your disposal in order to interact with the world around you. So cool. Like the fact that you could build things that worked and like it interacted with the physics like of the world were just like, it was just so amazing. Like in Recall, it has like a snapshot of every single physics object ever in the single history of the game. Like that's so cool. There's so many the monster parts that kind of like that was a really cool gameplay cycle where you kill a monster, you get their item, you can fuse it together to kill a monster and everything else. It made you feel so much less bad about like losing items in like due to durability. Like you were down to lose items because they were so much cooler and you would get new items by doing it. You wanted like new combinations and there were so many cool things to do. The world was more fleshed out and filled over, and it was amazing. Tears of the Kingdom, like really just like, it was so cool. And then also the realization that all of the marketing was focusing on the Sky Islands, and then you went underground to the depths and you're like, oh, this isn't 2 layers, it's 3. Like, what? So cool. I loved that. Building vehicles, Zonai items. I'm just trying to think of so many other things that it was really neat. So I want to get that across with Tears of the Kingdom. But that being said, let me put this here. I've thought about this for a long time. And for a really long while. And I think the only person that has ever been able to put my thoughts onto paper about said game is this YouTuber. It's named like Skitty Bitty or something. They have a like 3-hour video going over a review of Tears of the Kingdom. And every single point they made was the exact point where I was like, no, I know what you're talking about here. Like, I agree. Let me go over a couple of them here, but I'll summarize it really quick. Tears of the Kingdom wasn't Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom, there's so many things where it's like, one of the reasons why Breath of the Wild was such a phenomenal hit was because everyone was excited, so excited to explore the region, see this new Hyrule, come across things they haven't discovered before, really just like explore. And everything in the game was pretty much designed for you to explore, to check out new places, and have those wow moments of like, oh my God, this is what Elden Volcano is. Oh my God, you know? And Tears of the Kingdom didn't have that. It's the same map. Like, yeah, you can spruce it up with Sky Islands, which not many of them, by the way, or the Depths, which is just an inverted surface. I mean, cool, but like, once you realize that all the light routes are in the same spot as the shrines, there's no reason for you to explore it because you know exactly where everything is. It's like there's no reason you want to explore, really. It's like, especially if you've played Breath of the Wild, because keep in mind, I'm going at this from a person who has played Breath of the Wild, and this was marketed to me as a sequel to Breath of the Wild, a second game, something that happens after Breath of the Wild. And the more you think about it too, it's like the more it's just weird. The weird Sheikah erasure, where the explanation is like, no, it just kind of disappeared. Like, that's the official explanation. Yeah, it just kind of disappeared, and then they didn't really need it anymore. It's like, that's such lazy story writing. That's like, why? What? The thing that pissed me off the most about it, and you can even see me like in my supercut video that I released about me playing the entirety of Tears of the Kingdom, was when you would beat a dungeon and you would get the same cutscene. The same exact cutscene. Every time. Oh, you know, once upon a time, we had to beat the Demon King, and, you know, I met Rauru, and then this happened. We need you, Link, because one day, it's the same exact cutscene. Word for word, copy and paste it 4 times. Really annoying. It was like, you really couldn't have drip fed things, giving you new information, reframes, things that we were wondering about. You couldn't do that with the areas of Breath of the Wild. One of the reasons why everyone was so curious about what Tears of the Kingdom would be like is because there's so many mysterious spots of Breath of the Wild that weren't explained. And like, you know, and we were looking for maybe an explanation, maybe some more context, etc. Right? Like Typhlo Ruins. The whole darkness area. What was that? What was it? I want to know. What were the Leviathans all the way around the entirety of the map? What were those? You know, like, and even in Breath of the Wild, like, who were the Zonai? Like, that's such a mysterious ancient race that lived long ago. There were so many things we were just so curious about, and we wanted to know. The 8th heroine back in Gerudo, there's a whole side quest about that, right? Like, we want to know more. Maybe there's some more context by it. But they didn't do it. They just kind of sat on that with Tears of the Kingdom. They just kind of were like, nope. Oh, we're not going to explain anything. Actually, screw Breath of the Wild. Fuck that game. We're going to do something else. You can even know it. You can even tell it when you go to Breath of the Wild and you look at the Barbarian Armor description. The Barbarian Armor description describes the Zonai tribe as a warring, ancient, sort of like barbarian race who fought a lot, you know? And so when it was announced, oh, whoa, and Tears of the Kingdom, we're going to see what they look like. And they're just kind of like weird dragon Hylians or something. It's like, wait, what happened to the whole like barbarianism? Like, what happened to the whole like jungle cult kind of thing? Like, where was that vibe? And that wasn't ever addressed. It was just, they just erased it. They were like, nope, we're going to have the same, like, let's talk about like the fact that it felt, maybe it wasn't, but it felt lazy. It came across that way where they're like, no, we're going to have these new shrines. And these are not shrines, but they're shrines though, but they're different, but they're new shrines though, you know? And it's like, what? Okay, I guess like mini dungeons, I get you need something there, but there wasn't like an explanation for. They just kind of appeared, I guess. Like, what happened there? Like, what was going on? Like, why did they exist? What happened here? Like, like where did the Sky Islands come from? I don't know. Do you? I have no idea. I thought they would explain something like that. And if they did, I missed it. The other thing too. Is like, God, it's just like they, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little worked up over this. Like, it wasn't Tears of the Kingdom, it was Breath of the Wild 1.5. I think like Skitty put this really well too, but when I heard that there were pirates in Lurelin Village, I was so excited to see a new enemy, and like maybe have to warring factions or something, and like I don't know, maybe my imagination went really high, but I was like, oh my god, pirates attacking, just to learn that it's just bokoblins on a ship, and you're like, oh, it felt like a modded version of Breath of the Wild, I guess, yeah, to me, I think that's a good way to put it for myself, and then I got lucky. I got really lucky during my playthrough, but I can imagine if you weren't. Obviously, it's weird. You could see it in Breath of the Wild because they were very much experimenting with like an open world sort of idea. And so there were similar cutscenes and everything in the dungeon design. And I get it. Like Breath of the Wild has its flaws. The durability stuff as well. Like that, you know, I get it. I totally get it. But they really made sure they were like, yeah, it's a non-linear kind of thing. And we want you to experience it all. We just want you to experience it all, and you know you can do it in any order. Tears of the Kingdom did both though. They were like, we're gonna have this be linear and also any order you want. But like there's an order though. But like if you want it to be, you don't have to be. But like there's an order. But like if you don't, you know, but you shouldn't. But you could, you know. And the way I mean that is you could have done any of the 4 dungeons in order. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. You can do it in any order that you wanted it to be. Totally okay. But the memories, nope. Nope. You got to do those in an order. There's if your first memory was a major death of a character, you're fucked. Like you're going through all your memories now, right? Being like, what happened? Like, what's going on here? What, including one of the memories where it's just like major character and other characters sitting for tea, right? Just being like, what's happening here? And it's just like a useless memory. You're just like, what the fuck is happening here? You know, slice of life. I'm sorry, isn't Zelda supposed to be like some strong woman who's like scholarly and everything? Why is she just being like lovesick over Link? Like, what? That's not her character. She's not some damsel in distress. That's never been her character. Well, that's not. That's actually a lie. That's been her character a couple times, but that's not what her character was in Breath of the Wild. And because this is a sequel in Breath of the Wild, I'm sorry. Where did this go? You would be expecting when Zelda gets. I'm gonna spoil. Here's the Kingdom. Just heads up. I'm gonna spoil it here. Check back at 5 hours. Okay. On the time here. If you don't want Tears of the Kingdom spoilers, I'm just gonna spoil, okay? So just heads up, if you don't want Tears of the Kingdom spoilers, 5 hours, and then we'll continue on with the conversation, okay? So spoilers in 3, 2, 1, okay? I forgot what spoiler I was gonna tell. Oh shit. But Sonya dies, and if you get that as your first cutscene, right? Like you're fucked. Like, you have to go through the entirety of the game being like, how does Sonya die? Like, you want to... Oh, I remember exactly what I was going to say. When Zelda gets teleported into the past, right? And you discover that's the past and everything, right? Like, her immediate character, that it was in Breath of the Wild, would not just be like, man, I wish Link would save me. I wish we could figure something out. It's like, no. It's how do we get back? Let me research things. Give me all your books. Where are the Zonai right now? Like just scholarly. That's what she is. Help through education. That's like her character arc. Like if whatever Minoru says, hey, if you eat a dragon stone, you become a dragon. Haha. Right? Rather than Zelda being like, okay. Haha. Damn, we gotta find something else. No, she researches dragon stones. She's like, okay, how do these exist? And then, good thing, right? That inquiry, okay, can lead you to some really cool revelations about the world for maybe later on. That being like, I don't know, like maybe the three other dragons, like Nadra and the other one, Denral and stuff, right? Like what dragons would I thought there was going to be DLC that it would explain that, or like maybe there's something more explanation about the dragons across the world or something. And then they're also like, oh, the Zonai people around the world, right? And you're like, yeah, but where are they? And they're like, they left a while ago. And you're like, where? Why? How? And they never explain it. And then you're like, what the? Bad storytelling. I'll straight up say that is bad storytelling. And the reason why is because you can see something very similar in Elden Ring. Great storytelling where you don't have to explain it. You don't. Most of Elden Ring doesn't explain what the fuck is going on, right? They don't, but they allude to things. They allude to it. It might have happened. This is what I thought about it though. You know, it's something that's like, okay. It's like, well, I'm trying to think of like a really good example from Elden Ring, that it would be like it's not, like it's not obvious why Rickard, became a serpent, right? It's not obvious. And the game doesn't tell you, but they do tell you that he was a part of like these, factions, like the Golden Order initially. So something must have happened that committed blasphemy to cause him to do that, right? Like, and then it implies it. It doesn't tell you like, you know, straight up what it is. You have to either dig farther, and it won't ever tell. Like that's the thing you do when you want like a mysterious world. So with the Zonai, you can implicate something happened. Something went on, you know, discourse. Maybe you can even be like, they were disgusted by the actions of the Gerudo, you know, or something, anything besides, they're gone. Who the fuck knows why? You know, that's just, it's lazy storytelling. And then the thing is too, is that like the other thing that I didn't like either is like, imagine if you, sorry, I hate to be a negative Nancy here, but like I'm just trying to explain my reasoning for Breath of the Wild. The thing with this is if you got all of the memories before you did the dungeons, which is a totally achievable thing, that's maybe something you want to do. The game never says to do it in a certain order of like dungeons or memories or certain memories during the dungeons. If you get all the memories, you know that Ganon has a very real ability to make himself look like Zelda as like a duplicate to do his bidding. You know that's a fact that he can do that. And so then when you finish all your memories and know exactly what happened, everyone in the world is like, Zelda's acting weird today. And you're like, well, no, that's Ganondorf. Like, but you never, like, you know that as like a person. But you're like, no, that's Ganondorf. We know that's Ganondorf. But like your character, Link, doesn't talk and he doesn't tell them that ever. Right? There's no why. You know this though. This is information that you have. And so like it takes like not zero effort. It takes like a story beat to be like, Zelda's acting weird today. And then I check, have you gone through these memories yet? Yes. Then next dialogue is like, oh, That's Ganondorf. We must stop them. That's it. That's the only dialogue you need to be like, okay, you've been listening to my progress here. Because the rest of the story for the dungeons follows the same thing of like, we need to stop Ganon, like it recontextualizes from like, we need to see what Zelda's up to. Why is Zelda doing this? To stop Ganondorf. There you go. And then you still have the same motivation, if not more now. And then it rewards you for going back and actually getting the memories. And then like, you're not like lost in the story or anything, you know, like it's just, And the other thing is that you will never know what the order of the memories are unless you are, unless you stumble upon, which is what I did during my playthrough, the Forgotten Temple. They do tell you to go to the Forgotten Temple. They do tell you to do that. But only if you go to Lookout Landing first, get the paraglider, then from there, go to the stable to the west. And then once you're at the stable to the west, go talk to Impa and talk to Impa, and then do that mini side quest in which she will tell you to go to the Forgotten Temple. After looking at the glyph on the ground, which happens to be the first one. If you've never done that, you will never really stumble upon the Forgotten Temple, which tells you the order in which the memories go chronologically. So then you can like kind of like understand in a better way of like which ones to watch when. And you also like, I don't know, maybe you just watch all of them in a row before doing the dungeons. And then you have the problem of the story. And so that's like one of the things where I'm like, like it could have been better. The lead up to the end, phenomenal. The fight with the dragons, everything. The end is phenomenal. Amazing, right? I mean, except for the part where like Ganon like eats his dragon stone and he's just like, I'm not gonna lose. I feel like that could have like actually had a little bit more build up, because he like initially says like, I'm going to rule over all of Hyrule, but then we know from the memories that like him eating the Dragonstone makes him lose like all sense of self, which then prevents him from being a king. So that's like kind of like a little bit of a weird plot hole. So then you're like, so I feel like that would have been better if he got more like mad of like, no, like I would like a character change of like, I might not be king now, but I'd rather take you down with me, you know, kind of like that. So it's like more of an epic fight of like, he is literally casting away everything just to beat you, because you've already beaten him. You've beaten him like now twice, and you're going to win. And he's doing a last ditch attempt. And he's like, I'm going to get rid of my one desire to rule everything in order to defeat you. And that's just a better character arc, because he's like, no, I'm going to become a dragon. Haha. And I'm still going to be king. And it's like, that's not how that works, because we know from the context of the memories, this happens, you know? The other thing is the, like, it's just, I don't know. Like that's, and then when you save Zelda and she becomes back to a human again, that feels a little like if you take yourself out of it, you're like, oh, that's so cute. Oh my God, I love it. Like finally they get to be together. Oh my God, haha. But like from like a powers perspective, so dragon stuff isn't reversible. Like what? And that's where you can get into the context of like Zelda. Maybe if she's like, if like maybe there's like a maybe in her research of dragon stones, she finds a fatal flaw in how they work. And so so then she's waiting 10,000 years or whatever for this one thing to happen in hopes that it eventually does, right? To become to stop being a dragon, rather than just like, with the power of love. And it just seems contrived. And then you're just like, okay, cool, you know? And this is upon like a reflection, you know? For like all of this, you know, obviously like during the moment you're not really thinking about this, but when you kind of come back to like a replayability standard, it's like not really, you know. Durability systems and stuff, I really do like how they did with the items. I think that was so great that you can like attach weapons and stuff. I thought that was really cool. I really liked using all of my weapons and stuff. It was really neat. I think the way that they did with pristine weapons was a bad choice. I learned recently, the game doesn't tell you this, I learned recently that you were only able to get a pristine version of a weapon if you break a dirty version of the weapon that hasn't been fused. So if you want like a royal claymore that's not rusted, you have to not fuse anything to the royal claymore, and then you have to break the royal claymore, and then it'll eventually appear in the depths for you to grab. And then you can fuse something to the now pristine royal claymore. Didn't know that at all. So if you went through the entirety of Tears of the Kingdom with just a bunch of traveler's weapons in the depths, and you were wondering why they keep giving you shit pristine items, it's because you never broke a rusted item without fusing it. So yeah. Fun fact about that. So I'm like, that's just a very poor decision. And it doesn't reward you for exploring at all. And it's just a weird, it doesn't make sense. It's never explained to you properly. Yeah. So that's that. The menuing, the UI is bad. If you want to, why can't we save favorites for items? I don't know why. The UI is really bad whenever you want to fuse items together. You have to scroll 15 days. People have made like so many jokes about that. You know, over the UI there. There's so many. It just feels cobbled together. You know, the more that you think about it, and the more you are, it's like, the more like cobbled together it feels. The more just like kind of like, oh, this was just, I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. I'll be real. I was hype when they had the construct for Minoru. Great dungeon, by the way. Amazing. That dungeon design for building Minoru was fucking awesome. Oh, that was so cool. It was so creative. But Minoru sucks, so it was just kind of like, oh, we get to build a mech. Oh, the mech kind of, oh, okay. And then you never use it again. But the dungeon design was great for that. I might be, this might be a little controversial, but I liked the Tears of the Kingdom dungeon design. I think, I don't think it's as good as classic Zelda dungeons, like the Skyward Sword ones that we got. Skyward Sword dungeons are just peak. Those are just so good. Same with like some Twilight Princess ones or two. Yeah. Wind Waker had really good ones too. It's just, you know, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom dungeons, just, you know. The other thing is shrines. Too many blessings. I think what, there's like 51 blessings. It's like 51 shrine of blessings out of like the 120, 140 shrines or something. There shouldn't be that many. That's, nope. Should not have that many blessings. And normally blessings are reserved for like shrine quests or things that you do to get to the shrine. Nope. You can just step into a shrine and it's just a blessing for some reason. I don't know why. That's so weird. Also, why are there so many tutorial shrines? There's like 10 of them. There's like 10 tutorial shrines. I'm like, huh. Why am I like 60 hours in the game learning about crouching? Like, what? That's so... God. So anyways, I think it's a good game. I want to make this very clear. I think it's a good game. I think it's fun. I think it's a really good... There's some shit games out there. Trust me. This is a good... Tears of the Kingdom is a good game. The fact that it's also like the engineering marvel that they had to do in order to create Tears of the Kingdom is ridiculous. It's 16 gigabytes. It runs pretty well. Minus like some segments like Korok Forest. Runs pretty well, pretty smoothly. There's some really cool mechanics in it that I love. It's just the more I think about it, the more mad I get over what we were sort of like. I don't know. Maybe it was hyped too much. I don't know. But the more disappointed I get over like how much we wanted from it versus how much it actually like gave us, and how much we were kind of duped for a story of like what happens after the Sheik attack. Like I want it. Are they cleaning up Hyrule? What's going on? It's 5 years later. Or 6? I don't really remember. But then they're just kind of like, there's no Sheik attack. That's it. They just kind of cleaned it. It just went away. And it's like, really? Like, that's your explanation? There's no tie-in. It feels like It feels like Breath of the Wild was a tech demo for Tears of the Kingdom. And then Tears of the Kingdom was the Breath of the Wild 1.5. Like, it didn't feel like a sequel. It felt like they were just trying to build on something more, but then, like, they weren't respecting the environment they built in the first place. You know? And the fact, I think it was a real detriment that they used the same map for it and then called it a sequel. I think if they changed that up, I think it would have been better. I'm glad they took their time with it. It's better to release a good game than it's better to release a late game. What's the a quality late game than like a no, it's like a good game is good forever, but a rushed game is bad for whatever. Anyways, I forgot the actual thing. I forgot the actual phrase for it. It's like 5 hours in. Hey, we're halfway. Let's go. And do I have to like? Is this wick still like? It's like going. You know, like 5 hours of a candle left. I don't know. This thing was like huge before. Oh, we'll see. But I don't know. I think like I like Tears of the Kingdom. Oh god, I might regret saying this, but like it did. I see how it got developed. Because we all know the story of how Tears of the Kingdom came to be is because the developers had so many good ideas that they wanted to make for a DLC, for a Breath of the Wild DLC, and there were so many ideas that they were like, let's just make a full new game. Let's just do it. Let's just let's just throw it out there. We'll take all of our ideas for the DLC of Breath of the Wild and we'll make it in Tears of the Kingdom. And it felt like that. And that's my review. You know, it felt like they took all the ideas for Breath of the Wild DLC and then made it into a new game. It's yeah. So is it one of my favorite games of all time? Yeah. Yes. Like I am telling you all the negatives, okay? All of the positives of the fun times, the good moments I've had, the real like powerful things that like it's fun. The game is fun. Story-wise it's frustrating. UI, grinding a bit, but like it's fun. And that's what really matters for a game. I'm just, telling you like, hey, this is why I think Breath of the Wild is a better game. Because it was meant to be its game. It was meant to be what it was. I think every spot had like some intrigue. I wanted to know what things were. I was like interested in exploring places. Like, what's that over the distance? Like, I want to see what that is. Like, you got what you got. Hyrule Castle, they did a great job of being like, hey, that's dangerous. That's you sure you want to go over there? That's dangerous. That's where Ganon's at, Check out the other stuff first. They made each distinct region so separate from each other that it was like exploring a full new game every time. And that's the casual, I think, sort of like review for me. For like YouTube and Twitch, here's like my other thing. Speedrunning Breath of the Wild. Such fun tricks. It's so cool. Speedrunning Breath of the Wild is such a fun, satisfying speedrun still. The game is like in a good spot for speedrunning where you're like the trick blesses wind bombs shield clipping, IST, like they're so fun. So good. Tears of the Kingdom? Nope. Bad speedrun. Bad speedrun's I think that like is probably a not a great way to put it. Especially for the people who do speedrun it and the glitch hunters out there that are like actively searching for things. But I think Tears of the Kingdom is not the most like entertaining speedrun to watch, and then also not the most fun thing to run either. And one of the reasons is because it has a 7-minute unskippable cutscene in the middle, in the beginning. You want to watch that every run? I don't, so I'm not gonna run it. Straight up, that's just like a thing. It might be like intro skip. You should do intro skip. Well, no, actually, there's kind of like a skip that you do before the intro. So then you can't intro skip. So then it's not real speedrun. So you can't. All right, cool. Some of the glitches just aren't as fun. The fact that they were patched out as well, and people can't get, you know, certain copies of the game for certain versions, means it's like pretty inaccessible. Breath of the Wild, you run on the copy you get. Current version, Breath of the Wild. That's what we do. If you want to run it, the fastest version is the current one. And that's great. It's awesome. Super accessible. You can just buy Breath of the Wild right now and run it. Tears of the Kingdom, nope. Fastest version's 1.0. 1.0 is broken. And they patched everything out as it was found. Patched everything out. And so if you want 1.0, good luck. I'm not going to tell you how to get it. It's real hard, though. Or I imagine it's real hard. I don't know. For speedrunning, Breath of the Wild, a lot more fun. And then content. Let's talk about YouTube. Let's talk about YouTube and Twitch. Breath of the Wild, insanely popular. Insanely popular. Everyone, dude. Let me put it like this. Challenge runs are only interesting because of the restrictions that the game puts on you. And so you're like, you know what? I'm going to restrict that even more. Is this even possible? No way, right? Holy. When Tears of the Kingdom gives you all of the tools to just skip all of their puzzles no matter what, it really doesn't make it for a good challenge. You want to get around the world? Rocket. You want to skip a puzzle? Rocket. You know, you want to go somewhere else? Glider. You know, it's like you really don't have to finish any puzzle in Tears of the Kingdom if you don't want to. And I don't think that's a good idea. I don't know. It feels like with a lot of the puzzles in Tears of the Kingdom, it was just like, oops, developers forgot about recall. Oopsies. It's like, what? Huh? It's like, that's what? Or like, oh, rocket till the end. Oh, oops. Like, it's like, no, like puzzles are a puzzle for a reason. You have to solve it. Yes, there's multiple ways to solve a puzzle. But skipping it entirely is like, dude, like that's a puzzle design error. That's not a player error, you know? Like if you give players the tools to do what they want to do, they will skip the puzzle if they can. And then be like, haha, look, I outsmarted it, which is a fun, cool thing to do, you know? Oh my God. But if it's every puzzle, that's a problem. And so when it comes to challenge runs and stuff, and Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild has so many different restrictions on you already because you are quite literally in an apocalyptic world with no tools. Tears of the Kingdom overwhelms you with so many tools and so many options that any challenge that you would want to run or any like restriction that you would impose on yourself is easily exploited with something else. Like straight up, no paraglider, gliders. Just use gliders. You know? Easy. Like just do that. No zonite devices, don't need them. You know, you can just use ultra hands, fuse things together, whatever. Like it's just so. It makes a lot of the challenges that you would do in Tears of the Kingdom not as fun. But the other thing is Tears of the Kingdom is not that popular on YouTube. And it's not for lack of entertaining videos. It's the opposite reason. There's too many. So here's my theory. So I think a lot of people saw the success that me and a couple other streamers had with Breath of the Wild by releasing a bunch of challenges, cool mods, streams, speedruns, etc. Right? And they're like, damn, like that's such a cool thing to do. I want to get on this train. I want to make content about it. I want to do all these things. Like, hell yeah. And like to all of those people, hell yeah, go keep doing that. Like, I love that mindset. Seriously, like, yes, keep up with that, please. Don't let it die with Tears of the Kingdom. Like, keep on that. Hell yeah. Like, keep up that creativity. I love to see it. Like, I would see things like when things came out on like when Tears of the Kingdom came out and I was like scrolling through YouTube or like my TikTok or whatever, I'd see something like, yo, that's such a good idea. Damn. You know, I was excited for everyone, right? But I think a lot of people like saw like how well that went for like a lot of streamers and stuff. And then everybody did that. And then for an average viewer, what probably happened is that you were so overwhelmed with the amount of Tears of the Kingdom content in this day and age of like TikTok, short form, everything, right? All at once, that you saw everything you wanted to see within the first couple days, couple weeks. Tears of the Kingdom. And then you're good. You don't need anything else. You're good to go. You know, there's no reason. If I were to post a video of like Tears of the Kingdom with only shields, well, yeah, probably. You can probably do that. Game gives you enough tools to do that pretty easily. And then also, someone's probably already done that before. You know? And that's just a fact. Nothing wrong with that, but Tears of the Kingdom content, just in that way of challenge runs and stuff, has not been as entertaining for the average viewer, especially because of the same things that I just talked about of Tears of the Kingdom versus Breath of the Wild, where a lot of viewers who will view Tears of the Kingdom will just see it as a Breath of the Wild kind of sequel thing and just kind of be like, I've kind of already seen this before, you know? Yeah. Now that's where some crazy challenges like that I've been adapting, right? So this is where creativity comes in. Now, a lot of people would just be like, oh, haha, whatever, I'm just gonna quit then. Or like, I'm gonna do something else. No. This is where like the stuff that I've done so far has you know, kicked in. The Tears of the Kingdom in a straight line, right? Like, that was the Doug idea. He's like, can I do Tears of the Kingdom in a straight line? Did great. That was awesome. And then creating a narrative of like the line videos and stuff. That was so fun by me doing a horizontal line and just having fun with it, with Tears of the Kingdom just being the medium rather than the subject. You know, rather than be like, you know, it's like, you know, just like treating it like differently, rather than like, can you do this? You know, it's just more like a fun, like, let's hang out. Let's do this stupid challenge that no one's going to do and just like make it fun, you know, like, can you cross Tears of the Kingdom in a straight line? I don't know. Who cares? And that's the point is who cares, but we do. And if you care about something that nobody cares about, it's really fun. Oh my god, oh, what a fun stream. And that's like also the thing where it's just like can I the recent stream of can I make a pizza in Tears of the Kingdom before I give birth, right? Like, who in their right mind, aside from, I think their name is Julian, would do a stream like that? It's like, yeah, it's just a funny thing that uses Tears of the Kingdom as the medium rather than the actual, like, you know, function. I think this is burning really hot again. I'm gonna like cut the wick again, guys. I think. Oh. It's still melting. It's literally still melting as we're talking because of heat. That's how heat works. Sorry, I wanted to like end at 10 hours. We can't have it go out at like 7, you know? So, anyways, yeah, so that's where Tears of the Kingdom is like, where it's like, I am doing my best to make Tears of the Kingdom content as entertaining as possible, despite the odds. And I think I've succeeded, incredibly well. So I would recommend checking out Burritos. who is a fantastic creator. Like a lot of the people who are like doing Tears of the Kingdom challenges and everything, they've kind of like, I don't know where they went. You know, it's like they kind of doubled down on that and then just like fell off a cliff. But there's some other creators that are like being incredibly like creative of it with their implementation of like how these things work. Like Burritos is a fantastic YouTuber that's doing some great Tears of the Kingdom content. Timber as well, great glitch hunter and everything, doing things that like are Tears of the Kingdom specific, but like specifically in such a great way that it's unique to them. It's really building on it. I would give it a shot if you guys want to. Great creators. I think you guys would really enjoy if you wanted to see what I mean. But yeah, so I'm just kind of doing, you know, my own thing in Tears of the Kingdom. Now, obviously you'd be like, oh, do the mods and stuff. And like Hour One would disagree with you. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's like I'm trying to still give you guys fun Zelda content that you would be as excited to watch as I am to play, you know, while not modding the game, and then also just like keeping it like a good vibe and like a cool challenge. So yeah, hopefully that kind of like makes some sense. All right, so anyways, that's the other reason for Tears of the Kingdom Breath of the Wild, whereas like from a very just content perspective, Breath of the Wild is just, you know, easier to make content in, you know. Tears of the Kingdom, I'm still like figuring that one out, and I can definitely do it. We have some great ones coming up. I mean, I have RT Games Baby in a Blender controller, so we're gonna be doing some crazy stuff with that one, with Zelda. And there's some other ideas too that I have that I won't tell you guys yet because they're still being in the works, but I have some good stuff coming up with Zelda. So Zelda content's not going anywhere. Tears of the Kingdom content's not going anywhere. It's the reason why I bring it up in the way that I did is because it's a really interesting example of content creation where you can't just sit on something and be like, yep, I'm good. You can't just be like, yeah, I got it. You know, like I'm just going to keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, and it's going to work forever. No, that's not how that goes. You got to get creative. That's your job, to be creative. Like it's like, here's a really interesting, like cool microcosm of it where like you watch a person who get really popular for like a TikTok dance, right? And they're like the guy that does, right? And then you never see them again after a couple weeks because they keep doing the same thing and people get tired of it. You know? Yeah, you gotta adapt. So the reason why I bring it up is like it's a very interesting thing that Tears of the Kingdom has forced my hand with creativity of like, all right, no, I gotta figure something else out for this. You can't just do like challenge run and call it a day. So yeah, very interesting. Oh, I guess if this will be funny. If you're a YouTube viewer that skipped this timestamp of 5 hours and 20 minutes into the stream, go back to the beginning, watch it. You can't just skip ahead. What are you doing? Come on. Hey, you might as well subscribe while you're here at least, you know? Come on, go back now. Come on, we talked about some really cool things. No, you can't skip. Come on, what's going on? You got to watch the whole thing. I'll wait. Cool, that'll be really fun. It's gonna be a couple people that if 1 million people watch the video, like the 1.5 million watch the ice melting video, statistically at least one of them skipped to about 5 hours and 20 minutes in, just right into there, and so they're gonna be like, what the hell? But to those like 5 viewers that I just did that to, that's hilarious.
So sorry to interrupt. Sue me if you want. Those goggles give Dr. Nefario from Despicable Me.
These? Or me? The ones I currently have. These ones are weird, though. Thanks for apologizing about interrupting. I accept your apology.
Okay, Crow. When are we getting a tier list for all of the minutes of this candle stream? I'll settle for a ranking of the top 10 best minutes so far.
4 hours 2 4 hours 2 minutes in, 1 minute 1 minute 2 seconds in, 10 minutes 32 seconds, and then we get 3 hours 41 minutes. Dude, 2 hours 33 minutes was wild, man. That was a crazy minute. And then I would say probably about 2 hours 58 minutes. That was a pretty good one. That was a really good minute. And then 45 minutes in. Yeah. I'm really excited for 6 hours and 6 minutes. That's going to be a really good minute.
How many countries have you been to, and would you ever consider living in a foreign country for an extended period of time?
Let me answer the second one first. I've thought about it. I don't know. I kind of like living in the US. It's familiar. I would do it. It's just not something that I have like a strong feeling about doing. Like I'm not just gonna like up and go to Australia and live there for a year just because I feel like it right now. Yeah, it's like I don't know. I like to travel, so I don't know about I'd visit. I don't know about living. It seems a little bit. It seems like a headache with like international like. With customs and learning different laws, and I don't know. It's just like maybe, but not now. Eventually, maybe. Sounds fun. I do everything once, you know, so I probably would. Countries I've been to. I've been to Mexico. I've been to Italy. Spain, Portugal, I believe. I was young. Japan, Australia, why am I blanking on all the places I've been? I'm missing like I feel like I'm missing a big one here. Been to Germany, I believe. I was young. Oh, Florida. Basically its own country. Shit's weird down there. That's crazy. Let's see. I'm so missing so many countries that I've been to. I've been domestic a lot though, as most of like any American. Well, actually, no, it's not a lot of Americans can have. I've been domestic though. Like a ton of, you know, like California, Oregon, California, Washington, Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Virginia, Maryland, New York, New Jersey, Michigan, Kentucky, Missouri, Mississippi, Kansas, Arkansas, Texas, New Mexico, Colorado. I'm missing more, but yeah. A lot, yeah. Oh, Pennsylvania.
This stream has gone on so long that when it started Twitch still hadn't removed Jabasted.
Oh, it's the Jabasted guy. Or Jabasted. Oh my god. Hi. You're very passionate about a Jabasted emote, aren't you?
Hey Crow, just
Hey.
came out as a trans girl. When do I get good at fighting games and programming?
Give it like... First off, congratulations. That's huge. Second off, I'd say... I mean, I'm a straight white man. Straight cis white man. So, like, speaking on... So let me explain this to you on, like, when that happens. Because I definitely know 1000%. I know everything, you know? Give it 2 weeks and you should be good. You'll have some, like, inklings of, like, oh my god, like, I'm feeling like programming in, like, Python right now, like fighting games too. Like, what if I ran like Chun-Li, you know, like.
If you skipped to 520, you must also watch PointCrow vid number 45. It explains everything, and sets the events in place for the post-concussion era of the Pointyverse.
Dude, the post-concussion era, the PC, as it were, post-concussion PointCrow, crazy era, you know? It gave us PointCrow, Tears of the Kingdom birth stream. It had my Twitch chat doing surgery. That's wild.
Floridian here. It really is its own country, and I want to migrate somewhere else. Crow jail taffy.
Yep, that's a great idea. Yep, you should. Yeah, Florida's weird, man. Florida's weird. I don't know what went wrong. What if we... Okay, here we go. If you're listening to this, let's start a petition to dig a trench around the border of Florida, and then, like, I don't know, maybe on next February 17th, maybe we, like, all collectively go to Florida, like the border, and just kind of, like, push off, you know, and then just kind of just let it, like, you know, let it float away. I think it's just a good idea, you know, just generally. I think we just, like, push, and we'll just be better for, like, the rest, you know, like, just all of us. I think it's a fantastic idea. So fingers crossed that'll happen in the future. Oh, I never talked about the Brandon Sanderson books that I'm reading. Chat, here's a cool thing that I've been doing this this year. I'm reading again. What I used to do is I was that kid. And, like, the coolest, like, I think it's the coolest thing now. I was like, people, I don't know, people wouldn't think that it was cool when I was younger, but let me start from the beginning. In the beginning, there was a bang, right? And matter was created, or something like that. And then a couple trillion, billion, quadrillion years later, there was a guy named Eric Marino who was born. And then a couple of years later, he discovered that libraries existed. All right, now we're caught up. So, my mom and dad, they got me a library card when I was younger, and I love libraries. They're so cool. It's good. What a gig! You get a library card and you can read for free. What? That's crazy. And it's already paid for? That's insane. Oh god. But libraries are just, like, they're awesome. They're awesome, man. And I would go, like, I'd go every week to the library. My parents would take my sister and I to the library, and they'd be like, all right, go grab some books, whatever you want. And my sister and I, we would go to the kids section, like the young adult section, and we would just pick out books that looked really cool. And that's, like, where we would get, like, your Animorphs, you know, your Captain Underpants sections, you know, and Magic Treehouse, those books, all marketed towards the young adults and everything. And I remember specifically what I would do is I would take all the books that interested me from there. I actually never read Animorphs, but I would take all the books that interested me and I would pile them up, and I would like hold them. And there's a book about like Merlin, like the series about Merlin that I really liked. There was like the God. There was this one where it was like about like Senna, I think it was, and like a bunch of gods in an alternate universe. Senna? Old gods or something like that. I remember there's like a weird like weird one like that, right? And then let me see. I remember picking up Game of Thrones when I was like 12. I never read it because it was too dense for me at the time, but that's really funny. But I'm trying to like think of other books that I picked up at the time. This isn't part of the story, but Magic Treehouse, of course, though. Like I read all of those, you know. That was great. I read up to like I think 36. But anyways, the important thing here is I would walk out of the library with books taller than I was, right? So I was like the little kid where I was like struggling to hold all the books, you know. And then I would go up. I'd wait in the line for the library so I can like check them out. And then I'd go there and I'd like slide the books like from the top of it, like of my pile onto the desk. Because keep in mind, I'm short, right? And the desk is way up here. So I just like push the top ones on there and I'd lift up and push them again. It was like a really like efficient way of putting the books down so they can like, you know, check them out and everything. But then I'd go home and I would immediately like open a book. I'd open a book and I would just read it then and there and I would finish it that night. I would read one book pretty much every day. I'd go through them real fast because I just loved reading. That was like the thing that I would love to do. And then we would come back the next week. I would take all the books that I had. I'd drop them off, you know, in the little like thing they had outside of the library. We can drop off the books as like a quick return. And then we would go to the library and then we would pick up a new stack of books for the next time. And I would just keep going through. And then I don't know when it happened, but we just kind of stopped one day. We just kind of stopped one day. And then pretty much ever since then, I did some reading, like required reading and stuff in schools. There wasn't many books, and this is important to the overall thing. There weren't many books that I was very interested in while I was going through schooling that like were required reading. A lot of them were just kind of like just weird that I just didn't really enjoy. But there were some like occasional ones that I was like, damn, like this was like actually like a really good read. I had to read Brave New World. I really loved that book. I thought it was really interesting. The Giver actually was pretty good. There's a giant spider. I just realized I looked right here. There's a giant spider right. Holy God. What the fuck? That big. Hey, let's make a deal, okay? If you stay over there in that corner for the next 4.5 hours, okay? You get to stay alive. If you move past that area, okay, your designated spot, you're going to the big spider web in the sky, okay? All right. Stay. Because I have an important thing to do. Anyways. I have something very important that I'm doing right now. And you are distracting me, Spider. What was I saying? Important. Oh, books that I really liked. Girl, are you? Stop moving. Okay, there was I really liked reading the Odyssey. Greek mythology in general too was something that I was very like enamored with my required reading. That's Percy Jackson was a fantastic series that I got into. I think a lot of people can relate to that too. That was not required reading from. Stop moving. You're right at the line. You're right. My 6 eyes are watching your. Okay, you're okay. 1 second. Got it. Sorry. Weird arc. Anyways, where was I? Right. Percy Jackson. So, anyways, so I was reading Percy Jackson series, one of my favorite series of all time. Phenomenal. I started reading afterwards, the Kane Chronicles, which follows the Egyptian gods and everything, and then afterwards it was the Roman gods. What was that called? I think I don't really remember. It's Percy Jackson, the Olympians, the Kane Chronicles, and then it's it's the Roman ones. I forgot exactly what they're called. It's been a hot second. But I stopped about halfway through because I think I just grew out of it. And that's actually like that was also like pretty much the end of my reading in my youth, was like right at the end of the Roman part of the Percy Jackson stuff. But importantly, very importantly, I required reading kind of like kept it up in Greek mythology, Olympians, etc. Like really like kept that going. Besides that, there wasn't much. But then for a while there was Secret History, I think is what it was called. Was a really good book I had to read in college. It was about Dionysus cults, which was really neat. Or they're called like Baccarats or something. Yeah, I forget exactly. Yeah, that was a really good one. I'm trying to think. That was like pretty much it. And then for a while there, for years, I just stopped reading. I just didn't have any books that I wanted to read. Obviously, I was reading manga throughout all of this, but I mean in a traditional like just words on paper, not picture books, kind of like deal. Because like let's be real here. Manga is like picture books though, but like for adults in a lot of cases. So you want to put it like that. So I wasn't like, I got out of reading basically. It's like over the course, like I had a huge reading part in my youth, and then I just kind of like went back. And it just kind of like stopped there because I was busy doing other things. I was so like, I didn't have time for anything else. And same thing happened with video games. Like I stopped playing video games around the same time. I just like stopped all of that media and I just did other things. I did sports, you know? I was like a jock for a bit, believe it or not. I still am. What's up? Sorry, I can't hear you guys over my great. I'm just talking to myself. I can't even read chat. Like it's not even a good bit when I can't see your reactions. It's just me talking to myself with this candle here. And I'm just like, what's going on? Oh, I'm losing my mind. Oh, okay. Anyways, it's like, hey, why run bits if you can't make yourself laugh, right? So that's what jokes are, right? Anyways, so I recently, fun fact, actually, Abby got me back into reading. She, for Christmas, this last year in 2023, gave me a book. And I was like, all right, sounds good. I don't know if I'm going to read this later. You know, whatever. Cool, sure. But I saw that, the book was Mistborn. And it was a book that was recommended to me a couple times, but I was just kind of like, whatever. And then Abby's the one who actually like got me the book. She's like, no, you should read this. Like I've heard it's really good. I think you would like this. I remember you talking about how much you loved reading and everything when you were younger. Check it out. All right, cool. Sat on my bookshelf for a couple weeks. And then I popped it open. And then I was like, you know what? Screw it. I have some free time tonight, you know? Let me see what this is all about. And it took me a bit, I'll be real, to get through the first couple chapters. And it's not because the book is boring or anything. It's because I realized that my attention span was shot. Like it was gone. If I wasn't getting like dopamine instantly, like boom, 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 then I wasn't enjoying it. And I realized that like while reading this, and I was like, oh no, that's awful. So I had to like really train myself over the like next couple of weeks to like sit down and just read. I would turn off my phone, throw it in another room, turn off the lights, just have a lamp open, no access to TV, nothing. Internet unplugged, everything else. I just wanted to read. And that's all I could do. And so sometimes I would read a page and then I'd like take a break. I'm not even joking. This is how real like where I was like, oh, we're actually like so fucked as like a society. We're so screwed. With the oncoming like epidemic of attention span, disintegration. Where I had to take a break from reading a book to make sure I could actually focus on reading said book. And then eventually I started making my way through Mistborn, and what a great book. It has some phenomenal. I'm not going to spoil anything about the Brandon Sanderson stuff. Just heads up in case you guys are curious. But I made it through Mistborn, and fantastic world building. It really reminded me of like what I loved about just media in general. Of like, it had great magic systems in the way of like, it made sense. It was logical. Like with one character doing another thing, like one character doing one thing, it makes sense. People were flawed. People made bad decisions based on like preconceived notions. Like it was like people were complex. There wasn't like just big bad for the sake of big bad, you know, like everything made sense. And then I learned it was a trilogy. And I was like, oh my God, this was book one. I thought this was just one book. What are you talking about? I was like, oh, goody me. I get 2 more of these. So then I read book 2 and I read book 3 and I was like, oh boy, this is, and then the end, I kid you not. I'm getting through halfway through book 3. Okay. Once again, no spoilers. Okay. I'm halfway through book 3. I'll just tell you this. How the hell does this end? I have no idea. I'm like, there's no way that like Brandon Sanderson, author of this book, right, is able to wrap up all of the plot threads that we have here in the next 200 pages. No, not happening. I have no idea how he's going to do this. And guess what? He did. Man, what a satisfying read and a phenomenal ending to the entire trilogy. It was just like just wrapped in a ball and delivered to you with just the love and care that you would always hope with a story. And you're like, this was so well thought out the entire time. You had the idea from book one and you set that up. I was like, wow, like I didn't think you could do it. And yet you did. And you wrapped up all the plot threads. You wrapped them all up. You're like, maybe left one or two open, so in case you wanted to continue the story later, you could. But like those were like unimportant in a way of like it wasn't good for the narrative to include those, so you didn't have to. It was just so good. And then I looked it up and there were more. So what I ended up doing is I looked up like Brandon Sanderson, the author's recommendation for the books, because apparently there's a thing called the Cosmere, right? And that is the best way I'll put this is a terrible way to put it, but I will put it like this anyways, because it will make the most sense to the most amount of people. It is like a Marvel Cinematic Universe of books. That is what I have heard. I do not know. And I don't know either, you know? But it's kind of like, it's like a shared universe between different stories of books around it, right? And I looked, and I was like, hey, like, what's the Brandon Sanderson, like, reading order to get into this? And there's a full reading order. And so I'll just tell you the books. You don't have to, I'm in where I'm at with it. I ask for no spoilers from me, please. Because I really want to get through these and like really enjoy it the way that you probably did the first time. So just heads up. But I read Mistborn 1, 2, and 3. And then afterwards I read Warbreaker. And then I did the Stormlight Archives. So I did what's it of Kings? Way of Kings, which is book 1. And then Words of Radiance, book 2, and currently I'm taking a break from Stormlight Archive and reading Elantris, and then I'm going to be reading Arcanum Unbounded, and then I'm going to read book 3 and book 4 of Stormlight Archive, and then I'm going to do things like Tress and Yumi, the Nightmare Painter, and the Sunlit Man and everything, and then maybe Stormlight 5, which is coming out apparently in December. So I'm currently on Elantris right now. That one's a little bit more of a harder read, not because it's like long. The Stormlight Archive books are 1,000 pages each. I think the first one's 1,000 pages, the second one's like 1,100 pages, third one's like 1,250, and the fourth one's like 1,500 or whatever. You know, they're like they're tomes, you know. But Elantris is like, it's a smaller one. I think it's like about 500 pages, 500 pages, and it's more of a tougher read because it's, I think, the first book that he did publish. Apparently it has some references later on that I would enjoy. That's all like I know. But it's a little bit more because it's not as like refined. You know, it's not his like 20th book. It's like his first. So there's, you know, more things that like to think about with that. But the cool thing is I'm not going to spoil anything for you guys. I want to keep saying this. But I've already had some of those aha moments. And that's one of the things I love about One Piece particularly, is like oh my God, no way. There's like a moment, and you guys probably, if you read this in book 2, towards the end where you're like, right? And I made that noise in person by myself, here, in just in my living room. And I was like, oh, there, you know, and that was great. So, if you are planning on getting to any of the Brandon Sanderson books, I can't give you a I can't really recommend it right now because I'd prefer to finish it myself first before I give like a full recommendation. But I can at least say if you were looking for a good 3-book trilogy to get into of high fantasy, then I would recommend the Mistborn trilogy. So just had, you know, good idea there. I think it's a good one. I can't speak for Stormlight Archive and like the other books of like Warbreaker and like Elantris. And, you know, I can't really speak to that yet because I'm not finished yet. And I want you guys to like, if you're looking for my review on that, I would say so far they're good, but like wait for my official thing once I'm done with it, and like caught up before, you know, like you take my word to like thing. Because I don't know, who knows? really bad for all I know, but it's not going to be because it's actually so good so far. But that's what I've been doing. Whenever I end stream, like every night, I'll read like at least a chapter or two of a book. Kind of nice thing, turn on my little lamp, and shut off the internet, and then read a chapter or two, and it's like a really nice calming way to end a day. And so that's one of the things I've been doing recently, because if you guys have noticed too, I've been streaming less. Been streaming a lot less, and by a lot less I mean I've been streaming for 4 days a week instead of 5, which equates to like 40 hours instead of 50. I've realized, because what I used to do was stream Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time, in case you want my streaming schedule, on Twitch, right? And then on Fridays I wouldn't stream, but I would still work all day doing my meetings, doing editing, script writing, everything else that like I couldn't do because the majority of my days for Sunday through Thursday were streaming. And then I would have Sunday off, but not really. It's Sunday, but like I'd answer DMs if someone asked me for them, for stuff, like if someone did that, and then I would just stream again on Sunday. And then I realized after like 4 years of doing that, that's like not a good idea. So then I made Saturdays like completely off. You can't reach me on Saturdays. You can't do that. Nope. I will not work on Saturdays. And then I learned that that's still not a good idea. Because what I would find myself doing is I would still be like, I wouldn't be working on Saturdays, but I wouldn't be prepped for the next week, like with Sunday. So then it would just be like, it would just get lower quality streams over time, and it just wasn't like fun for everybody, It was just kind of like, oh, you guys aren't getting the content that you guys really want, like the high quality stuff, and I'm not putting it out, And so then I started taking off Sunday more, at least the beginning of this year. And one of the reasons I did is because the end of last year, I was burnt out. I have never been so burnt out of anything in my entire life. And if you're wondering why there wasn't any videos at the end of 2023, it's because I took a 2-month break. Actually, I took an indefinite break. I said, hey guys, I am stopping streaming and I'm stopping YouTube. And I don't know when I'm going to be back, but I'll be back. Maybe. I don't know. Possibly. Sometime. Don't know. Yeah, I just kind of was like, all right, I'll be back when I feel like it. And that was, I think, like November last year, something like that. And what a dude, it took me like a month to get out of my burnt out funk, a month, to even just like become a normal human being again. Because I was just so in the hole. It was bad. And then like slowly start building back up like over time, and started getting like a little bit more involved and better. And then I remember this. There was one day where like I woke up and I'm like, I wonder if you could beat Tears of the Kingdom by doing this. And I was like, did I actually just wonder that? I was like, no way. I was like, Kaizo Ironmon, I wonder if I could beat that. Oh my god! What have I done? Oh, spoiler alert, I still haven't beaten Kaizo Ironmon at the time of this recording. So the time of the stream, yeah. Well, whatever, don't worry about that. It's not for lack of trying. It's been over a year since I started Kaizo Ironmon. Anyways, so yeah, I ended up taking I was like, all right, Sundays are gonna be optional for streams, as in like if I feel like a Sunday stream, I'll do a Sunday stream. And then I don't know where I get a DM from Ludwig, friends, chill, and he was like, hey man, thinking of getting together, still a small group, play basketball, and if you wanna play, you're welcome. And the last time I played basketball was third grade, where I got a participation trophy for being there. I don't think I was played. I don't really remember. I was in third grade, but like I just existed on the team, and that's what the trophy was for. I still have it. I'll see if I can find it again. But I was like, sure, I'll give it a shot. Whatever. I don't even know how to play pickup, and it was just fun, you know, because it wasn't like, I don't know, you always like have a little bit of a tentative sort of like, okay, there's like a thing with a bunch of like streamers and creators and stuff. Is it going to be like, are we just going to like talk about like videos the entire time? Like what's going to happen here? Like what's this? And it wasn't. It was just like, hey, we're just friends, you know, like we're all just friends. We're all just chilling. We're just involved. You want to play basketball? Let's play basketball. You know, sure. It was just fun. And for the past like 7-8 months, pretty much every Sunday or Saturday, sometimes it changes. Sometimes Friday, sometimes Thursday. It changes like per week, but we'll play basketball. We'll just chill like as friends playing basketball, and it's a lot of fun, and it's a good like rest. And so then I decided, I was like, since the majority of these times I'm playing basketball on like Saturdays, Sundays, or you know, everything, I'm like, you know what, I'm just not going to stream that day. And so I've been, for the first time in 5 years, taking 2-day weekends. Who knew that 2-day weekends is like a really good strategy to not burn yourself out? Oh my God. No way. Why? Because you get 1 day, right, to like rest up from the previous week, and then the next day to just chill. And then you can work again the next week because you're not like trying to make up for sleep and everything. Wow. I'm gonna cut this again. It's getting low, gamers. Oh, waxy. Huh, I wonder why. That's probably fine. Come on. There it is. Cut! Oh, it is on fire. It's just very low. Maybe I cut that too much. Look, guys, the candle's melting. Okay. It is lit. It is the tiny... Oh, never mind. I was like, it's the tiniest flame you ever did see. There it is. Ah, we got it. Classic Jimothy. Yeah, classic. Okay, anyways, what was I talking about? I was talking about, I don't remember. I'm like losing it. Dude, it's already so... This thing, I don't know if this thing's lasting another 4 hours. Okay, I'm trying to think here. What was I talking about? About January burnout. Oh, 2-day weekends. Crazy. So I started taking 2-day weekends to make sure that I don't get burnt out, and it's been working like pretty well. Because then I also have now more time to like plan streams, do more entertaining streams for you guys on Twitch here, and all that, which is pretty nice. It's pretty good. Also, cool news. I've been multi-streaming more on Twitch and YouTube. So I've been streaming on both Twitch and YouTube for occasionally on certain streams sometimes. And it's a very interesting vibe. And I'm really getting into some things here of like communities and like my viewers and audience. And I want to preface this by saying I like you guys. You guys are pretty cool. You know, you guys are pretty cool. YouTube streaming and Twitch streaming like simultaneously. That's so, dude, it's so cool. It's so fun too, because like when I'm streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, you guys seem to really like it. Like a lot. But I also like it too, because I have 2 chats. It's one chat to me personally. But it's like 2 different chats too. And it's like, it's more fun. With more people. Like there's more bits to run. And it's just like more entertaining for all of us. I don't know. It's just like, it's like a cool vibe. So I do really like multi-streaming. There's obviously some caveats that I like have to figure out on how to do it. Because a lot of people that watch on YouTube, I've never really seen a stream before, like ever. And like as a YouTube stream. And they're really excited and like really, really energetic and like can't wait to be a part of a YouTube stream. But it's not like, it's like it's weird because it's like it's not like they've never been a part of it, so they don't know like the culture that we have here, like on Twitch, for example. And then a lot of and so it's like it's like a weird sort of like vibe of like no like this is so cool, like, you know, I'm glad you're here, but like I don't know how to put it. It's just like, oh, you've never seen a live stream before, so you're wondering about how things work, and so let me try to catch you up in like 5 seconds so you can be on par with everybody else, and then you can enjoy it as much as everybody else is as well. So it's like a weird like balancing of like, oh, let's like, you know, let me do both. like let me be entertaining, but like also like tell you like how things are, because it's confusing. Like, what are bits? What are channel points? What are like subscriptions? What does that do? Emotes? How do I use that? Like, I don't know if you've ever used like Twitch for the first time. I mean, we all did technically. That's how that works. But I don't know if you remembered, but like you stopped on the website of Twitch or like YouTube live streaming and you're like, I don't know what the hell this is. Like, there's so much here. Like, I don't get it. Right? So it's like totally fair for somebody to be like really confused. They're like, I want to see my favorite streamer stream. And then they're just like really confused about things, right? So that's like the interesting vibe that I like had to like navigate with like Twitch streaming and YouTube streaming and stuff. I will also say, one of the issues with that is YouTube moderation sucks. Oh, it's bad. So we're trying to figure that one out, on like how to moderate that properly. And it's not like over moderation of like, oh, we gotta like suppress people. It's more like, hey, like if you say you like children, then maybe you shouldn't be in my chat. Also, YouTube, why are you allowing N-words through? Why is that like a thing that you're like allowing, you know? Or it's like, hey, when we delete a chat, why is it still on the screen there? Finally, oh my God, it took me so long for like, I was one of the people complaining about this to YouTube. I went to YouTube HQ. I was invited there and they wanted to hear about my thoughts about YouTube live streaming and everything, because I was one of the bigger live streamers. And also one of the people that was coming from like Twitch to like try out this whole multi-streaming kind of thing. And they were like, okay, cool. Like, let's figure this out. And I was like, hey, by the way, we encountered this problem in Tears of the Kingdom. When we banned one of the words during the playthrough for Tears of the Kingdom, because we didn't want me to get spoiled, right? It wasn't just like a word that was banned in chat. No. You couldn't say that word anywhere on my channel. So if I banned the word dog in my chat, for example, on YouTube, you couldn't comment on my Nintendogs video and said, oh, I really liked it when he had that Labrador dog. Nope. That was banned in all the comment sections too. It was banned universally. on my channel. You couldn't. And so I was like, hey, do you know that that's a thing? And they're like, what? That's crazy. And I was like, yeah, you got it. They finally fixed that. So that's good to know. They're doing that. They're experimenting with a lot of really cool things that I can't tell you as well because of NDAs. But YouTube's trying, at least. It's not a big focus because YouTube doesn't treat Twitch like... YouTube doesn't think Twitch is their competitor. And let's be real, they're not. Let's be honest here, they're really not. So it's like there's not really any like market forces making them be better aside from like some streamers being like, hey, it'd be really cool if you worked on this feature. Like YouTube's more focused on like shorts content and stuff because they're directly competing with TikTok. Totally fair, 100%. And they're really trying to work on like YouTube shopping. And if you're like, oh, YouTube shopping, is that like TikTok shop? No, not really. Like you've already seen it. It's been on some of my videos. It's a little thing in the bottom left corner that says like, hey, oh, here's a good idea. Why this doodle plushie? Look at him, he's so cute. And there should be like a little pop-up like right here at 6 hours and 7 minutes and in 50 seconds that says, hey, if you want to buy him, here's a link. Should be on like the bottom left corner or the top right corner. So that's kind of like how that works for YouTube shopping, and it's like very interesting, really cool. Yeah, they're focusing more on that, but YouTube live streaming has like been really interesting with like multi-streaming. It's more like the one thing I ask of like my viewers that I don't think I've like gotten across is like one, if you're watching this and you want to check out a stream, I ask that you wait 5 seconds before you chat when you check out the stream for the first time, so you kind of get the vibe and also the context of what's happening. So you don't just like come in and be like, hi, I'm new, what's happening right now? No, that's cool. You can say, hi, I'm new, like blah, blah, blah. Just like wait 5 seconds, read the title, see the overlay, see if there's any information you can gather of what is currently going on. And then if you're still confused, then you'd be like, hey, what's going on? And that's really fine. That's the one thing I ask of new chatters and new viewers, which I'm saying this now, and that might not reach everybody, and that's totally okay. The second thing I ask is if you are not a new viewer and you are a returning viewer, don't be mean. Don't be like, oh, stupid new viewer doesn't know what's going on. Ugh, you know? Just help out. If they're like, hey, what's going on? Be like, oh, this is what we're doing right now. Let's go. Like, hell yeah. Be positive, you know? Like, cause you were that guy once. You were that guy being like, I don't like what like, you know, if someone's like, hey, what's going on? Like if for the new chatter, 5 seconds before you chat, being like, hey, what's going on today? Clearly I'm watching a candle melt for 10 hours straight. Like there is nothing else going on in the stream. That is literally what's happening. It's in the title. It's right on screen. You can see this, right? Very, very obvious, right? However, somehow, if that's not like a thing that you have gathered from the stream because you think it's absolutely absurd and obscene and you don't know what's going on, and you ask, then like returning viewers just be like, oh, hey, this is what we're doing. You know, like, how are you enjoying the stream right now? What do you think? Right? And just being more like nice is kind of like the thing there. And just having fun with it is kind of the vibe. So that's those are the two things I wish to get across to my audience about the live streams for the multi live streams of the Twitch and YouTube. So, what's cool too is about YouTube is that once I finish a stream, it's like treated like a video. So it's like the stream gets recommended to people on their front pages and For You pages and stuff. And then people get to watch my streams in a more accessible way on YouTube. And that's really cool. And I really like that too. It's like, it just gets my streams out to more people and it gets more people to watch and have fun. Yeah, that's kind of that. I don't know. That's the cool thing about Twitch and YouTube streaming that I got. I don't think I have anything more about that, other than it's just an interesting process, and I'm trying to figure that out still on like what I'm streaming and what I'm not. There's always the question of like, is the stream going on YouTube or whatever? And we do have the PointCrow VODs channel, and that's where I upload all my streams to. So if you've ever, like for the past 4.5 years, I've uploaded every single stream I've ever streamed to the YouTube VODs channel, like the PointCrow VODs channel. So everything goes there. But if you're asking if it's like going to be a main channel video, the majority of the time it's like yes. I know like you might want to care because it's like, oh, am I going to be in a YouTube video? But it's more like, which is, I mean, that's a really cool thing, right? But it's more like, the answer is like probably. I don't know. I don't really know if something's going to be a YouTube video until like I finish it, because it could just be like a really dumb ending. I don't know. I don't know. It's just fun, I guess. It's just kind of like, I don't know. Like if someone asks, is this going to be a YouTube video? Like for example, this, yeah, I'm going to upload all 10 hours straight to YouTube because I think it's funny. But in the case of like, I don't know, maybe the power goes out or something. Like maybe, I don't know, maybe the candle becomes alive and then eats my dog. I don't have a dog. The candle's not going to come alive. I don't know. Maybe something happens where it makes it like unwatchable for some reason. Oh, maybe I'm losing it. Maybe I'm really just kind of. Maybe we've gotten to this part of the candle live stream, 10-hour live stream. But I guess the important part about this is I just want people. I don't know. I want people to have fun, and that's what matters. And I don't know if it's going to be a video or not, you know. But yes, maybe. Question mark. Hopefully that answers it. So.
Your favorite chatter here. I used the first hours of this stream to make a browser extension that adds rainbow-like filters to Hyrule Guesser. I'll post it on Discord when Google approves it.
That's awesome. Please do. That's so sick. I know someone made a Tears of the Kingdom extension for it, but I couldn't get it to work, unfortunately. I want to do the Hyrule Guesser streams again.
Why did the Scarecrow win an award?
Last time.
/cause he was outstanding in his field. Ha ha ha. Ha. Ha ha. Ha. Ha ha. Ha. Ha ha ha. 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 Ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
Ha 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 ha. Ha. Ha 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 ha.
The PCCU goes crazy. Concussion season finale was awesome.
Oh yeah, the PCCU, the PointCrow cinematic universe, you know, crazy. It's insane. It's ridiculous. Oh, yeah, post-concussion PointCrow. You know, it's ridiculous. I think we're in season 6, right? I think of PointCrow. I think I could be right. I think we're season 6.
I go to Orlando again starting next week till the beginning of next month for work/convention. I'm down.
Oh. I'm sorry about you having to go to Florida. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, I know there's different seasons of PointCrow, just based on like different eras of streaming. We're in 6 right now, which is like, I think season 6 is post. Yeah, season 6 is after Burnout. Season 5 was between Burnout and Tears of the Kingdom. And then before that was season 4. Because season 5 was post-concussion, pretty much. And before that was like here, like moving in this place. And then season 3 was my previous place. I forgot what season 2 was, but season 1 was like the very beginning of streaming. Yeah.
Sorry if you've already talked about this. Were the big streams, PointCrow Party, Battleship, etc., worth the time and effort? Can we expect any in the future?
Ooh,
Smile.
Good question. Okay, worth and value is like super subjective. Worth it in the terms of money? No, I lost so much money. So much money lost because I couldn't get sponsors. And that's I guess ultimately on my fault. But we did pay an agency who did not get us the sponsors. They screwed us over really hard, actually, the tunes of several hundreds of thousands of dollars. Anyways, so money, no. I wasn't really expecting to make money anyways off of it. I'm also like signed with a great agency who I love very much. Loaded, they're great, they're awesome, they're really cool. Yeah, basically, yeah, this is not lasting. All right, basically, how do I put this? It was worth it. I wasn't expecting it to make money, and like it lost as much as I was comfortable with losing. Where I was like, okay, we'll still be like good and still fine, but it was worth it in the fact that I got to do something really cool. Like you guys, and it was worth it in the fact of like, it was so worth it when like I saw your guys' reaction to the things we were doing. And like just the opening shots and everything, and just so many people were, oh my god, no way, or like the YouTube videos are like, oh, I can't believe you did this. That was like worth any penny I could have spent on it, you know. And that made me so happy, where I was like, oh yeah, we might be like several blank in the hole, you know. I've already said how much it cost, like on previous streams, whatever, right? But like, it was just that just made it worth it, you know. It just made it so worth it. It was just like seeing the smiles that like I like you guys had. That was just fun, you know. The thing is, so yes, okay. So the answer is yes, it was worth it, 100%. Did I lose money? Yeah, 100%, right? But like I enjoyed it, and you guys enjoyed it, and I think that's what like mattered to me at the end of the day for those things. Do I wish that I did better marketing for those things? Yeah, I do. I think I wish I let you guys know ahead of time that this thing was happening, like these events were happening more, and really tried to like push it more and everything. Like, oh, I'm doing this really big thing and all this stuff, and like I don't know, could have done like videos different and you know all these things. But like you know, like I think all said and done, like so worth it, so much fun. And I'm glad you guys seem to have a lot of fun with it too. As for will I be doing more of those again? Yes. But I can't do what I did before. Which means if I were to do a big event like that again, I have to have it sponsored. I can't take that loss again. Like I can't lose that much money again. Mainly too, because now I have more people that I pay as like employees on payroll and stuff. Where it's like, I need to make sure that like they're treated well. And eventually, you know, I'd like to, you know, like, I don't know how long the streaming gig is going to last. I'll be real with you guys. Like I think I have like a good 5-10 years left, you know, I think I do, but there's a real possibility that like, I don't know, maybe things fall off. Maybe I'm not as creative anymore. Maybe maybe it's just as simple as you guys don't want to watch anymore. And that's so okay. That is totally fine. That happens, you know. There's so many creators where I'm like, oh man, I'm like binging on your videos. Hell yeah. And then like, I just stop watching them. That's it. Right. And that's something that like, you just got to realize that's just a fact that happens, you know? I mean, you just get bored, and that's really okay. But I gotta realize that like that's a real possibility. And so I need to like probably save up money, you know, like I probably need to put things towards a 401k, you know, probably gotta like, you know, save things a little bit more in the future, you know. And that's something like I gotta think about a little bit more. So I can't like spend absurd amounts of money on things as much as I was in the past. I need to make sure that like I you know, can make some money off of things. You know? I'd like that. I'd like to. I don't know. I think I would like to. I want to do big events, but I have to be more money conscious about it. So that's yeah. So that's why I'm trying to sell more merch. I'm trying to do like less intrusive things to like. I'm trying to put out more videos. You know. So I'm trying to put out more videos so I can get more ad revenue from those videos. So you guys get more entertainment. Like all of the things I'm doing to get more money so I can put it towards events. I'm trying to do to your benefit, if that makes sense. So I'm trying to put out more videos so you're more entertained, right? So I can, you know, get more money from ads. I'm trying to put out merchandise, which you guys have been asking for, that you guys would want to buy. So then I can use the profits from that to put towards more like events. I'm trying to take sponsor deals that gets you guys good deals as well for things that you might be wanting to use or like play or what, you know, like, so then I can take some of that money and put it towards events and stuff, you know? Hopefully that kind of like makes sense with how that works. So I'm trying to acquire more capital in a way that's positive for you guys. Basically like spending more of my time currency for you guys. So you get more cool things that you guys really want. And then I can get you even more cool things by doing more events. If that makes sense too. So there's like, we have at least 4 or 5 big event ideas that I've been like going around, but the problem is that like I just don't have the money to do it right now. And it's one of those like, it's not one of those like I'm poor. That's not it. Not at all. It's like these cost 80 grand, 100 grand, you know, like tons of money to do it in the way that I would want it to. Like the way I would want to do it, it would cost like a ton of money. And so it's more like I'm saving up right now to get those video ideas. Like I really want to like, I spend like so much money on videos because I like doing it, because it makes for really cool videos. You know, so, you know, I want to like, that's what I want to. I just want to make. I want to do cooler and bigger things, but in order to do those cooler and bigger things, I need to think things small, and so that's why we're getting a lot of really cool, awesome, fun, video gaming videos still, and those are never going to change. I still love doing that. We're going to keep doing those, but I would also like to break those up every like, I don't know, every couple months, do a really big event. You're like, oh my god, I really loved when PointCrow did that. You know, so it's not just like, oh, my favorite video. It's like, no, he does it different, because I think I do. I like it. I have some pretty good ideas, so I like that a lot. All right, so that's like where I'm coming from when it comes to big events.
What with the glasses? I got 3 small doodle and 1 big doodle.
What's with these glasses? Oh, I can't look at a flame with your naked eye for this long, or you'll burn a hole in your retina. So safety. Also, I'm glad you bought the big doodle, the big giant chonker doodle. I actually have him right over here. Him. The giant doodle plushie. He's available right now at collectorsanxiety.com. If you want to get him. The thing is that's an interesting one, because he's available right now at collectorsanxiety.com. We bought a couple hundred units of him, and I think there's like at the beginning of today's stream there's like 90 left. I'm willing to bet you guys it's like 30 left right now. And initially we wanted it to be evergreen, as in like you're always like you can, no matter if you are like seeing it right now or seeing it in a year from now, like it's evergreen. Like you'll always be able to buy the giant doodle as well as like the small doodles, the regular sized OG doodles. Like you can always buy those no matter what. but the big one, we also wanted like a giant big doodle there too. The thing is, like, we're having some manufacturing issues and shipping issues, being that he's so big. And so I was like, okay, let's do these amount of units. Like let's have these at this price point, and we'll sell them now. And then we'll try our goddamn hardest to bring them back at that same price point. I can't guarantee it, but we'll try. I'm really trying. Like, this is, yeah. So we'll see if we can. I will try to get him back after this little drop that we have with him. But yeah, with the other limited edition plushies, those are limited edition. Like, they're not coming back really. Unless like there's like a freak accident or something like that. Those are like, you get it, you're gone, you know? But for the large plushie, we're really trying to get those back. The thing is, like, it might not be at the same price because we're really not selling. I'm not making much money off of them. That's the other thing too, is like, that's the crazy thing is like, because I keep saying, like, I need more money for events if I want to host events. But then I'm on the other end of the spectrum. I'm like, I really want to sell my merch for cheap, so then it's easier for you guys to buy and get the things that you really want. So I'm going to, like, mark down my profit so then you guys can have a more affordable price. Which is, like, the complete opposite of, like, well, then I'm making less money, so I can't do as many events. But then you guys get a really good deal. And I'm like, so I'm just trying my best, you know? But we're still making money off of them, so don't worry. They're, you know, it's just not as, like, large as, you know, it's whereas some of you guys might expect, oh, he's making like $20-$30 per doodle, that's crazy. No, it's like less than 10. Like, it's not as much. Yeah, I'm trying to, like, you know, I know, because I was like, I could sell them for like $65 or $49. And $49 is more of like an acceptable price, I guess, for like a giant doodle plushie. Hopefully that answers whatever question. Actually, that wasn't even a question. That was just like a random TTS. Thanks for buying the large and the small doodle, though. I appreciate it. We're trying to work on some more clothing merchandise as well, so you can guys like actually get some like clothing stuff that you can wear rather than just like plushies you can hug. But both are really good, anyways, you know. So, yeah.
Got 3 small doodle and 1 big doodle.
Okay, you actually got 3 small doodles and 1 big doodle. Nice. I have like 20 of them here. Not the large ones, like the small ones. There's like, they permeate through my house. Like, every single room has at least 1 doodle of some kind. Like there's like a winter plushie. There's the PointCrow L.
Please play Terraria with Doug Duck. He doesn't like it, but he only played for a few hours. He hasn't even beat the wall of flesh yet. He doesn't know what he's missing out on.
I'm gonna counter this. You know what? You're gonna hate me for this. I'm gonna counter this. I've played Terraria, right? Like on stream, with friends. The Terraria lovers, it's a good game. Terraria lovers, you are a very loud minority. Very loud. In a great way. Very passionate about it. I really like playing Terraria Calamity. Very fun. I like playing Terraria with friends. It is not something that I think bodes well for a stream, particularly because it's basically inventory management, the game. And for the average viewer who doesn't know Terraria, they'll come in being like, I don't really understand. Goodbye. And that's okay. And that's totally valid. And also, I can't make Doug do anything. He's his own guy. And if he didn't like it, he didn't like it. You gotta live with it, you know?
Show Spider or I don't believe you.
Are we really that far back with TTS? Holy shit. Spider's dead, so rip. Oh sevens. Is this really gonna last another 3.5 hours? I don't know.
I'm curious, what was the worst date you've ever been on?
Worst date I've ever been on? I haven't been on many. Oh, I guess I did like say this on like Cutie's stream last recently. But I definitely haven't been on many because beginning of last year, I was seeing a girl, and I only say this because I think it's a funny story now. But I was seeing a girl, and it turns out, I'll just long story short it. Turns out the entire time she was seeing somebody else. And the funny part of the story is like there was this like that classic sort of moment where me and the other guy, or I guess I was the other guy in this scenario. We both didn't know, because like he was the boyfriend and I was the other guy, but like I thought she was single. Yeah. So he was like, so we hopped on like a call and we were like, hey, so is that? And he was like, yeah, are you? It was like just like the full like the classic like cinema like rom-com sort of like, no, she did it, you know, like no, like, you know, like, oh my god. So that was a very fun time. So I haven't really like dated since then, because obvious reasons. But before that, and I won't like seriously like, don't worry about it. Like it's just kind of like it happened, you know, whatever. I've gone to therapy. Hey, shit's great. If you don't have a therapist and you got the money for it, dude, shit rocks. Dude, here's my question. After trying it out, how do people just like go through life just raw dogging life? Like, how do you do that? What? Huh? You gotta talk to someone, you know? Like, it's great. It's like, I think it gets like a bad rap for like, oh, something's wrong with you, so you have to go to therapy. It's like, no, something could be totally right with you, but like, it's like cool to talk about things with someone, you know? Like, shit's great. You should get some, for sure. So like, totally with that, like, whatever happened, you know? Funny story that I get to tell now. I been through it all basically. So that's pretty cool. And the only reason I'm comfortable talking about this is because I talked about it with on Cutie's podcast that she has on our late night show, and it was a really funny conversation that we had with it. So that was kind of great. But before that, I guess like a worst date I've been on. I've cited this before. I think it was in one of my videos, but I think one of the worst dates I've ever been on was I went to eat sushi with a girl on a first date that I met on Tinder at the time, and we kind of hit it off and everything. I was like, cool, let's like check it out, sushi. Why not? Sounds fun. And we started talking, and you know, down to earth. She talked about herself a lot, but I was also asking questions about her because I wanted to get to know her more. Dude, but like, obviously, like it came up that she does equestrian, and I'm like, oh, cool. Like, that seems like a really cool sport. I know, like, my sister rides horses, and I'm not really a huge fan of riding horses myself, but like I can like respect it. It's a difficult sport and everything. It's like, that's pretty neat, pretty cool. Turns out, she really liked equestrian to the point where like she's like continuously talking about like her horse's intestines and like Like all of like, and I was like, oh, okay, interesting. She's like, yeah, I had like a crazy bowel problem the other day that I had to deal with. And I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah. You ever like just kind of like stick it? And I'm like I'm like slurping salmon right now. Like, and I'm like, I'm not a texture problem person when it comes to food, but I just immediately in that moment became that. And I was like, oh, I see what everyone means when they say like, don't talk about weird shit while you're eating. Because turns out doesn't make things very appetizing. And I was like, okay, cool. Move the conversation away. Like that was just like a weird kind of like maybe one-off thing. And kept bringing it up. I'd say anything. Oh yeah, I play. I do sports too. Like part of the rowing team. I do collegiate rowing. It's really fun. She's like, oh really? Like you got a workout? Yeah, it's actually like it's like a leg workout. It's like thighs and everything. And then same with equestrian. Same with equestrian. And it's crazy too. Like you really like. So with my horse, right? You know how like they had the intestinal problem. And I'm like, oh my God, how did you? What are you doing? Anyways, I was like, hey, you want to come back to mine? Afterwards, because why not? At that point, I guess I don't know. I was in college. I didn't have the thought there, or I was one. Doesn't matter. And she's like, no, I gotta go take care of my horse's intestines. And I was like, am I on the show of Pranked, or like, what's going on? And I dropped her off. So that's that story, Yeah, that's a crazy one. No. Oh, okay. Here, can I grab? Can't do anyone. So, Abby has brought like a ton of candles. We will see how far this one goes and figure it out. Yeah, I'll cut. Like, yeah, I think we'll keep it like right now. See how far it goes. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if this is lasting another like 3.5 hours. Do you want to say something? Yeah, what's up?
Where it's at right now, it's so interesting. When I've been burning candles like for the last months. I've been working on this for months. How is that? But this is the same candle, and you guys remember where it was earlier. This is at my house, this is after 6 hours. Also, it's a million fucking degrees in here, so that probably doesn't help.
Oh, is it really? Oh, huh. I wonder why. Anyways, so yeah, we'll see about this. Maybe it'll last. It'll be like definitely down here at least by the end. We're definitely getting up there in 3.5 hours, huh? We'll figure it out, It'll happen. If not, then maybe I'd take like some wax shavings and just put it in there and just have it burn the wax shavings or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Like cut off the wick or something else and make our own little candle here. Like you really just kind of like figuring that out. That'll be fun. Anyways, that's that story.
6 seasons and a movie? What's the movie going to be about?
A community, community. 6 seasons and a movie. Great show. Phenomenal show. Literally like one of the best, I'd even say.
No question here, just appreciation. Thank you for the effort you put into your content and for entertaining us. I believe majority if not all of chat feels the same way. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it. That's very nice. I'm watching a candle melt. There's so much effort.
Excited for the 401k fundraiser subathon less than 3, but seriously, yeah. No matter the size of event, the content's been so cool over the past few years. Always excited for what's next, PointCrow tree.
The problem, the thing that I have the most trouble with is leaking my ideas before I do them. Like, I am just so excited about all the things that I do that I'm like really like I can't wait to tell you about them and everything. Cause like I plan like streams and stuff like a couple weeks in advance. Like Abby was just literally just in here being like months ago, because I wanted to do like the candle melting stream a couple months ago, but then timing didn't work out right. So for like a couple weeks she was like testing candles and testing to see like how much they would go down by melting them, and just literally would light a candle and just see how far it would go down, and then just mark it there and be like, okay, cool, this is at this time, just so we can get a candle that will last like 10 hours. But like it's like I wish I could tell you about like, so there's like for example, there's a Pokemon idea that I have that we have been working on for 7 months now that I can't tell you about until it's done. So I'm like, I wish. But we do put a lot of really fun, cool love and stuff into our stuffs. If I can't spend money, I'll spend time, you know?
Hey PointCrow.
Yo.
What's Doodle like in real life? They always say don't meet your heroes, so I want to know if he's a good person.
You know, if you can still be a smiley, happy little burb after all the things that people do to him, I think he can be considered a pretty good person, you know? If Doodle can be strapped to a semi-truck 18-wheeler and driven down the road and still end up with a smile, I think he's a pretty neat guy. Anyways, we made the giant doodles because you guys kept putting him into blenders and microwaves, so that you physically would be unable to fit him into those crevices. So, checkmate.
Hey PointCrow. What's Doodle like in real life? They always say don't meet your heroes, so I want to know if he's a good person.
Sorry, you probably had that TTS twice because the pause button and everything. Whoopsies. That's my bad. Haha, tee.
A second candle has hit the stream.
I'm not lighting a second candle yet. We're just doing one right now. I need to make sure that this one goes all the way down first. Candle wax can't melt steel beams. Just to let you guys know. Are we caught up? We might be. Let's go. Second time we're caught up on TTS. And it's almost 7 hours into this. Oh.
It would be so hot and cool to give Candle One a friend.
It would, wouldn't it? Oh. Did you guys hear that? Oh, God. It's a big stretch. This is where I start doing like Pilates, like mid candle watching. Oh. I've gotten back into going to the gym recently. So I by recently I mean like 7 months ago. So I go like pretty much 3 to 4 times a week, which is really neat. That's really nice. Gotten that back. It's one of the goals that I've had for this year. So that's really nice. I believe you were probably able to see that during like the Ludwig dodgeball stream for last year. And then I don't know what else actually. I guess just like me playing basketball like every week too is like pretty good. But I'm like really excited about that. I'm like, damn, like I was like, I want to be more fit and put more time into that. And then I did. And that's always rewarding when you say you're going to put your mind to something and then you do it and then it works really well. The other thing is I've developed a passion towards plants. Whoa, who knew that you could have plants indoors? No way. But I've gotten a couple plants for my place, and it's really cool taking care of them because like they grow. Like I'll walk out one day like I'll wake up and I'll go to water my plants and there's like a new bud and I'm like, yo, bud, what's going on? You know, hell yeah. And it'll grow and I'm like, yeah, that's so cool. And I had to like repot like one of my plants because like it didn't fit in the pot anymore because it grew so much. I've had to get like I've only killed one plant so far, and it was my pothos. And you might be like, PointCrow, if you know anything about plants, you might be like, PointCrow, how the fuck did you kill a pothos? And I don't know. I don't really know. It's not totally dead yet, but it's gone from several stems to one, and then several leaves on that stem to one. Because it was too much water, then not enough water, then too much sun, then not enough sun, then too much, you know, really temperamental apparently for like, for some reason for pothos. But my calathea is doing really well, if you know what that is, like the network plant calathea. It's really neat. Apparently, according to like all the places that I've looked to see if you can take care with it, they're like, yeah, calatheas are not like beginner plants. Like those are really hard to take care of. So like you got to be really careful, really particular for it. You know, like you got to make sure. You know, and that thing is dude. It grows like a new leaf like every couple days. I'm like, this thing is gonna overgrow my entire like place. And it's also like one of my favorite plants, so it's like really cool. So I really like the calathea. That's like my baby. You know, that's like the one. That's my calathea. And that's actually that's the plant right next to Tortellini's tank, goldfish fish tank, which I guess is like a new thing, by the way. I also have a snow fern and a maidenhair fern, by the way. But that's a new thing. I guess I didn't have tortellini the last time we did this. I'm pretty sure we didn't. I'm pretty sure I didn't have my goldfish last time we did this. That's kind of wild, because I got my goldfish after my concussion, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so I have a goldfish, in case you guys didn't know. Literally one of the most famous goldfish in the history of goldfish, because he is the first goldfish to spend $7,000 of my credit card. Thank you very much. You know, at least $3,600 of that dollars went towards charity, so that's very nice. So we'll take that. The other part of that went towards a Balenciaga bag, which I don't use. I've tried to pawn it off to so many people. Literally, I'm like, please, I will give this to you for free, and they keep saying that it's no, too gaudy. Please, oh God, no. Why would I ever wear that? So, you know, it's been a little bit difficult to get that one off my hands. It's yeah, no one wants it. And I'm like, hey, it's worth this much, and they're like, that's worthless. And I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. It's not worth the trouble, you know. So there's the fun fact. He's also beaten you know, Margit, Godric, and the first phase of Millennia, which is really cool. So he and then recently the final boss of the Elden Ring DLC. He beat the entirety, phase 1 and phase 2, which was really cool. That was neat, you know. I think he might be able to beat all of Millennia too now, but we'll see. He's definitely practicing everything. That's my goldfish, and it's really cool, you know. It's I love taking care of him. I feed him in the morning, I feed him at night. It's just him right now in the tank, but he's grown a lot. Like he has grown. I used to be like this big, and well, he used to be around like this big, and now he's like about that big. Sorry, let me like towards camera. He used to be about that big, and now he's about like that big. So he's grown like a lot. So much. He is a 20-gallon tank right now, and I am debating getting like a 50 or 60 gallon tank to put him in, because he is growing like a lot, and I want to make sure that he's like, you know, has like a good space to swim around and everything. You normally see with Tortellini's tank in the videos, you normally see that he has nothing in his tank at all. That's like not how it looks like normally. Normally his tank has like a little house, like a little cave that he can go through and everything. He still goes through it. He loves it. A couch, a little TV, a little table. He has some like plants in there too. Fake plants, not real ones. Which is still totally fine. Good filter, clean his tank. He has pebbles and everything underneath. And he's happy as he can be. You know, he'll like follow you around in the tank. He's like really interested about people and everything. But I take all of that out so then it can actually be like, I take all of the stuff out so then it can actually be tracked by the program, so we can actually play the games. And I take the filter out as well, but like I do it for a certain amount of time, nothing more than like you know, a couple hours, 8 max, 9 max, you know, with that. Oh, is what? All right, Tortellini's birthday is actually this Saturday, so happy early birthday, Tortellini. That's so cute. There you go. That's adorable. I think he's turning 3. 2. I think he's turning 2. So he's really cute. So anyways, what I want to do though is I want to give him like a 50 or 60 gallon tank, like really a lot of space. I might even get him a friend. I want to get sand, some actual real plants like some jungle val or something, to like nibble on or something, maybe some duckweed too, and then like more of like a driftwood kind of thing, shaved down obviously, and like, you know, so there's no like hard edges, so we can't like get scales or fins stuck on it. Yeah, so I was thinking of like really like revamping the tank and everything for him, possibly getting a little friend, because there was one night I was just like sitting at my couch and I couldn't sleep, and so I just had this thought, and I don't know why, but I was like, can goldfish get lonely? And so I like Google it, right? And then I like go on Reddit and I'm looking through all these forums and everything, and they're like, yeah, sometimes. They're like, yeah, like goldfish normally like they like to be like with other fish, like, you know. It's totally okay if you just have the goldfish by themselves. So, like, they're totally good, but they're definitely a lot happier. Or like just they're definitely a little bit happier, you know, if they have like another, like if they have like another friend like in their tank. And I'm like, oh my god, what if I get Tortellini a friend? So I'm planning on filming the rest of the Tortellini, you know, Elden Ring DLC video first, and then maybe getting him a new tank afterwards, and then that actually might retire him, you know, because the tank, if I want to do any more goldfish controls kind of streams, then you know, you can only have one goldfish in the tank, and I'm not gonna have 2 there, and I'm not gonna remove one goldfish to put it in the tank unless like I do that over the course of a couple weeks. Like I could still do it. It would just take like a lot longer in prep and stuff. I guess I could still do it, but I would need to make sure that this goldfish aren't stressed out like at all, and it's like super easy to like, you know, do and everything. I guess I could do like goldfish multiplayer. Like I could do like 1 goldfish in one tank and then 1 goldfish in another tank, and then have like 2 cameras like on them, and then I guess they can like control a character for each. That'd be kind of fun. Maybe I could do that. But I'd still have to separate the tanks there, and that's like the part where it could stress the goldfish out, and I really don't want to do that. So I want to make sure that that's like good. But anyways, I was thinking of getting like a bigger tank for him and everything. I'm like really excited about that, and I hope he is too, with everything. He doesn't know it, but like he, you know, I talk with him. I think it's really cute. So yeah, very cool.
Hey, so about making Doodle big to prevent atrocities. I am proud to announce I have a gargantuan-sized blender for industrial smoothies. Big Doodle soup time.
Please don't turn him into Big Doodle soup. Please.
You should play Bendy and the Dark Revival. It's one of my favorite games and I would love my favorite streamer to play it.
I have a suggestions channel in Discord if you want to put it there. I do read it pretty often. So that'll also like help me remind discord.gg/PointCrow. It'll help remind me of to write it down for sure. I got you.
Did you make the pride doodles by putting them into your RGB gaming PC? I think I might put mine in there next. What are your thoughts?
No, I just put them in a river of fluoride and they just turn gay.
I propagated it this morning from Abby.
Propagated my pothos? Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Thank you. All right, my pothos might still live despite all odds. Thanks. She was helping set up stream and everything today, and ended up cleaning all.
I've said this so many times before, but thank you again for all of the amazing content over the years. I hope you know how much it means to many of us, even if it sounds silly. Also, you should know that my mom thinks you're cool.
Oh, your mom thinks I'm cool? Hey, you don't need to tell me that. I heard that last night. Am I right? Yeah, is that right? Just hey, yo, crazy. Also, thanks for the kind words. Thanks for the really nice words that you said before that. Before I said all that stuff about your mom. Anyways. All right. Cool,
I just saw the full creator dodgeball VOD the other day, and seeing you be the MVP of team chess boxing was so cool. Glad to know you're keeping up with the gym and staying happy and healthy.
Hell yeah. That was one of the cooler things too, because like let me speak on this a little bit. I think I talked about it. Oh, when did I talk about this? I talked about it a little bit a while ago. Was it yesterday? But I for a lot of my content for so long, I would like kind of like treat myself as like. Did I talk about this already today? Put myself as the heel. I'm having deja vu. I wanted to win. This is so weird. I'm like having deja vu over a couple hours ago. What the hell? Yeah, no, I really wanted to win that, and that was one of the events where I was like, I hope that, you know, I don't know, I want more. I think rather than I don't know, like a lot of time I'll like put myself as like the heel or like the person in content that is like, he's gonna lose, and like build. I did talk about this already. Build the other person up, but I really wanted to win. I already talked about this at like hour 1. Okay, we're good. Actually, it's the same topic of conversation. We're all good. Oh my god, if somebody skipped to hour 7 right now, you better go back to the beginning. Subscribe right now, by the way. Subscribe, do it. Go back to the beginning. I know you're trying to skip the video, and I see you. You're like, oh my god, wow, this is a small, ha ha ha. So is your penis, but like, still, please, okay? Like, go back to the very beginning, okay? Then watch up until here, and then you'll be good, okay? Okay. You got if you're watching this at all, you got to start from the beginning and then make it. It's a rite of passage. You can't make it to hour 7 by just skipping. You can't just do it. Subscribe, by the way. I'm just calling you out. Yeah, but anyways, the dodgeball stuff was really fun because I think that was one of the bigger wins that I got like for myself, because it was like a lot of people being like, oh, PointCrow isn't just like this scrawny like weird guy that like does weird things in the corner of the internet. It was just like, oh wow, he's actually like, he does win things, you know. I don't know. I kind of I don't know, I don't like it when people like spam like, you know, common crow L or like, you know, like you know, like oh, you're so bad at this or like whatever. I don't like that. It's not like fun, totally. Like if it's like, it's vibes. If I'm like making fun of myself and everything, and I'm like, I'm so bad at this, then like you can say, oh, you're so bad at this. But if it's just like something that I'm passionate in, and I'm like, no, I think I can really like, for example, like Hyrule Geoguessr, I'm like, no, I'm actually like really good at this. I'm like, 9 meters off or whatever, and people are spamming like L Crow, like you suck at this. I'm like, hey man, like I don't like what's like what so it's like I want more wins, I guess. So I'm just trying. I try my best.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Dr. Dominic here from yesterday's stream of miracles and war crimes. Just popping in to check on you and the baby Eric. Wanted to make sure you aren't suffering from postpartum depression.
Postpartum. I'm not. And the baby, the baby's doing well. Oh my God. What a
During
stream.
your roast is what Nandra said true about having replaced tortellini 3 times?
No, you should should not trust what you should not trust what Nandre said that we've replaced tortellini 3. Did you see did you oh my God. Just because you said this is not a joke does not mean that you take it at face value. It was a joke. Dude, the roast was so fun. What a cool event. When we were talking about events beforehand, like that's like the thing I think I want to do more of are like smaller sort of events where they don't cost that much and still like hit, that was really fun. I'm really glad we got to do that. If I knew that everyone was going to go so hard, I was nervous because I was like, oh, haha, teehee. If I knew that everyone was going to go so hard, I wouldn't have like written out some of my jokes because I was like, that seems like a little mean, haha, teehee. But then like when Cutie came on the mic, I was like, oh, that was tame compared to everything that she said. It was such a fun time too because like we could all just like, I don't know, it wasn't. None of it was mean spirited or anything. It was like it was all like, okay, like this is all like good, fun, like roasts between friends, and it was just a good vibe between like the entire group. We all had like a lot of fun, and we were like beforehand sharing like not the jokes, but we were like, oh, you're never gonna guess this one, like this one's gonna be crazy. Or like going up beforehand being like, I'm so sorry for what I'm about to do to you. And I think the thing about the roast too that was like for me, I was like every single person had a good stand-up bit, like every one of them. Obviously like Cutie stole the show like she normally does, but it was like damn so good. I was just so happy because I was like, it was just funny. Like I had to take like several moments during the actual roast stream to compose myself, lest I, like pass out due to suffocation from lack of breathing, like, like that's how good it was, where I was like, oh, this is like so funny. But maybe I'll do more of that like later. Like not more roasts, but I'm hoping that another streamer does another roast so I can write again, because that was so fun. Like get another excuse to just like rip them a new one for good vibes. But that's not a joke.
You should have gone Ebenezer Scrooge core for this. Where's your long pajama hat?
Oh, you mean like with the have like a little candle holder or whatever with this and like yeah, I see what you're saying. Issue being the candle wasn't always this small. It was like about up here, and it's like slowly melted over time over the past 7 hours. Imagine. It'd be crazy though. Not gonna get blown out. I don't have that fast punches. Maybe when I was doing boxing I could, but not right now. Oh, That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this one. Oopsies. All right, get scammed. Sorry about that. Forgot. Got the muting part. But yeah, I think we have a couple of smaller.
Gotta
events
say,
that really can
Hoyoverse games have done a lot to me. They've changed me. They've made me cry.
Same.
They've made me start posting fan fiction. And they made me attracted to a rat. All true.
I don't know about those last couple parts, and I'm a little concerned about that last one for sure. But I will say, Hoyoverse games, particularly Genshin Impact, did make me cry. After I saw my bank statement, you know, like they did sponsor a stream of mine, and I'm pretty sure I spent all of the money that they used to sponsor me on the game already. So I just kind of streamed it for free. And that's why I quit Genshin Impact. Because, you know, gotta cool it with that. Gotta make sure that I don't keep spending money that way, because that's not a good vibe, you know? Totally fair. I have a very like addictive personality, where if I am like into something, I'm very into it. I hyperfixate super easily. So far, streaming, content creation has been the longest hyperfixation that I've ever been a part of, which is really cool. Turns out that's just called a career. You know, Pokemon cards for a while was my vice. Yu-Gi-Oh was there. Genshin Impact for a small amount of time, very small amount of time. But it's like once I like enjoy something, I just want to keep doing it, you know, and more. So one of the ways like I personally have like made sure, like it's not like, I don't know, like I like to think of it in my head. It's not this way at all, like whatsoever, but this is the way I think about it. So I've never smoked in my life, like the cigarettes, weed, nothing. I just haven't, I don't know, I haven't ever wanted to. It's never been like something where I'm like, ooh, I wonder how that feels or tries out. And then especially in college, I didn't, because I was rowing in college, and that requires like your lungs to be like as healthy as possible, because it's a huge cardio, like, you know, sport. And so we were very much like our coaches were very much like, don't smoke. Bad idea. Like if you want to be slower, then go for it, you know, like hotbox. But if you want to actually win in competition, you're not going to smoke. And it was actually similar with getting our blood drawn. They it's not like they wouldn't allow us, but they're like, don't do it. Like you're going to pass out during practice, because you need your blood to transfer oxygen. You know, like you need that. So don't do that. So then I just like didn't during college and everything. And then, you know, so that's like the actual reason and everything. And then post college, I just, I don't know, haven't wanted to. But my internal thing is, with like an addictive personality, I feel like, if I got into it, I'd get lung cancer immediately. I'd be like, yeah, let's go. But the other part though, is I eat a lot of sunflower seeds. That's like my thing of like, I will just eat so many sunflower seeds throughout, you know, every couple weeks. You know, I'll just like get bags and bags and bags. And I'll try different, like one of the things that I really love is trying the different flavors. So I've had the classic cracked pepper. I've had the ranch flavor, you know, the dill pickle, haha, you know, the crazy classic flavors. But then like I will get into crazier flavors. And let me like table that for now real quick. But one of the reasons why I internally am like, oh, I'm not going to smoke in the future, is because I have this sunflower seed stuff that I like doing instead. And that kind of in my mind replaces the same slot that it would take if I smoked, for example. So anyways, so untable that. That's the end of that conversation. But the new one is like flavors of sunflower seeds. I like to try new things like a lot. I think it's one of my more favorite things. Just in my life personally, I'm like, yeah, you know, like try new things. Why not? It doesn't hurt a lot sometimes. Most of the time it doesn't hurt. But like, I like to try new things. So if I see a new like sunflower seed flavor, then I will try out. Like I'll try it out, you know. So I've had like, let me see if I can name like all of the ones that I've had. I've had regular sunflower seeds, ranch, dill pickle, cracked pepper, spicy dill pickle. I've had chili lime, tapatio chili lime, Flamin' Hot Cheetos. I've had Flamin' Lemon Hot Cheetos. I've had Taki flavor. I've had Old Bay seasoning. I've had Taco Supreme. I've had, I think I mentioned barbecue already. I've had cheeseburger flavored. They don't have a hamburger. They have a cheeseburger flavored. There's bacon mac and cheese. There's also buffalo style ranch. It's separate from regular ranch. There's buffalo wing flavor. Frank's Red Hot. There's a lot of hot sauce tie-ins with sunflower seeds for some reason. Bacon flavored. Let me see. Hot and sour, sweet and sour. Those aren't very good. That's why I'm like struggling to remember those. And I think that's all I can think about right now. Oh, jalapeno. I've had jalapeno. There we go. That might be the last one actually. Because I don't think there's any others that I, you know. And like this is just like all the flavors. Like I've had different, like there's 3 different like big manufacturers of sunflower seeds. There's David's, there's Biggs, and there's Spitz. And I've tried like pretty much like the classics of like dill pickle from all 3 of those. I've tried ranch from all 3 of those, cracked pepper from all 3 of those. And I have like my personal, like for example, I really liked the cracked pepper from David's. It's really good. Ranch from Biggs is the best, you know, kind of thing, you know. So I'll try it here and there, based on what they have. And that's actually like what my one of my Christmas presents was this last year, was a giant box of like 20 different sunflower seed flavors. And that's like one of the best gifts I've ever gotten. That and Mistborn, you know, the same thing. You know, if you have to rank them on the same scale, it's like a book and sunflower seeds. Call it a day. You know, give me socks and I'm all good to go. That's like my sunflower seed sort of thing. Like, I don't know. I just like really try like new things, new flavors and stuff. I also have to really go to the bathroom. So I'm going to go do that real quick. I am like, yeah, like timer's still going. So candle's still melted. I'm going to put him in my place and I'm going to watch. You know what? How about this? What if I put up my stream on my phone and then watch my stream on my phone while I'm going to the bathroom? And then I'm still technically watching the candle melt while I'm out. And then also like filling up my water. I'll do that. That's a good idea. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna leave him here for a second, okay? Little big doodle here. He's gonna be great. And then I'll be right back, all right? Hi, chat. I'm back. All right, cool. Yeah, I was like, I want to watch this candle melt, like as soon as I can. I want to be away from the candle as little time as possible. So I was like, all right, Abby, can you fill up my water, while I go to the bathroom, right? Watching, puts it down, on the. Do I go into the details of like how I put my phone on the tank so I could watch the stream while I was? It doesn't matter. Okay. Anyways, that's maybe not a detail that that I should be sharing on my live streaming channel. Oh. Anyways, thanks for understanding. We'll see what happens if it's been all the way down to the little nubbins. We'll figure it out. But I will guarantee you guys this. Okay? No matter what happens, I will be watching a candle. Well, probably the candle. It's more, I'll be watching it melt, for 10 hours. Right? We're not just going to see it. We're going to figure something out. All right. We're doing it. It's happening.
Ever listen to Imagine Dragons?
Imagine dragging these nuts across your face. Oh, I got them. Come on.
Pretty good band, all nuts considered.
All right, yeah, you read me like a book. Oh, am I that
PointCrow, it's been a while since I've been in your stream. I think about 2 or 3 years ago. I think also when drunk driving stream.
What? Also, all right. So first, let me speak on that because believe it or not, I have a thing to say about it. Okay. All right. So first off, I'm glad you're back. Welcome back. Glad you're here. Second off, drunk driving stream. So I know. So never, of course, of that. But I do know that I have done Mario Kart, which is Mario Kart, but every single but you have it's Mario Kart, but you have a beer and you have to finish the beer before you finish the race. But the thing is obviously you can't drink and drive. Like that is not okay. So you have to stop your car before drinking and then you can drive, right? Like you have to, your car has to be stationary before you drink because you can't drink and drive, at the same time, So I've done that on stream before a couple times. I've done that just with friends for fun, constantly. Not constantly. I was assuming I'm an alcoholic. I do it once every couple months. But it's really fun. I've gotten worse over the years. I used to be cracked at it in college. I would be able to down a beer like nobody else. Seriously, just really oh man, crazy, even insane. And then I don't know, every time I play Mario Kart, it's just gotten worse and worse to the point where I think the last time I played Mario Kart at 4th of July, I couldn't finish my beer. I just couldn't chug it anymore. And I think it might be a little bit poetic, that the king has once fallen from the crown, from the throne that he used to sit on, allowing, my way towards a younger and more youthful generation where they could also practice alcoholism. Yeah. So anyways, in case you're wondering where that was going, I think also, there was another idea that I think it wasn't Sea-Dog. Was it Ludwig that did it? Where it was a stream where he was playing Euro Truck Simulator, but every time something happened, he would take a drink. Oh, so that was funny.
Hey Crow, it's been a while since I've been in your stream. I think about 2 or 3 years ago. I think
you're just doing
also
it again.
when
Yeah.
drunk driving stream.
Yeah, you said it twice because the but yeah, don't drunk for real though. Don't actually drunk drive. I got in a pretty bad accident a couple years ago, 2 years ago. I don't know if it was before. I don't know the timeline anymore between the ice melting stream and everything. But in case I didn't talk about it then, I got in a pretty bad T-boned accident in my old car. I was it was about 2.5 years ago, maybe. Something. Anyways, it was basically I was driving back from Ross's house, actually, Rubber Ross's house. So fun fact about that, not relevant to the story, but like just why not? Why not just add that part? I remember. Well, I guess because like he felt really bad because it was he was like, oh, I'm so sorry, and it's like literally not his fault at all. He's so sweet. He's such a great guy. And his new dog is Otachi. The cutest thing. Oh my god. So, anyways, we were driving. I was driving back, and I get off on one of the off ramps of a freeway, and waiting at the light. It's late. It's like 2 a.m. And I'm sober, by the way. I know we started this with like a drunk driving thing. I'm dead ass sober. I would never drunk drive. If you want to lose your life, that's like the number one way to do it, you know? Even if you don't die, your life is over, you know? That's like, you know, because you probably killed somebody, you know, if you drunk drive. It's just like a fact right there. So I was sober, and I'm sitting at the light. Abby's in the passenger seat, and light turns green, and I'm like, okay, cool. So I like, you know, accelerate a little bit and go off, and she's like, oh my god, and I'm like, what? So I look towards her, and I remember like her face, and then I look to the side, like over to the driver's window, and I just see lights, and then next thing I know is just like thunk thunk thunk, you know, and we come to like a complete stop. The airbags go off and everything. It turns out I get absolutely just T-boned, going, I think there were 40-50 miles per hour, right into the driver's side seat of the car. Yeah, it turns out they were coming back from a party uninsured, no driver's license, like, you know, like not even their car kind of thing. I think underage too. I forget exactly. It's been a while. But it was like crazy, because they like, I'm like dazed, right? Abby has serious whiplash. I ended up fine, actually. And this is a really fun fact about car crashes, drunk drivers. And then also, I'll get into it later. Cybertruck versus any other car. But basically, and relevant, trust me. It wasn't a cyber, it was just a modded whatever car. Like I don't know. Anyways, so like basically, like it's one of the reasons why when a drunk driver gets into an accident with somebody else, that the drunk driver is the one that's normally to live and not the other one. It's because when you are normally afraid and you like see a driver like coming onto you, you tense up like really badly, like you tense up. And so then when you get hit, like you like, you know, are jerked around, your muscles ripped, everything else, right? Versus a drunk driver who's super loose and relaxed, and so they'll just like whip with the physics, you know, of the car, and they'll just like go where it goes, instead of like resisting it and then like obviously getting more hurt. And so it's like very evident with what happened with Abby and I, where Abby saw the car coming down the road, tenses up, and me not knowing what she's like yelling at, didn't know what was going on. So I was like, oh, what's going on? Oh, boom, right? So I was like relaxed as hell. I think I don't know if you can see it, but there's like a scar that I have like right here, where the front door indented into my arm there. It didn't do much damage. Like genuinely, it just like ripped a little skin and stuff. It didn't go too far in. But it was just kind of like it like hit me. It cut me, you know. And that was it. And then Abby had whiplash for the next like couple weeks, couple days. Yeah, I remember like I had to get over, like my door wouldn't open obviously, so I had to like climb over to the passenger seat and then over to like Abby, who was like in shock, and then like the drivers from the other car were like got out of theirs and they were yelling, how could you run the red light, all this stuff. And like I'm like, what? I'm like dazed, obviously. I'm like, what? I didn't run a red light. I wouldn't run a red light. I was stopped. Like the time on average when you would run a red light, which I have not done, but like I would assume this is like how you would, is like you would run a red light not realizing it's red and going forward from a moving vehicle. You wouldn't be stopped at a red light and then magically start going, because that doesn't register a state change in your head. So then you wouldn't do that. So they tried to like, how did you run a red light and everything? And they're like, what? And so I look over, like my car's totaled. Like I thought it was maybe fixable, but like upon further inspection at like the junkyard where it was towed to, all of the airbags went off in the car. And it wasn't just like the airbags, because you get the airbags at the front, you know, and everything, right? Which those didn't go off. But the airbags along the liner of the side of the car and everything did go off. And that's actually and I'll get into this later. I'm glad that the car was totaled. And I'm glad that they did that. It was a really awesome safety feature in the car that I had. Because it prevented me from dying. So that's nice. Or like serious injury. I'll take that. I'll take a totaled car over like anything else. I'll take a small permanent scar over like, you know, having one arm. And so basically the cops come over, they don't want to give like insurance information, everything. It was a whole thing. One thing that I was like super mad about was that I was like, hey, like these guys were uninsured and everything. We need this on like the police report of this, because like I did not run a red light here. It's not my fault for any of this. We need like definitive proof that is a thing. And we also need proof that they were not insured and everything, and they don't have a driver's license forever. So then like when I make my claims and stuff for insurance, then I can get most of my money back on my car or anything. And this is where I was like, oh, okay, interesting. Because we were talking to the police officers and like, no, we're not going to write a police report. We only write police reports if there's any serious injury involved. You can just write it yourself. And then we'll just approve it. And I'm like, that's not how that's supposed to work. Oh, what? I'm sorry. A police report is a report written by the police of the events that happened there. So then they're the third party. If I'm writing this, I could put whatever the fuck I wanted. And then and then the person who's approving it probably wasn't on the scene at all. And they're just saying, yeah, that sounds about right. And saying yes or no. And I was like, why are you here? like the only thing they did was they forced the person to give over their ID that they had at the time. So I could get their name and like, you know, some information about them. Yeah, actually, so I was like, that's just wild. Are you like no, you need, like, I pushed them on this. It's like, you need to write a police report, please. Like, this is, and they're like, we only write police reports if someone's seriously injured. And I'm like, I'm about to break my fucking arm just so you can like write this? Like, excuse me? Like, that's such a, like, why are you here? Why am I was like, what? I don't understand. I was like, that's just odd. I don't know. Maybe I am missing something, but I don't see a world in which that makes any sense to me. Of just write it up real quick. Why don't you? I don't know. Maybe it's something that I don't know. I really don't know. there's so that was the accident I got in, and not my fault at all whatsoever, because we knew this because later Abby had the incredibly smart idea to contact a bunch of the local businesses around the area and see if they had any cameras that were pointed outside to see like what happened, and one of them actually did. And they were happy to send it over. They're like, oh, of course, you know, like, and we're like, oh, we'll pay you for like, thank you so much for your time. And they're like, no, just take it. Like, you're all good. It was very sweet. Turns out, you'll never guess, the light was green, and I went when the light was green. Whoa, that's crazy. And they went when the light was red. And it's hard to watch back actually, because it's insane. But yeah, car was totaled. I had to pull teeth with my insurance to get any amount of money off of them. Too, because like they wouldn't like return my calls or anything and all this stuff. And meanwhile, my car was sitting in the lot, and I was like accruing a cost to have the car in the lot, and like the more that this car in the lot is, like the less I'm getting from this. And I ended up, I think, getting like $400 for my totaled car, and I was like, okay, I'm glad I have like a very no, it wasn't $400. Sorry, I think it's a wrong number. I think it was about $2,000 $400 was I think the money I had left over after I paid the lot for the car or whatever. No, wait, sorry, I'm remembering this wrong. So I'm a flawed narrative. There was $400 involved somewhere. I think I got $3,000, and then if I gave the car that I had, they would just waive all the fees. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to get rid of this. Like I don't want to. Like you do it. You get the scrap and everything. But still, I was like not even close to the value of the car, and I was like, okay. That was my first car ever too. That was like the first car I owned. So I was like, oh, like, it was like, for example, it meant a lot to me too. Cause it was like, I got the pink slip for the car, when I graduated. And it was like, nah, this is like it was kind of like I don't know, it was like in all of my friends were like, oh, like it was like an iconic car, like that's been through so much. It was just like, that was like my baby. Like it wasn't like a nice car or anything. It was just like a regular car, but like it was been through so much and so iconic, because I would like give my friends rides. I was DD for a lot of people, and like this was like the car with so many stories behind it, and it was just gone, yeah. But let me transition that from the car accident into something I was talking about with Cutie actually like last night, which was really funny. But one of the reasons why, like, and we can go back to drunk drivers and everything with like the flailing bodies and stuff, is why like so many people, this is just like a relevant topic of conversation, and something that I'm very passionate about, because I am involved with material science, right? That is the thing that I have my degree in, and this is something extremely relevant. So when the Cybertruck, for example, was sort of produced and like announced and everything, and they were showing crash tests and all this, oh, it's gonna be like a tank, you can't even like blah blah blah, right, and all this stuff. Like a lot of people were like, whoa, this thing is indestructible, oh my god, I can't believe it, like this is one of the safest cars on the road. And all I saw was a walking murder machine, or driving murder machine, because this thing, the only thing that the car saves when it hits, okay, it goes against everything you think, right? Because it's like, oh yeah, oh my god, like the car gets into a crash, right? And I'll get into this. The car gets into a crash, and at the end of the crash, the car is fine, right? But the other car looks like a mess. Oh my god, the Cybertruck must be so safe. No way. No. The only thing that car saved in the car crash was the car. That's it. Do you have to, like, is the car totaled? Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. But like, the only thing it saved was the car, not the human inside the car, and definitely not the other person, right? Because cars, if you don't know, have this thing called crumple zones. Because what happens is when a car gets hit or hits something else, right, the front of it or the side or the back, right, will crumple. It will take a lot of the force from that impact and distribute it among a bunch of different parts of the car and like affect that. So it, you know, takes the force away from you, the driver, from going, like, let's say the car hits a wall. It'll save a lot of force from you as the driver going through the windshield and dying. I mean, seatbelts do that too, but like, you know, from like, you know, whiplash and killing your neck. That's what a crumple zone is. It distributes a lot of the force. And going back to like hour 3, I think, of like, when am I ever going to use math? Like this right now, knowing this fact, right? Because it's something that's super involved. I'm going to also, I think, cut the wick here, by the way. And I'll get to crumple zones. There we go. Okay, so just so it doesn't burn as like hot. Anyways, so with crumple zones and everything, so when the Cybertruck, for example, hits like a wall, right? It's rigid. It's a rigid body that does not distribute this force whatsoever, and so your whiplash is going to be insane. And not only that, but whatever the thing it hits is, because it's solid stainless steel, right, that doesn't crumple, that is going to hit that with a maximum force and rip through whatever it is, essentially making any kind of crumple zone that you have in a separate car kind of not as useful. I mean, have you ever seen those like those hard angles on the car too of stainless steel? Those are like spikes that will impale things, you know? That's like not safe. The other thing too is that it's high up. And this is like a trend that cars have been doing more and more that is like extremely unsafe. And there needs to be some like institutional changes with crash tests. And obviously this is me talking from, I want to go from me talking of crumple zones and material science and how this works with like force over material, whatever, right? I'm going from expert to mediocre knowledge. So I want to transition you here. So I could be wrong about some of these things. I am correct about that, most likely, to I might be correct about this, kind of, right? I just want to get your, you know, get your trust factor a little bit down here. Is I believe the way that crash tests work with cars, that they test the car itself for crashes, which is important, right? Like, how does this car deal with a crash? How does it function? What's going on with it? You know, like, is there a good chance of a rollover? Like, what if they're swerving? All these things, just to make sure that they are either really safe or really not safe. But if I recall, the thing that they don't really test is real world applications. Like if a truck and a regular sized, like a giant lifted truck versus a regular sized Prius sedan, right? Get into a car crash, the truck is running over that smaller car. Like the height difference is immense. And the fact that trends are of cars and car manufacturers are increasing towards bigger and bigger vehicles is not like a welcome one, because it actually makes the roads like less safe for the smaller vehicles. Like some you know, cars will boast, oh, this thing is like a tank. Like you're not going to be able to really make a dent in this, and it's anything that comes against it is going to be like toast. And it's like, well, what about a pedestrian? What about like another car? Like, yeah, the person inside the vehicle might be safe, but like, what about everybody else? Like, huh? What happened there? And so there's like this weird arms race of like making like the self more and more safe, but not everyone on the road collectively. I could be incorrect about this. I'm starting to delve into not perjury. I don't know, but like, you know, like it off the rip kind of stuff. So that's anyways a fun little fact that I see like a lot about like cyber trucks and like big things. So like an F-150 is like, oh, it's made of plastic, not metal. First off, it is made out of metal, but it's like aluminum rather than stainless steel, and aluminum's a lot more ductile, which means like a little bit more bendy, it's nice because you want that in a car. Like, you want your car to crumple. So like in the case of my car that I got into, like the car that I was in when I got into the car crash, I was so happy that the car got totaled because it did its job. When I was in a life or death situation of this pretty bad car crash, right? Not only did the car not roll over, but it ripped out the entire interior for a side airbag, which kept me safe. And it kept Abby safe as well. And yeah, did it like ruin the car? And the amount to fix the car would have just been the same as just building a new one? Yeah, for sure. But I made it out alive, and in a really important thing, and I know you might not, some might not agree or whatever, but like the car that hit me, they also made it out alive and pretty well. I think one person had a little cut on their knee, but they also did. And when there's a accident like that, even if someone's in the exact wrong, everyone made it out alive. And that's the actual like really nice thing at the end, you know, where it's like, okay, cool, you fucked up really badly, but like no one died, no one's majorly injured here. That's a huge win from every perspective, you know. That's important. So hopefully that kind of like, I don't know, it's an interesting topic to me. That's why I'm talking about it. It's my stream, I'm watching this candle melt. So that's like a fact here. Hopefully that makes sense.
Hello again.
Hello.
I was the one who was scammed.
Oh, haha.
I wanted to know what I should draw that isn't a candle for 10 hours, pretty please. Serious answer, please. Please.
Okay. Serious answer. You should, for 10 hours straight, you should draw a ice, like a ice sculpture melting. Like, you should like draw one and make it the most detailed thing that you can draw in 10 hours. You should spend 10 hours drawing ice melting, right? That's what you should do that. If you didn't want the candle, then I can suggest it. It's a totally different subject. Totally, because you have reflections and everything, and it might like improve that over like some light, you know, from like a different light source with here. So hopefully that, you know, helps out. I got you.
PointCrow can name more sunflower seeds than he can name mods or women.
Hey, not true. I named 100 women. It only took me about 46 minutes of stream, but I did it. Also, it only took me about 4 minutes to name 100 Pokemon, but like, don't worry about that. That was like a separate stream, different thing. Doesn't really matter. No one's really counting anyways.
Hey Crow, I'm so happy to be part of this stream, and I got a doodle plush for my birthday and I didn't put him into my microwave, so he is safe. Crow doodle, crow doodle, crow doodle.
Hey, big wins for the PointCrow community here. Big wins for doodles all around the globe. Glad he's safe. So glad he is.
How is he watching the candle if he's blind?
First off, not a blindfolded stream. I know I beat Tears of the Kingdom blindfolded. All right, different kind of stream. Second off, you know, I'm not blind. I'm looking at the candle, right? I'm looking at the candle. All right. Oh, like a third off. I wish I were blind so I didn't have to do a stream like this. Oh, this is funny. Yeah, that was a really fun stream blindfolded. That was kind of a crazy one doing Tears of the Kingdom blindfolded. Oh, you know what I could talk about here? Tangentially, I guess, in like a weird way. I went to a really cool thing this year, a couple months back. It was a convention called Open Sauce. If you haven't heard of Open Sauce, I think it's only run for 2 years. This was the second year. I think it was second year. And it's a convention for creators, but like engineering creators, where and just makers. You know, it's a maker fair basically, where you go and there's a whole bunch of cool different engineering projects that people are just, going for anywhere from like a big company being like, hey, we made this really cool display that you can do blah 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 on, to like a guy named Jeff who's just like, I made this in my basement and it's pretty neat. Like literally, like there's just like, I think there was a University of Colorado there, and like with representatives and everything, and then right next to it was like it was literally like David, who's in, he's like, oh, where can I check you out? And it's like, nah, I'm just like, my name's David. Like that's it, you know? Which is like an awesome vibe, because there's so many like neat things at that fair. And I got to actually speak at the convention. They invited me particularly as a content creator because they wanted me to speak, and it was like, I mean, some of the people involved in this were like Mark Rober, Backyard Scientist, like William Osmond's the one who like hosts all of this, Niall Red, right? Like that kind of like sort of like group of like creators and everything. Like they were speaking out, like they were like having panels and everything. But I was invited to go to this convention, Open Sauce, because they wanted me to speak on a panel. And they wanted me to be on the panel called From Code to Creation, how like you can create ideas to life. And it was really neat, but definitely one of the moments where I was like, I was definitely like I definitely had imposter syndrome, because it was me. It was let me tell you the panel and you'll see exactly why. It was it was Pirate Software, Primogen, it was Theo, GG, like yeah, T3G, as the moderator, Polymars, and Doug, right? And so like it was like, I was like, because they're making jokes and everything about like, oh yeah, you know, imagine running like C++ couldn't be me. Right? Like, or it's like if statements, what if? They were really cool, by the way. I'm elaborating for a story. They were very sweet. Like they were great. And then I was like, yeah, like I write my code like in Notepad. And they're like, huh? Like Notepad++, right? And I'm like, what is that? No, just Notepad. Like the default like on like your computer. Like if you type in Notepad to write notes, like I'll just write like a Lua script in Notepad. That's how I do it, you know? I just do that. And they're like, are you kidding me? I'm like, yeah, that's me. So like going from like them talking about like, yeah, I opened like a backend server port with my .NET framework in GitHub. I'm sorry to all the programmers out there. I'm so sorry. I'm like, yeah, that's such a, yep, relatable. Same. Had to open that socket. All right. definitely did that. You know, to be or not to be, or for loop or something. I don't really know. So it was literally like going, like we set up the panel. So it went from the most programmer-y stream to the least programmer-y stream. So you went from like Primogen, who's like deep in it, of like, you know, I like wrote my own operating software or something. I don't really know. He's really cool though. You should check him out. He to like Polymars and then like Pirate Software and then like Doug and then me. And I'm like, yeah, like I program some things sometimes. Like I know how to do some like simple like Python, and like I've done some Lua scripts and JavaScript. I program in C# and C++, right? But like casually, you know, like casually. Like if you're like, hey, PointCrow, why doesn't my code work? I'd be like, fuck if I know. Have you tried setting it on fire? I don't know. Have you tried turning it off and off, turning it off, then turning it back on again? That might work. It's worked for me a couple times. And that's like the extent of the programming knowledge that I have. Like I know how to make an idea that I have. You want to know how I pass variables between programs? Rather than write like an actual like programs to do that or anything. No, I print out the variable as a text file. I write the file, okay? And then the other program reads that text file. And I'm like, that's all I got. That's the, you know, it's a good enough. You know, it works. If it works, it works, you know? And it does. It really does. And so if you are wondering how any of my programs have ever worked on any of my streams, and you're like, wow, he must be a genius programmer, it's all duct taped together. It really is. It's like the same duct tape as like Undertale. And if you're wondering, Undertale has, I think, like 2,000-3,000 like if statements for dialogue or something, where it's like, if you talk to Sans now, then do this. If you talk to Sans right before this, then print this. If you talk to Sans, you know, like it's just all, the entirety of Undertale's code is just all if statements, which is really funny. Yeah, that's basically like my code for any of this. So if you're wondering how the Mario Kart heart rate stuff worked, basically what that did was that kind of like hijacked the health data server app on your Apple Watch, and then was able to print that out as a variable, do some math, right? Print that out as a separate text file. So I had 2 text files there, and then do some more, and then get the speed of the game, and then also like do some other math. So we had like 4 text files that then I had a Lua script that would run in Cheat Engine, that would read the text files that I just wrote in C# to then use those pieces of code to increase the game speed. So, you know, I was, you know, admittedly, I was right to be on that panel because like I use programming in order to enhance my content, and like do programming ideas and stuff. But it's really funny that it's so scuffed to the point where like, it's like, ah, oh, come on, like, who's this guy? like, oh god, what? Like, if he took an intro to computer science class at all, anytime during his life, he would not be programming this way. Although I did take a MATLAB class. It was required in college, and that class was for MATLAB. Weird programming language. Everything's written in matrices. So rather than have a variable, as in like, rather than have like, I don't know, like PointCrow equals 4, right? And so whenever you mention PointCrow, this is basically algebra, right? Whenever you have PointCrow, it's like that is the number 4. No. In MATLAB, It's not math lab. It's math lab. It's like matrix, right? That's the MAT is matrix. That's what it stands for. It's a variable is a 1x1 matrix. That's it. It's a 1x1 matrix. And so you're doing like, if you're multiplying like numbers, you're multiplying a 1x1 matrix by another 1x1 matrix. And so you're doing linear algebra, not linear algebra, right? Different thing. The entire time you're programming in MATLAB. So if you're multiplying two, like you can, I mean, the powerfulness about this is that you can multiply two arrays of like several like matrices long, but then you're doing linear algebra of matrix multiplication, and it's just like, oh, right? It's like horrible. It helps with a lot of things, with like data, visual data representation, and a bunch of other things like that. But like for me, I was like, oh God, the average in that class was I got a 28% in the class. So, you know, I was kind of balling. Yeah, I was kind of really good at it. Good news. The class was curved, and that curved to a B+. So, close. B plus did. So that was the gnarliest curve I've ever had in college. And that was one of my introductions to programming. The other one, actually, and this will tie in very well with open source, was FIRST Robotics. In case you either know FIRST Robotics or don't know FIRST Robotics, that was my actual intro to programming. And that was because I wanted to learn how to program the robot. If you don't know what FIRST Robotics is, let me explain it to you. It is so cool. This is actually how I got into like engineering in general. Number one, my dad is like an engineer himself, so that was a really easy really easy. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree there, but he does like systems engineering and electrical stuff. So it's actually really funny. Table that real quick. So he has like a degree in electrical engineering, and I think another one in physics. Dad's super smart. He's really cool. I remember he's like, oh my God, you're going to engineering. That's so cool. And I'm interested in chemical engineering, not really like anything else. I don't really want to do mechanical or civil or anything like that, physical stuff. I'd rather do like chemical. It just made more sense to me. But he did electrical engineering. And so I wonder how he felt when the only class I failed in college was circuits. I did so well in my quantum class, like physics, like full like quantum, like that was actually easiest class of mine. It was so fun. I also had a really good professor. Like he worked at CERN, and so I was like, so he's like showing us like, oh hey, here's like where I was last time. He's like, oh hey guys, I have to like do something about like the Higgs, and I'm like the boson, like Higgs, but like yeah, something about, you know, whatever. It was really funny too, because the end of the class, like, we get to the end of the class, or near the end of the class, and he's like, yep, that's all we know. And we were like, what? And he's like, yep, that's it. We just that's it. And now we're at my research. Like we actually just don't know what comes later. Like we finished. Like that's all we know about physics right now. That's it. So good luck. And I was like, that's so cool. He's like, yeah, if you guys know anything more, like, would love to help out. So I thought that was really cool. But I failed circuits. Not just like circuits, like circuits 1. Intro to circuit, like the intro to circuits. Like that. Like I can't do electrical. I can't do it. It's just not. It doesn't. It is not how my brain is wired. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't. I don't know how. Chemistry comes by super easily. Like it's just the thing I can do, you know. But electrical, no. Yeah, I mean, I'm not that good at like even like just regular classical physics, you know, like when it comes to stuff like that. Like so mechanical's like a little weird for me, but chemical is like definitely where like I was meant to be, you know. Anyways, going back to FIRST Robotics and everything. it's one of the reasons why I got into engineering in the first place. Like my dad is an engineer and all this stuff. So I initially was like, I really want to program. Like I'm really interested in programming. So I joined my high school's first robotics club because they're like, oh hey, like this is so interesting. Like all right, I'm like interested in it because also, thanks to my dad too, when we were very young, he would help out with a couple different first robotics teams, and he would bring my sister and I along to some of the regionals early on in first robotics life, and just being like, all right, so you want to cheer for that robot? That's the robot that your dad worked on and like helped with, and like all the, you know. And so we'd be like, oh my god, go team, you know. And it was like it was really cool because that's like one of the things that I would do with like my dad, you know. You just like bring my sister and I over to robotics and be like, oh, this is really cool. And if you don't know what First Robotics is, let me explain it real quick. First Robotics is a sort of like organization that is aiming at really teaching a bunch of people about STEM, like science, technology, engineering, art, now STEAM, and math. So they that's their goal to teach about that, which is really neat. And so the way they do that is by having robotics competitions. This isn't like battle bots. It's something else. And so you might be like, oh, they fight robots. Haha, tee, that's so cool, right? Like no. It's as if, and the way I like to put it is as if you took a regular sport, like soccer, for example, and instead of every player being a like a person, it's a robot. And in this case, it's a 3v3 match of like a classic game that you probably know. So there's like games based off of like basketball or like volleyball even. There's some soccer games, you know. There's some other, like frisbee was one, or like ring toss, like other things like that, right? And there's every single year is a different sport with a different set of rules, and you have 6 weeks to build your robot before you ship it off to a regional, and then you start competing over the next like 2-3 months. And that's First Robotics. And so you have to, over the course of the year and everything, like learn how to actually build robots. And then once you are presented with this engineering problem of this sport, in order to solve, you have to be like, what is the most valuable thing that I can have my robot do? And then you solve the engineering problems of how to do that. So it's really neat. And so what I wanted to do particularly was to program the robot. I wanted to do autonomous functions to make it so much easier for said robot to perform during the actual match. And there's also a little function in the very beginning of the match where the robots will do some autonomous things and get some extra points. So I was like, that seems really cool to me. So I really want to learn how to program. And the way I started doing that was looking at how to do Minecraft mods. Like how to make Minecraft mods. And I never actually made a Minecraft mod, but I definitely looked into the code on how to do that, because we were trying to write the in hindsight this is odd, but we were trying to write the code for the robot in JavaScript, and so it was a good kind of thing where it was like, if you know how to generally work your way around writing code, like just like as a mod for Minecraft in this programming language, you might be able to do something similar for like a robot. Because like if you learn about classes, functions, like variables, loops, statements, like all this stuff, then you might be able to like apply that towards like your robot. And that I did. I ended up taking a different role than programming for this, and because it was something I was very interested in, especially being so well versed with First Robotics from being involved with it when I was younger. And so as my time on the team increased, grew, and all this, like it basically I and this will make more sense of like who I am as a person as I say this. I went into coaching and scouting. And so scouting. So normally you'll do all your qualifying rounds during the tournament. So let's say it's like soccer, right? Like, so you'll play a whole bunch of teams. So you'll randomly be paired with 2 teams, 2 other like robots, and then against 3. So it's a 3v3, and you're randomly paired throughout like 10 different matches, and your performance in the matches will then determine your seed ranking for the playoffs, right? And a lot of the time we would do very well. And so we'd get like one of the top 8 teams out of like the 60 that were at the regional. And so then what you do if you're on one of the top 8 teams is team 1 then picks a team from the bottom 52 teams that they want on their team. So team 1 will pick somebody that didn't make it to the top 8. They're like, I want you on my team. Or they'll actually, in more cases, they'll pick one from the top 8, which they're also allowed to do. They'll be like, I want number 2, actually. And then number 2 can say yes or no. You can say yes or no in decline or whatever, right? So a lot of the time it'll be like, okay, like number 1 will pick number 2, and then number 3 moves up to number 2, and it kind of snakes up, but sometimes in a fun way, number 1 will be like, hey, we want number 4. And number 4 will be like, yeah, sure. Or they'll be like, hey, number 1's like, we want number 2. And number 2's like, nope. We don't accept Giga Chad. Like we want to make our own team. We think we can beat you. So they'd pick all the teams and everything, and then it would snake back up. So 8th place would pick twice. And then they would go back for a 4th time for like alternates. So then you would have 8 teams of 3 at the very top. And so the question is, how do you choose who is on your team for playoffs? Like from Classic, you would just immediately think, okay, team 1 should just pick team 2 because they performed really well. Or team 2 should pick team 3, obviously, But no, that's not how it works in football. Just because you score more touchdowns doesn't mean that you're going to be good on the team. What if you already have all the quarterbacks? Like, why would you need? What if you already have like a I don't know why I went into football. This is not a good metaphor for me. But like, what if you have what if you already have all the receivers you want, right? What then? Why would you pick another receiver? What if you already have all your quarterback slots filled? Why would you pick another quarterback, right? So if your team is really good at something, you probably should pick another team that complements it, that is very, that would be able to enhance your robot's performance, and also your robot would be able to complement theirs. And so you'd work as a team. And so often in weird times, right? Like number 3 seed would pick number 55. And from a layman's perspective, you'd be like, why the hell? They perform terrible. But what if they have a function that is really good for it? And a couple times that actually worked, right? Where it's like, I think there was one regional one year we did horribly. And like the first seed chose, I think us at like number 45 or something. And then when they went over, we're like, okay, we're ready to score points with you. And they're like, no, you're not scoring shit. You're not doing anything. You're on defense. We're going to outfit your robot. Like, if you're okay with this, with these sort of like things like fins and everything else. What do you think? Because you have a really good drivetrain. Like you're a fast robot, You can go real quick across the field, and you're really strong. You have like I think during that year we had like a 2-shifter, like 2 gears of like speed and like torque, right? And so we were like one of the fastest robots, and also like when we didn't want to be, we would be one of the hardest to hit, like the most defensive ones. So they looked at that and they're like, we could use this as defense to prevent the other team from scoring. And so we're like, hell yeah. So how do you determine who is really good for your team? And that was determined by me. I became the strategist, the scouting master, basically. I would look at each of our matchups during the qualifiers, and I would know based on their previous performance what were their strongest traits, what were their weakest traits, what we could exploit, what our teammates were good at, what we could do, what they couldn't do. If they had a better function than we would push them forward, right? Then we would stay back, etc. Right? It depends on the game and everything else. And so I was that guy, and I was like directly responsible for like a lot of wins and a lot of losses. Because sometimes you can't do it. You know, you can make your best guess, but sometimes it's wrong. And so I'd be like, okay, here's the teams that we are looking at for like an alliance, right? For our like top seed. And so that's what I would do. And the way we did that is, and this is where I used like some of my programming knowledge that I learned earlier, was I had a bunch of team members up in these stands during the actual regional, watching all the matches and inputting all of their data into match data of like, here's when they scored, here's what they did, here's where they traveled to, here's everything that you would ever need to know about any robot ever. And things that like we were tracking that people like on the other teams didn't even know, they weren't even aware the robot could do. We're like, oh, we see that your robot is really good at this. Did you know that? And they're like, what? No, we've never run that really. And we're like, let's try it this time. They try it, we win the match, we're good to go, right? Like that was my job, was parsing data and analytics in order to get our robot ahead of the competition. And we won a couple regionals. It was really good. That was really cool. Oh, no, hey. Is that soup? Soup! Thank you. Big soup. Thank you. Oh, tomato soup. Thank you so much. Dinner. So that was like first robotics, and my sort of like position with it, and it got me really interested in like statistics and analytics and everything, and sort of like trends, etc. And you might be like, huh, interesting, this sounds very similar to your conversation at hour 3, I think it was. Where conversation, I'm talking to myself with this candle in front of me, staring at it longingly. Sorry, chat, I can't read you guys, but like I'm assuming you guys are vibing. I hope you guys are. Yeah, very similar, right? Because like it's you know, very similar to that of what got me into YouTube and my YouTube channel, and why I'm like pretty good at that. So yeah, pretty neat. That was first robotics. Really fun. One of these days, if I make a lot of money, like you might be like, oh, PointCrow, you're rich. I think somebody in the Discord was like, I don't know why PointCrow is talking about like events and why you can't do them. Doesn't he make $300,000 a month? And I'm like, yo, oh boy, howdy, I wish. God damn, that'd be cool. Damn. Drop a lot of zeros from that one. It's like, I wish I did. That's crazy. So it comes from here when I'm like, when I'm saying like, if I become like stupid rich for some reason, maybe I get signed with like, I don't know, something. I don't know. But then I would definitely want to give like a big chunk back to like that robotics team, and then also like my rowing team, just to be like, hey, thanks for being real cool and giving me a cool life. Thanks for being really accepting and really fun, and giving me the tools that I need to succeed in my life, and I appreciate that. So, so that's first robotics. So here's my thing: if you have a first robotics team near you, and you are in high school / middle school, I think they have FTC, which is like a lower league for younger people, or Vex Robotics is a good one too. Vex we would kill at. Vex Robotics it's like another company that does the same thing. In Vex Robotics, I won like every regional I went with Vex Robotics. Like we were like cracked at Vex, because we were doing so good at first. And first robotics requires like a ton of like the robots are a lot bigger and they can be more capable. And you can pretty much like manufacture your own stuff and all this stuff. But Vex, you had to buy from like their parts or whatever. There's a big difference. But like Vex robotics were like a lot smaller, and we would just kill at those. So and I'm like, Vex, easy. It's because I think like, dude, like I can't even count how many Vex wins we had. It was awesome. It was real cool. And so it's really cool too because some of the things that we came up with for our strategies for our robots during Vex, other teams would see and then nav those ideas and be like, "You'll just do what they did." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's right, that's right." So that was really fun. Same thing with like scouting and stuff. We were one of the teams to really like nail down like scouting other teams. So it definitely brought that, at least with like our regionals and stuff. So. Anyways, my thing is if you have Vex Robotics or First Robotics, definitely would recommend checking this out. Because not only is it like for engineering, like math and science and robotics and all this stuff, but like there's other aspects of it too. Like there's awards and stuff that you can win. Like you can still win in a regional if you didn't win all the matches, if that makes sense. Like obviously like they win, like, you know, if you win all your matches, you get a gold medal, whatever, right? You get access to worlds and you can do that too. But there's another pathway to worlds, and that's through like I think it's like a chairman's award, where if you present to a panel of judges, and this is a separate part of the team, a very well written, communicated presentation of what your robot is, its capabilities, why you made the decisions you did, and how this was like will help you in the etc. Right? Like really presenting, because that's one of the things in like engineering and science where it's like, you can make anything you want. You can do anything you want. But if you can't properly communicate it to somebody who doesn't know what it is, it's worth nothing. Like you can solve you can solve the theory of everything. You can come up with it. You can connect quantum physics and classical physics, right? And you can put those two together. And you're like, I solved it. But if you can't explain that to anybody, you did jack shit. Because no one will know what you did. It's like, all right, cool. Communication is incredibly important. So there's an award for that. And if you are able to do that in the best way possible, then you get access to worlds. And so if you are interested in business, it's run like a business. If you are interested in finance, there's a whole bunch of budgeting that goes into that, because building a robot is not how do I put, cheap. And it needs sponsors, and you need to acquire sponsors to get money to build said robot. Yeah, there's concept art. You know, if you were an artist, it's a really cool thing that I think a lot more people should be a part of. Because if you want to be like ahead in anywhere in life, or at least if you want like experience in high school for things, like to put on your resume of like, hey, I did this. People will look at that and be like, damn, that's great. That's impressive. That's insane that you did that. And you get to do a lot of experience. So then when you're later like in life with that, then you can, that's my first robotics kind of rant. This is important. Tying it back to open source. I saw a lot of first robotics teams at open source, which was really cool, because I was like, they don't know I was once a part of it. So I was like, I really wanted to go up and be like, hey, I was a part of this team, but like totally the docs is, you know, everything. But like, I was like, this is so cool. So yeah, I wanted to like, it was really cool to see what they were doing, and everything. Yeah, the bumpers are made of pool noodles. That's not important to anything, but it's really funny. So I thought you guys would like to know that.
Watching the back of this blindfold for 10 hours.
Yep, I should do that one. That's a good one. That's a really, yep. I'm blindfolded. I can't see anything. I might go blind. It's so small now. We got like an hour and a half. It might last an hour and a half.
When I get my giant doodle, he is going over a campfire to stay warm.
You have to build a bonfire to, you know, that guy's large, you know. That guy is large.
What is that behind you?
Nothing? Nothing's behind me. Aside from this sick candle, it's not even a, dude, it's so small now.
I love the streams. Currently living in Guam, I set my alarm for 5 a.m. so I could be one of the first to order Megadoodle.
Oh my god, that's awesome. I have a friend who's from Guam. He's real cool. He was studying to be a doctor. I should hit him up. I wonder if he did it.
Why did the candle keep its job? It had a burning commitment.
Why did how did the candle know it had an STD? It was burning. That's it.
Was it hard to get into Xavier's school for gifted youngsters? You know, because of the glasses.
I'm not like an, I don't know, I've never really gone, that's X-Men, right? Probably. I'm so sorry if it's not. I'm so sorry. I never got into any of that. So I wish I got the reference. It seems cool.
Hey honey, new PointCrow speedrun has dropped. Jokes aside, I finally caught you on a stream, been watching for a while as a YouTube frog for a while. Thank you for the content. You've made my day multiple times, standout bloke, love from...
Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. I don't know why it cuts off sometimes. I gotta fix that. Thank you. Imagine if this is like your first stream. There's probably a couple of people here. That's like, huh, I can't wait to watch my favorite streamer do something really cool in like speedrun or something. And then here it is. Me watching a candle melt for 10 hours. Yep, this is content.
Hey Crow. I found you from your Tears Blind playthrough on Fast 50. I've been binging your content ever since and I absolutely love your content. Now I'm on the Subnautica VODs.
Oh, you'll love to know that like the supercut's being worked on for Subnautica right now. So, well, sort of. I need to still have that meeting, but it's going to be worked on soon. That's awesome. Well, you found me because of Fast 50? That's sick. What the hell? You probably watched. Oh, hopefully you watched the full commentated video of Here's Blindfolded, or at least the post Great Sky Island one. Well, I mean, it's the whole thing, but like at least you skipped to the post Great Sky Island because like that's where the strategies become like, oh, that's cool. He's going to all the little different shrines to like, oh my god, how did you do that? You know, that's really neat. Wow, Fast 50, that's crazy. It's always like wild to hear like where people find me from. Because like occasionally I'll just do like events because I think they're fun, right? I'll just be like, oh, I'm going to Fast 50. Not like totally realizing that like in doing events like Fast 50 and like Cutie's Beyblade tournament coming up and like Ludwig's Streamer Olympics, like I'm just doing it because it's fun. Like obviously it's like a good business decision because people get to like be like, oh hey, this guy seems cool, I'll check him out. It's like a marketing thing. And so like whenever you're like, hey, wow, he came, I found you because of Fast 50. I'm like, oh shoot. That was like a, oh, people, that's like it's like an event that like people can find me from. I'm like, oh, I just want to play Beyblades tomorrow on Cutie's stream. Whoops.
Giant Doodle will be my 8th Doodle. I'm slowly building my army.
Oh, that's awesome. How many doodles do I have out now? We have the main doodle, like the OG, pumpkin, winter, PointCrow L, and then pride. Giant doodle is 6. I guess you might have like 2 of one of them. I guess there's like the very early doodle, like original, you know, one from like Makeshift, and then maybe like 2 doodles. That's awesome. That's great. I'm so glad you like the doodle plushies. That's so neat. I love. Dude, you guys gotta. We have a lot of them coming up too, so I'm really excited. Whoa, sorry. That's really fun. That's really exciting. This hits the spot too. I'm like a soup kind of guy. Like one of my favorite meals is just soup, because you can just kind of put whatever you want in it and it tastes really good. Yeah, I make a mean hot and sour egg drop soup. Ooh, so good. I've gotten more into cooking lately, of trying to just like, I know you might guys, oh yeah, you guys might not believe me knowing like that I've done the Google Translate cooking series, or like the things that I did to that steak once. But like, trust me, you can't, you won't. I'll say this. I'm like actually a good cook. I'm like now I'm a good cook. I'm cooking better now. Like I have like taken the past couple months and like honed my actual like my cooking skills, and I can make things. Not a lot, but I can do it. Like I can make some hot and sour egg drop soup. I can make some lo mein noodles, some chow mein, which is basically the same thing but a little bit different. Some Szechuan beef that I got going on. Some fried rice, egg over rice, which is just egg over rice, but like it's good though. I can make some mean chicken noodles too. I got a lot. Some nice pesto pasta, which is like, wow, PointCrow, isn't that just pasta with pesto? Yeah, but like, so, like, come on. Like, I wouldn't think about it too much. Anyways. Dude, this candle, I don't know if it's gonna last another 9 minutes. We'll figure it out. You know, it might actually. There's like a lot of wax down here. Wait. It is hot glued down. What if it starts melting the hot glue? If you guys want to see me get high live on stream in about an hour, then you're in luck. Do I have news for you? Cannot wait. Why did it do that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you just got scammed, whoever you are. That sucks. Sorry about that, gamer. Oh, that's so good.
Wait, did you say you were in Lud's Streamer Olympics earlier? What team are you on, PointCrow Note?
Oh, is that not like... Do you not post about that? My friend is. My friend's in it.
Have you ever tried eating, and maybe making, laksa before? It's this fantastic curry noodle soup from Southeast Asia.
Say lacta? No, I never heard of it. Or I might have, I don't know. TTS sometimes says weird things wrong and stuff. don't know why it keeps muting instead of.
You should add some of that wax to your next dish.
Oh God, what is this? Google Translate. No, my friend is. I actually don't know. So it's really funny. Whenever I get invited to a thing with like a streamer or whatever, a lot of the time I won't really know what I'm doing. I will just kind of like say yes. Because it will like I said before again with like the Fast 50 stuff, I'm like just excited I'm invited. And I'm like sometimes really excited about the idea. So like my friend, right? My friend got invited from Ludwig and said, and Ludwig said to my friend, like, hey, would you want to do this? And I said, yes. And then, and my friend said, yes. I'm really bad at this. And then Ludwig was like, cool. And then I was added to the Discord and that was it. That's all I know. So, I don't know. Like, it beats me, you know. I'll figure it out. I might not be even in it anymore, which is totally okay too, because that happens to productions. Beats me. I'm just vibing, you know. like literally, it's just kind of. I'm just kind of like just figuring it out, you know. Like I'm just kind of here. If it happens, it happens. I'm doing my own thing, you know. I got my own stuff to do, and so it's just fun. I think it's funny. Same thing with like Cutie's Beyblades. Although I did, you know, I told you guys like I want to win things, right? Like I really want to like work hard and try to like do more effort towards winning things. So when I was a part of like Lil Aggie's sort of, when I was on the team with Lil Aggie and Small Ant for the oh, I didn't even talk about that. That's crazy. I'll do that later. Give me a second. When I was on Lil Aggie's team with Small Ant, we did the Elden Ring DLC like PvE sort of tournament and everything. And so like what I did beforehand was I like rather than just be like, oh, I'll just show up and like hope I win. I practiced. I practiced against the bosses. I learned more of their patterns and everything. Went back with my account and practiced a little bit. Tried to come up with a general route for things. And so then when we did the PvE section of that tournament, I was prepped. But PvE, I was like, I'm not gonna get good at PvP like overnight because I was invited a couple days before. But I was like, yeah, with like PvE, like easy, I got this. You know, like I can do well. And then we ended up getting 3rd place out of 16 teams. And team 1 and team 2 had like legitimately like Elden Ring speedrunners on their team. So I was like, we were like, yeah, we're not. Well, like if we get 3rd place, we got 1st, you know, like, you know, so I was like, I'll take it. So then like with Beyblade, for example, with a Cutie stuff, she's like, hey, you want to do Beyblade? I'm like, yeah, that sounds like fun. I'd love to do Beyblade. And I was like, so just asking for a friend, you know, are we allowed to bring our own Beyblades? Or do we have to like, use the provided ones from you? And she's like, oh, you can bring your own if you want. Totally fine. I'm like, okay, cool. Asking for a friend. What generation of Beyblade? Like, I'm doing my research here, right? And apparently there's like 4 generations of Beyblade, like real generations, like master rule changes in Yu-Gi-Oh kind of thing, you know? That 2 of you in chat probably understood that reference. It's like when they add like synchro or pendulum in Yu-Gi-Oh, where it's like a new thing, whatever, right? Maybe like 4 of you understood that a little bit more. So, such a nerd. So, with the Beyblade tournament, I was like, okay, like, are we doing burst, like Beyblade burst, or are we doing like Beyblade X? Like, it depends because the arenas are different. Like one of them has like the rail system and everything with like the gears underneath, you know, and the other one doesn't. And she's like, oh, I think we're doing the Beyblade X one. And I'm like, okay, cool. So in case, what I did was I'm prepping, right? So I got 2 different Beyblades. I went onto the Beyblade subreddit, did my research, you know, watched some matches. I'm not even joking. I watched the matches and everything. And I was like, okay, cool. So it looks like in current meta for Beyblade X, what you want to do is you want to buy the Wizard, Wizard Rod is really a dominant, but specifically, you can run Wizard Rod stock if you want, but if you want to actually like excel even more, just in case you get some mirror matches or whatever, right? In case, then you want Wizard Rod, but with Phoenix Wings, Ratchet, and Ball. And that might be like an actual like better matchup with the combo of Phoenix Wing and Wizard Rod. So I was like, all right, cool. Like, let me run that. So I bought both and I combo that together. And then what I did in case, and I remember this from like older research on Beyblades, you know, also known as like my childhood. Didn't play with Beyblades that much during my childhood, but I do remember like playground stories about it. So I was like, I wonder if this is still good. So we went out and we ordered it. I don't know if it's going to come in time, but a Twisted Tempo, which is one of the like heaviest, most dominantly defensive Beyblade out there. So I'm thinking that if I'm allowed to run like a Beyblade Metal Raiders, Metal Raiders? Like a Gen 2 Beyblade during this like Gen 4 kind of like gameplay, then that might be even good. I'd have to test it out and everything, but that might be like allowed. So we'll see. We'll see actually how that goes. But I really like want to like prep more about like my stuff. So I was like, I'm going out of my way to be like, hey, can I like, is this a thing? And then same thing with like Streamer Olympics. My friend, if they're a part of it, has been like running a lot more and like going to the gym, etc. Right, like basketball, you know, all this stuff. Pretty fit generally. So prepping for that too. I think it's like any amount of small research and prep that I can do beforehand, I think would be so much better than none. Who knew? That's crazy. So that's something I'm doing a little bit more for these things, because it just like, I think it matters more for me. I'm also gonna like cut the wick here, so we got a little bit extra time on this. It's so hot and melting still. There we go. Hey, if you're stopping by right now on the stream, feel free to follow the stream. But if you're stopping by and you're on YouTube and you skip to this part and you're like, what the hell's happening right now? I'm making sure that the candle lasts all the way to the bottom, because it's getting right there and we still have like an hour 20 minutes left. But then also why'd you skip? Subscribe. You know, so that's the main deal here. Subscribe, do it. Can I get to 3 million subscribers by the end of the year? Probably not, but we'll try. That's a lot of like 700,000 subscribers in like the next like couple months. To 3 million? Oh, I don't know. But that'd be cool. That'd be really cool. You know.
Guy from Guam here again, who just scammed.
Yo.
I never thought I'd see the day Eric cosplayed PointCrow cool emote PointCrow cool.
Isn't it like this? Like it's like the emote's like crossed hands or whatever. You know, haha, crazy. Yeah, I guess here's another like thing that happened in between this time and last time that we chatted over like a 10-hour stream. Is I remember this actually happened like all in right? I think so, right? Like there was a falling out that I had with Smollett, and then all that stuff, and then not. So I'll just like touch on that briefly, because that's like news, I guess, relevant. So we had like disagreements over things essentially, and I was getting a lot of hate for it existing in some cases, and I was like, what the fuck? But I was also being a little bit childish about it, and I probably should have like ignored it a little bit more, or like, well, that's kind of really hard when like every single aspect of your life is like, you know, but like, you know, it was it was just a lot. And I don't think either of us dealt with it well. And so we had a falling out. And then like about a year ago, actually now. Wow, time flies really fast. About a year, maybe a little bit more. A little more than a year ago. Yeah, a little bit more than a year ago. We chatted again, and we were like, hey, that was probably both of our bads there. It's probably not great. And it was like, yeah, that was just like not good. Do you want to make this better? It was like, yeah, it's like cool. It's like neat. Yeah. Anyways, that's basically like the gist of it, and now we're good, and that's like all it is. So that's like news, I guess. So little fun fact about that. There's really nothing there. If there's ever like, I wonder. Don't. It's not your issue. It's mine and his, you know. And it's solved. And so there you go. Close the door. You know. I don't need Mr. Bobby Poopins 43's take on the situation. Classic. Anyways, let's yeah, just let it leave, it'll have fun, you know, and we'll chill, make good content, have fun with it, you know. That's what we're doing right now.
So what you're saying is that the
Cannibal.
$3 TTS is symbolic of third place.
Yep. Well, it's more like, okay, so it's a little bit more right now because like there's so much, you know, because it's like a 10-hour stream and like I'm chatting and I'm yapping away through like all of it because, you know, who else is watching a candle melt for 10 hours straight? So, you know, I just want it to be like, instead of like spamming a bunch of TTS and everything, I want it to be like, all right, this is the thought leader put out. It's the intention. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. You've gone insane. That's you. You did that.
Hello, I am Mr. Bobby Poopins. How dare you disregard my opinion? I am very important and obviously relevant. Signed, Mr. Bobby Poopins.
And me and the homies hate Mr. Bobby Poopins 43. That's right. Me and the homies hate Mr. Bobby Poopins. I've been saying this. What's Mr. Bobby Poopins' take on the drama?
I know you can't see chat right now, but Jimmy here just raided with a party of around 800. GG.
Yo. Is that the one, the only Jimmy here? No way. Hey, Jimmy, when you coming to LA? When are we hanging out? What's going on? Come on, it's been a while, man. What's going on here, man? Come on. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. I am watching a candle melt for 10 hours straight. And if you're wondering, PointCrow, why would you watch a candle melt for 10 hours straight? That seems so odd. Well, it's because I've done it every single year since I started streaming. I watched paint dry. Well, except for last year. We skipped last year. Maybe I'll do another one. So then we're kind of like on it. We'll figure it out. But I did paint drying for 10 hours, grass growing for 10 hours. I did ice melting for 10 hours. And then now we're watching a candle melt for 10 hours. And we are about 8 hours and 45 minutes in to the candle melting stream. Almost done, you know, getting there. The candle was about like this tall before, and it's really shrunk over the course of the stream. Really neat. The thing is too, is like it went from just like me staring at paint drying, and that was it. That was like the stream. That was me staring at paint drying, and that was it for the entire time. To now it's become more of like a weird, cool podcast and like reflection on the year for about 10 hours every single year. It's really neat. And then like with the occasional question and everything from Twitch chat. So I can't like see chat, but I can like answer TTS messages and like respond and have fun and chill and relax. So it's like a good vibe for like 10 hours, you know? And it's like really neat because who else can say that they've watched, like actually physically watched paint dry or grass grow or ice melting or candle melting as well. I mean, we have like the wind, earth, air, earth, water and fire now, so I am the avatar when you think about it. So, you know, I'm kind of that guy in the best way. I'm gone insane. I really have. This is crazy. That's like kind of what I've, you know, I don't know. Who else can say they do that? Me. I can say it. So a watch pot never boils. My ass, right? Huh? A candle watch never burns. That's what they say. Eat this. I'm watching, you know what? And I already know I'm going to title this on YouTube as like my video. It's like, I watched a candle melt for 10 hours straight, so you don't have to. But the funny thing is that like, and I know some of you guys are going to do this. If you have not already, just stayed with me the entire time, like live on stream, is that I think like last time with the ice melting stream, there was like a really funny gatekeep where people were like, you don't really like watch PointCrow videos until you've watched the entire 10-hour ice melting video. Yeah. Come back when you've actually watched that video, huh? And I'm like, what is this? What is this weird ice melting elitism? Like, I'm sorry. Excuse me? So I know so many. So it's like, I'm going to watch a candle melt for 10 hours straight. You know, so you don't have to. But I just know some of you will. So you're just doing it. So you're watching me watch ice. Sorry, you are watching me watch a candle burn. There you go. And that is the story of this entire stream, which is crazy. Like kind of certifiably insane in the best way. You know, there's no bad ways here. Let me think. What else has happened this year that I am, or anything else that I'm like excited
Guys,
to talk about?
do you think he's noticed the spider on his mic yet?
Oh. I already killed a spider this stream. Get on my level. I had to double check in case for reasons. Yeah, you guys are free to ask me any questions you have. If you're coming in from Jimmy's. If you're coming in, if you've been staying for mine, get out of here. I only want Jimmy's viewers. Let me see. Yeah, you're free to ask. I'm trying to think of like what happened this past year. I did.
This might be more entertaining than watching Dan Giesling fight Mesmer 2,000 times. What do you think?
Hey, Dan is a great guy. You'd think so, right? You'd think, fighting Mesmer for 2,000 tries, like that's so. How do you just want, dude? I don't know how he does it. He is this magic with him where the man can make anything interesting at all whatsoever. Like you think, try number 564 of trying to beat Mesmer with 0 health is like, you'd think that's boring, right? Like you'd pop into his stream and he has his chat's great, like the energy's awesome. He has bits he runs constantly. The man's is like a certified entertaining. I mean, like obviously, like you'd be like, okay, yeah, obviously certified entertainer, like he was on Big Brother twice, or you know, all this stuff. I didn't know that. I only knew Dan Giesling as like the streamer Dan Giesling until like later. Like actually until later they're like, oh, he was on Big Brother. And I was like, huh, cool. I didn't know. That's neat. How'd he do? Oh, he won. Huh, cool. Like I had zero idea. Which was like so neat because I was like, I just like the guy, you know. Like he's just entertaining. He's like a cool dude. And he's been pumping out some good YouTube videos too recently. I wonder if he's played the Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers yet. The blackjack game. Seems very interesting and kind of like up his alley.
It just so happens to be Wednesday, my dudes.
How's that? I think I did that pretty well. I'm not wearing a Spider-Man costume though, so you know, well, good enough, close enough. It actually is Wednesday though, so that's like that's a really good observation there. Let me see. TwitchCon later, happening this year. I have the live show. We already mentioned that. Cool new Doodle plushies dropping. That's really fun. Funeral. Oh, the surgery stream was cool. That was like interesting because I learned that you can actually like rent a hospital for a video. So we did that. So that's kind of neat. I was like, wow, that's cool. Didn't know about that. And then I'm trying to think what else, what are like insane. Here's the Kingdom blindfolded. 8-player Nuzlocke. 8-player Nuzlocke. Okay, so the Succession Nuzlocke was such a fun thing. Let me. Oh! I've been hooked. Let me yap. Oh boy. Oh, good. Strap in. Get ready. Okay, so the Succession player the Nuzlocke, right? So the 8-player Nuzlocke was such a fun idea, right? So if you don't know what it was, I did a video recently, like a couple months ago, where it was an 8-player Nuzlocke, where I would do a Nuzlocke of Pokemon Platinum, a hardcore Nuzlocke. So it's really difficult rules of Pokemon Platinum, but I would only do it up to Gym 1, and then I would take my save file and give it to another streamer, AlphaRad in this case, right? And then AlphaRad would then beat up to Gym 2 and then beat Gym 2. And then he would give that save file to RT Game, and then RT Game with Sea-Dog, and then like or vice versa. I think it was Sea-Dog and RT, whatever, right? And then up until Gym 8, where after like Captain Kidd beats Gym 8, then he gives the save file to me, and then I beat the rest of the Nuzlocke of the Elite Four and also the Champion, right? And so that was like a really fun. That took like a year, 2 years, a year and a half, I think, about to actually finish, because streamers just don't have time to do things, and they're very busy and hard to reach. But that was like a really, really fun video. And a lot of people, I can't go without mentioning this video, without mentioning this. A lot of people like very angry with Ludwig and Captain Kidd for like quote unquote throwing the Nuzlocke, but I fully 1000% disagree with anybody thinking about that. And I will just mention it like here. I think if you think that way, then that's totally, it's totally okay, but I think you're wrong. You know, it's totally okay to be like, I'm like, you know, I'm like, you're invested into the run and everything. However, don't be mean, right? Because like they made it interesting. Think about it, right? Like if Ludwig didn't try to kill every Pokemon on the entire team, right? There wouldn't have been such a great comeback moment from like Pichal of like, okay, I'm mustering this together. If Captain Kidd didn't kill Smollant's Lucario, right, at the very end, we would have I would have just swept the rest of the run, right? We wouldn't have had that epic final montage where we hang on to 1 HP just to finish it off with the last Pokemon, right? That wouldn't have existed. You can't just have a video with no conflict. Otherwise, it's going to be a boring ass video. It's going to be like, hey, look at this Nuzlocke. All right, cool, sick. So I was like, it's totally valid to be like, that was such a cool story. I can't believe that, right? But it's like another thing to like just actively hate somebody. I've always hated Ludwig, you know, because why would you kill a Pokemon? I'm like, it was funny. Like that's why, dude. If it wasn't funny and I was like actually like mad about that, then I would have just been like, all right, I'm just gonna revert the save file, give it to somebody else. You know, like. I was like, dude, he actually, I think he asked me before, and he's like, is it okay if I do this? And I was like, please, that's hilarious. Same way like Smollant was like, do you mind if I like shiny hunt during this? And I was like, yeah. And then he found Pokerus, and I was like, that's so good. Like, these are great. It's a little meme within like my little company team too, that I can't go without like I can't go without talking about that, without like I can't go talking about that video without talking about that little story where it's just like, where I'll be like, oh, the 8-player Nuzlocke, or it's like No, the 8 player knows. Like, I loved that video, right? And then I'll immediately transition into, oh man, I can't believe people were saying that about Ludwig and Captain Kidd. Like, Brayden's so cool. That was such a good video. So it's just really funny. Because I even I am aware of it, because I'm like telling this story like on stream, like right now to you guys, and like because I know like I'm just like perpetuating this like stereotype of myself of like, he really can't go without like he can't go talking about this video without talking about, you know, these other things. You can't just mention the video. It's just really funny. But I really want to do like that sort of like idea again, because that idea was really fun. Now I have, I won't say exactly what they are, because I don't want somebody else to just do the idea and then be like, haha, cheers. You know, I want it to be like me definitively. So I won't tell you exactly, but, there's I think a way that we can do a 16 player Nuzlocke. The issue that we're having with that is, actually I can't say that issue because then it's spoiling what it is, but I think that's the next iteration. So that'll be really cool. So if you want that video, that'll be in 3 years when everyone gets back to me. Yeah. And by the way, if you're immediately thinking and you're like, oh, I know exactly what it means by 16. Oh, it's easy. No, you don't actually. It's a different idea than what you think it might be the idea. So just putting that out there. It's different than what you think, because the one that you probably think of doing is not good for pacing for the narrative. It's just going to be like more of the same, and you're just kind of like, whatever. I don't really care as much. So there's a cool twist I think I can do. Yeah, that 8 player, I was like, I want to do more Succession playthrough kind of things, because 1, you guys seem to really like it. Number 2, like I think it's really fun to run. I was thinking of doing some Succession playthrough things in like different games other than Pokemon, because that's actually like, because one of the reasons why it was so like popular is because that was one of the more it's not the first time it's been done, but it's one of the more popular times that it's been done. I think actually Captain Kidd has one on his channel himself where he has 6 players do it, which is a really entertaining thing too, that I would recommend you guys check out if you guys haven't already. Yeah, but the way that Succession playthroughs started, at least like I was made aware of them and everything, was it kind of actually during my childhood. Once again, everything comes back to my childhood. Welcome to my therapy session. You know, how does this make you feel? So it was with I don't know if a lot of you guys are aware of this, but Dwarf Fortress was the one that introduced me to Succession playthroughs. And this is, it's Dwarf Fortress, but specifically Boat Murdered. And if you don't know what Boat Murdered is, then subscribe, because you probably skipped to this part of the video because you 9 hours in, you know, let's see what 9 hours looks like, you know, but like, come on, go back to the start of the video, watch the rest of it. I'm calling you out right now. Like, come on, like I'm here busy watching this candle melt, right? And here you are skipping the video to see how far it went. No, I talk about some really cool things. Check out the chapters on the bottom here if you want to check out one of them. It's really neat. Okay, come back and then maybe you'll make it to the 9 hours properly. Okay, subscribe. Okay, come back later. That's gonna be so crazy, dude. I can't wait. That's so funny. I'm running this bit for myself. Also the candle, is this gonna last another hour? I don't know. Like there's still a bunch of wax there, but I'm kind of concerned about the wick. So we'll see how it goes. It's on its, you know, this is all filled with wax right here basically, and hot glue, but like still, you know, so we'll see how it goes. Anyways, so Boat Murdered, the important part here. What's up? Oh, that's funny. I think basically, Boat Murdered. Boat Murdered is a really cool, this is when in the old forum days, like back before everyone was like on Reddit, you know, or like back before everyone used social media, right? Before social media was really a thing, people would go on forums. I can't believe I'm like, Get off my lawn. Jeez, sorry, the boomer came out in me. Jesus Christ. Can't believe I'm explaining forums. So before like Reddit and like conglomerated like social medias, right, where everyone would just chat on there, people would have dedicated forums to specific like things. Like God of War, for example, had like a forum. There were threads dedicated to like a group of like God of War players, or like same thing with like a Pokemon. Like there was like Neo Seeker or whatever, you know, and that's like how a whole bunch of things like came to be. That's Cerebi, you know, spawned out of, I believe, something like that. But anyways, so Boat Murdered and stuff. This was like a thread on the Dwarf Fortress forums that would do like succession playthroughs where they would take and let me explain Dwarf Fortress real quick if you don't know what it is. It's like a city builder simulation kind of thing. If you ever seen RimWorld, it's kind of like that. Or like imagine The Sims, but you can't tell The Sims what to do. They just kind of do the things that they want to do, and you can suggest what they can do, you know? And it's a bunch of them, right? So RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress, you know, kind of thing. Simulation city builders kind of thing, you know? Or like imagine like SimCity, but you know, each one of your Sims in SimCity has their very own very complex likes and dislikes and loves, and they want to do certain things and they don't want to do others, you know. And so basically, you know, Dwarf Fortress, what they would do is they would have the first player do 1 year in Dwarf Fortress. They would just build it, do whatever you want. Dwarf Fortress 1 year. Once you're done, then take the save file, ship it off to the next person. But specifically, because it was a forum and these people didn't know other people and they weren't making like a video of it for like YouTube or something, right? They would have to detail all of the events that happened over the course of the past year before they gave the save file over to the next person. So then you're just like, you know, aware of what happened. But it also gave for a really cool role-playing experience because each player would be like the player. Like they would be the king that just moved in to the civilization, being like, I'm going to start this thing up. You know, it's like, I beheaded the last person, or like whatever, right? You know, like they would role play how they got into this position, and then they would like write as in like notes of like the details. I don't really like it when Jimothy did that, you know? Or Mr. Bobbert man pooper guy, you know? Like I don't like it when he did that other thing. So I sent him off. I shipped him off. There was an attack of elephants today. And so they would do like a full role play experience of that, and detailing it for the next person on these forums. And so then they would just like ease it on, go to the next person, go to the next person, go to the next person. And there's a really cool write-up that exists of the forum. So if you just Google Boat Murdered, there is a index of every single turn that each person had every single year of that Dwarf Fortress thing. And the game is hard to read because they did it with the ASCII version of Dwarf Fortress, which means that there's not really graphics. It's just like letters on a keyboard, you know? So like an ampersand D, like a T ampersand D represents a dog chained to a tree, right? That's literally basically how that was. That's like kind of, you know, like how like the game like looks. So it's pretty ugly, right? There's one on Steam right now. The version of Dwarf Fortress on Steam actually has like graphics and everything, and it's a really cool small aside here. The game was in ASCII for so long, and then the developers of the game, they've never asked for like donations or anything. They just kind of make the game, just do it, you know. They don't sell the game, it's free, you know, everything. And it was really cute because there's a really large dedicated audience to Dwarf Fortress. And so when they actually put the game on Steam, because they needed money to pay for, I think, like an operation, everyone's like just chucking, like everyone's buying the game like a ton, like just bombarded Steam sales. And I remember there was one person just like asking like, hey, why are you buying the game? Isn't it free already? And and the response was, I have been waiting 6 years to give these guys money. I've been waiting 6 years. I'm not waiting any longer, you know? Thank you so much for the experience of this really awesome game. And I was like, damn, that's such a cool community, like surrounding like this game. And so the Steam version has like a lot of really good graphics with it that I would recommend. But when you go to Boat Murdered and everything and look at the story of this Succession playthrough of Dwarf Fortress, you actually don't really need to know how it looks. You can just look, oh, pretty colors or whatever. But like the important thing is the actual text behind it, because it's a story that people have written as role-playing different kings in this civilization they've passed on to different people over the course of like the civilization's life. And it's really neat. And so I saw that idea and I was like, I loved Boat Murdered so much. And I remembered it. I pulled it out of the hat. I was like, how do I do this? How do I change this up and do this for my content? Like, how do I do something similar? And every single thing I was like, maybe I could do it in Zelda. But how do you do that? Like, give the playthrough to a different person, but then it doesn't really change like after each dungeon. Like there's no like you can't like sabotage, you can't like make immoral and weird decisions, and you can't like do all these crazy things that would affect a save file, or the things you would do is just immediately reversible. And I was like, Pokemon, a Nuzlocke. You kill a Pokemon in a Nuzlocke, it's permanently dead. What are you gonna do? That's great, that's perfect, it's amazing. This is a Succession playthrough. I would learn later that that's something called like a tag lock, I think. Here's newsflash for you guys, all right? If you are part of the Pokemon community and you are calling things like this is a tag lock battle spree arena lock, no one except for you knows what that is. Like, it is the most unsearchable bullshit that you can do. Bullshit's probably a strong word for that. But no one's gonna like know what that I don't like. Some people will just call something like, oh, I'm doing a gym lock, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like just because you add lock at the end of it, it's a challenge where like your gyms are like reversed, and so you have to. I'm like, then say that. You don't need to have like a fancy name for your challenge. It doesn't make sense logically if you want people to find the challenge. So I ask humbly as a request to anyone who is a PokeTuber that is possibly watching this, which might be actually zero, just say what it is. Don't call it a fancy name, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, just putting that out there, you know. Tag battle lock arena lock. So that's kind of like how I came up with the Succession idea for Pokemon, independently from a tag lock, in a cool way. And I recommend like Boat Murdered. I was thinking of doing it, like I really want to do it with with Dwarf Fortress. Like I want to have my own Dwarf Fortress thing, but the issue being is that I can't get enough streamers that would dedicate themselves to learning Dwarf Fortress. Or at least like the very bare minimum of Dwarf Fortress to make it happen, and like spending a full year on it. Not like in-game year, not like an actual year outside of it. So I'm like, I've reached out before. I've like asked, like, I'm like, hey, like RT, like, would you want to do like a Dwarf Fortress thing? No, I don't know. Okay, cool. Hey, dog, you have a Dwarf Fortress? Oh, you just like remember? Okay, no, it's cool. You know, like, or I'll just like read. Oh, like, hey, small ant, what do you think about like, you know? But no biters, you know. So I just want to do like a modern Boat Murdered. You know, that's what's a man got to do to get a modern Boat Murdered? Am I right? Am I right, fellas? What's a man gotta do to get a Boat Murdered up here? Oh, so yeah, that's the fun little fact there.
Are there any supernatural things / conspiracy theories that you genuinely believe in?
Chemtrails made fluoride in our rivers to turn the frogs gay. Yeah. Conspiracy theories or anything? Let me think for a second there. Dude, the thing is that like most of the things where I'm like, I bet they're doing this, you know, like, I bet they're making my bags of chips smaller, you know, it's like based around in logic, and then also like later I would find it's true. So like it's, you know, shrinkflation, by the way. I don't know if like I have one like off the top of my head that I'm like because I have a healthy amount of skepticism for like a lot of different things, and so like I don't just kind of like believe something off the rip. But I wish I had something funnier for you. I really don't. Oh, I guess. Well, no, it's not even like a thing. It's like most of fantasy is based on like real life things that like they've elaborated, but that's just like a fact, you know. So I don't. Yeah, it's like obviously like the like you know, like the Homer that made the Odyssey, you know, or whoever, pen name, etc. Right? Like it's either like it's one of two camps. Of one, they just want to tell like a really compelling, interesting story, right? Just to be like, hey, this is a cool fantasy thing, similar Brandon Sanderson of our time, you know, kind of thing, right? Or maybe it was something that was like based in actual logic off of like a genuine trip, but it was embellished so that there were these fanciful sort of stories to make it seem like a better thing. I don't know. I'm not a very good historian or writer, so and that's probably a huge subject of debate anyways. But I guess the closest thing I can say to that, you know. Hopefully that kind of like answers your question just a little bit, a tad.
This current setup is giving still waiting for my blind date at an Olive Garden table for 2 realness.
Oh, 5 more minutes. She just said that she'd be over. Don't 5 more minutes, please. All right, thank you. Sorry, what was that?
Anyone notice on his glasses, the fire reflecting on his glasses look like really small red eyes that move?
Boo! Gotcha. Wait, watch me. Wah! So cool. That's really neat. Yeah, I'm really glad I got these glasses. Definitely helps from burning a hole in my retinas. Did you actually? Can I have them? Okay. Great news, guys. Great news. Do you remember around hour 1.5, I think it was, where one of you guys asked about googly eyes? You said no promises? Oh, she can't find them now. Wow. Okay. Cool. Well, we have googly eyes because you asked for them. To put on my glasses. If she finds them, then we'll put them on. Oh, we got 45 minutes left. You have 45 minutes to look for googly eyes. She says she's trying. So I got good news for you, gamers. Oh, you found them? I have the googly eyes. I'll take the big one. Oh. Hey, chat. This is something I want to instill in you guys. You ask and you shall receive. Oh, I got it. Okay. How do you put... Wait. Okay. I don't know. Just watching candle melt while we put googly eyes on. Hey, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. No, we're going to sit in silence. No TTS. Nope. We're going to wait on the googly eyes. Nope. This is great. No, this is good. This is good. Don't worry. We got We have 44 minutes and 17 seconds for you to unstick the googly eyes. Yeah, I can't find this. Do you want to get just like tape? Awesome. Okay. It's not sticking. The tape's not sticking. 1 second. 1 second, chat. Why is this not staying? Glue it onto the glasses? Here, wait, it's not working. How do I look? How do I look, guys? I think. Is this scary? Oh.
Maybe you could use the remains of that candle to refill your glue. Maybe even use it on a family of 4. Anyway, love your 10-hour streams, Crow. They're amazing. P.S. Abby is the GOAT FR.
True. That's my manager. That's my manager. This is so weird. 'Cause I can still see it like right through here, you know?
Takes a dramatic drag of a cigarette boat murdered. I haven't heard that name in years. Fuck those elephants.
Fuck, true. Fuck those elephants. Shouts to the butterfly wing, though. Keeping the door open. Definitely was a crazy time. That's the cool thing about Door Fortress 2. It's so detailed that literally a butterfly wing gets stuck in a hinge of a door and, you know, prevent you from closing it. Which then causes a herd of elephants to go inside and have everyone die.
I want to get attached to it and regret naming it before it dies.
Timothy!
I love to suffer smile.
Timothy! Please! No! Stop melting! If there's only something I could do to stop it. Oh no. Man, if only I had a way to stop Timothy from dying. Timothy, no!
Hi Eric, doing schoolwork with this stream is very chill and relaxing. What is your fav species of shark and why is it the Greenland shark?
How'd you
Thanks.
know? Dude, how did you know it was the Greenland shark? That's awesome. Yeah, I love the Greenland shark. And let me list all the reasons that I love the Greenland shark. 1, it's green. Fucking love that, you know? Great color. 2, it's land. I live on land. And that's pretty neat. And then 3, it's a shark. And we can all agree that, hey, if we're naming what our favorite types of sharks are, then you gotta have, like, sharks as the prerequisite. So, you know, 3 different things I like about Greenland sharks.
Have you heard of the legend of Mersquirts?
I'm sorry, Mersquirts? Did you just say Mersquirts? No, that's not a name. Have you heard of the legend of Dark Plagueis the Wise? Not a name I've heard in years. Oh.
Since you're a man of science, do you believe that it's possible that the Loch Ness Monster or Sasquatch exists? If so,
No.
or if not, what is your reasoning?
Please explain in MLA notation, please. Cite your sources. No, I think they were made up for attention. As a streamer, okay? As a streamer who sees a lot of people try to get my attention, oh yeah, 100% Loch Ness Monster doesn't exist, right? The Bigfoot, same thing, you know? Oh, PointCrow, I just saw a big hairy bear outside of my door. Oh my God, it was in the woods. No, I'm sorry, kid. That's just your mother. Like, come on. Come on. We're not believing that.
What are your top favorite dead memes your chat has ran into the ground?
My top favorite dead memes. Favorite? The Aridos one, I did like. I said they're dead, right? So they ran into the ground. Aridos, collector's anxiety, not in any order. Cooking Pokemon. I think those are good ones. If you're asking about Family of Four and like dead puppies, I think those are still not totally dead yet, no matter how much they try to beat them into the ground.
Roger Rabbit judged him look with those glasses. When I killed your brother, I looked just like this.
Woo! They're just so odd.
Bros out here cosplaying Ubi.
Oh, that's so funny. Dude, I think it's going to be close, but we might have another 35 minutes of this. Like left of the candle. I think we might. It's possible.
Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? No. I thought not. It's no story the Jedi would tell you. It's a Sith legend. Darth Plagueis was a Dark Lord of the Sith. He was so powerful, yet so wise. He could use the Force.
That's beautiful. All right, guys, I gotta focus up on this candle.
I love Greenland sharks because they can live for over 250 to 500 years and they move so slow that scientists are still trying to figure out how they frickin' eat.
Yeah, that's actually I've been saying that those are my favorite fact. We were about to we said that at the same time. I was about to say that. So, I'm actually really quick. I have had to go to the bathroom for the past 2 hours. So I'm gonna really quick go do that and then sprint back. Well, actually, no. I'll just do the watch my stream on my phone strategy so that I can still see the candle. I'll just do that. Give me like real quick time. I'll keep TTS on though, so you can talk to little Doodle here. Big Doodle.
Doodle, bot wartok. Sorry about that. All right. Got about almost 30 minutes left to completing the next 10-hour stream. This has been so much fun. I got a sub 4 hours ago. I don't even go here. Thanks from a Doug fan. Vertical line.
Horizontal line. This is what I say to vertical lines, for the verticals. That's why it's a middle finger. This has been so much fun, chat. This has been great. I've been having a really good time. This is I have to say this is probably one of my favorite like 10-hour streams that I've ever done. This has been so cool. I've been loving this. There's so many cool different like things that we've been able to talk about and like chat about. And the whole candle's gone, right? It's not like the ice melted and it didn't really melt that much. The whole candle went down. So that's pretty neat. And then maybe next time we do like an hourglass. That'd be kind of cool, actually. Like watching the hourglass fall. That'd be kind of neat. Like a 10-hour hourglass. Yeah. Maybe something like that. That'd be pretty neat. But this has been like really cool. I'm glad like I can talk to you guys and you guys are interested enough to watch me watch something for 10 hours straight. This is like the craziest tradition that I've seen that we have, which is really fun. I love this too much. Just want to put that out there before we get to the final like 30 minutes of this. I've been able to like also like I don't know, chat about everything I've really wanted to. There's so many cool things that have been like happening over the past like couple of years. So and I'm like really excited because I don't know, I've been streaming for this past year marked 5 years of this. 5 years of streaming. I started streaming January 13th, 2019, when I was about 20 years old. I'm currently 26 years old because my birthday is January 21st. I started a little bit earlier because I asked for a in advance on my birthday presents. I was like, could you get me my birthday presents a little bit earlier and also get me these particular ones? Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And it was like a mic and a webcam. That's why I started on January 13th rather than like anything else. So we passed the 5-year anniversary in January 13th of 2024. And the really cool thing is that like, yeah, I've been streaming. First off, I've been streaming for 5 years now, and that seems like a lot. That seems like a pretty large chunk of time. When I started streaming and people were like, that streamer has been live for 5 years, you know, this is their 5-year anniversary, I'd be like, they're so old, you know, look at that old head, you know. Weird, back in my day. Get off my lawn, right? And now I'm that guy. now I'm them. And so that's really interesting, seeing people blow up on their streams and stuff and being like, yeah, I've been live for like a year. It's been really cool. And I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. So first off, like, thank you so much for allowing me to do this for so long. And the other thing is like, it has no signs of really slowing down. There's really no like it's like we're only doing bigger and better things from here. With cooler and cooler things. Like I don't want to like age out, you know, if that makes sense. Like I want my stuff to be able to be watched, like no matter kind of like how old you are, and like still like participate and have fun and chat. If you're like, you know, just chill, like have fun, you know, and just like be like, this is like a cool spot where we do crazy stuff. Yeah, so that's pretty neat, you know. I like that a lot. But yeah, got at least another like 5-10 years in me. Here it is. Here's to that, you know. What I think Ethan Nestor is coming up on his 10-year at the end of August. Damn, that was crazy, you know. So yeah.
No, he was boot to hit a PB.
Guys, whoa! Guys, we're so close. 30 minutes until I can get this new world record of how the longest time somebody's watched a candle melt. What? How's that? Is that good for like YouTube voice? You know, like, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and absolutely dab on the notification
I'm
bell
sorry,
if you want
I
to see
don't
more
have
of
enough
this.
space for the big doodle. Frown.
Oh, that's okay. No worries. We'll see if we can make him available later. We got a small doodle, and also like you don't have to spend any money. The content's free. That's the cool thing, is that you don't have to spend any money to enjoy my stuff. That's pretty neat. It's just chill and pretty nice. And I like it like
Any
that.
favorite One Piece theories?
I don't want to go into theories. I rarely say like a no to a question because I like to yes and everything. I gotta nix that one because that goes into some pretty hefty spoilers. And after recommending One Piece stuff to people around hour 4, I'll keep it spoiler free for this one. I'll keep it spoiler free.
Hey PointCrow, first time donator. I just went through a breakup. Any advice?
Cry? Like, that's crazy. First off, I'm not the person that should give you advice. I'm just a guy on the internet for that, Sorry, but you probably should ask your friends. But unironically though, like, crying helps. It's pretty chill, helps out, Don't hold that shit in. Just kind of be like, that sucked. And it did. That's great. That's cool. You should feel your emotions. Just do that, That's sick. And then talk to your friends, Go out, do things. Have fun. Your life doesn't end because your relationship did. Simple.
Hello YouTube sensation and internet funny man Failboat.
I love Failboat so much. Oh, he's so cool. Let me rant a little bit on Failboat. He's so neat. He's so sweet. That's my friend over there. Like, he's so cool. Recently he discovered that I was playing that I was reading the Stormlight Archive, and like I was like, yeah, it's really cool, let me know what you think, because I just finished book 2 and he was on book 1. I was like, let me know what you think, because I'm really curious about your thoughts on things. And then like one day I wake up to like 12 notifications from Failboat. And I'm like, what the hell? What happened? So I like look, it's paragraphs of his thoughts on like the book, and then followed by a 4-minute voice memo, which I still haven't like gone through yet, because I'm like, wait, I need to like actually like sit down and like recognize and go through this, because this is awesome. I love that so much. I was talking about it too with Doug, because he's read I think up to Stormlight 4, and so yeah. So that's really funny. I mean, the other thing too is one of the reasons why the Supercut channel even exists is because of Failboat. It's really neat because kind of like I recommended like Outer Wilds to him. The Outer Wilds conspiracy, it grows. The pyramid scheme, like it was recommended to me by like Barry and who else? Oh my god, somebody else got me to play Outer Wilds. I think it was Barry. I think it was literally just straight up Barry, actually. Got me to play Outer Wilds. And I was like, sure, I'll give it a shot. And then one of the best games of all time. I don't want to spoil anything, but like you should play Outer Wilds. That is a game that you need to play right now. It is really good. Don't look up anything about it. Like pretty much like just go into it blind. That is the best thing you can do. Be curious, explore, have fun with it. If you don't get something, then don't worry. You can come back to it later. Go do something else. Explore, talk to people, chill, relax, enjoy the environment. Die again, die some more. Have fun with it. Outer Wilds, play it. And there's a really cool sequence sometime in the game that I won't say, but Failboat just sends me over like this little memo, saying like, hey man, I'm starting to learn the banjo. I'm like, no way, cool. And he sends me like a part, like a part of one of the songs in Outer Wilds. And I'm like, oh my god, no way, that's so cool. And I head to my piano. Fun fact, I've played piano for 12 plus years. And go to my piano, play the piano part. I'm like, I sent it over. Here we go. He's like, oh, I bet we can do this and do that. Anyways, we have a really cool thing that's coming up with Outer Wilds. That actually inspired me to do the Supercut channel, because in some other news, the Supercut channel, a lot of people, when I was playing Outer Wilds, mentioned specifically, and this is like the power of you guys just being like, hey, I like this kind of content, I really like it. Just voicing your opinion there like lets me know so many cool things about like what I can do later. And this thing is on its last life. we gotta wait like another 20 minutes. I think it might be able to survive for another 20. It's right there, by the way. It's like right there. It's really funny. But a lot of you guys were like, I remember like I was halfway through the Outer Wilds playthrough, and I told this story before, I think during the actual playthrough too, where I was like, that's not for me. I'm gonna quit. Stop playing it. Not gonna do it. I'm gonna quit the Outer Wilds. Not gonna happen. But then you guys, like all over like Reddit and like some Twitter and everything, they're like, man, I wish Eric would pick up Outer Wilds again. That was like my favorite game that he would play. It's such a good playthrough too. Like I wish he would finish it. And I saw that. I saw a ton of that, and I was like, you know what? I'll do it for you guys. Like I'll do it for those guys, you know, who were just really passionate about that one playthrough. Like sure, I'll just finish it up. And it happened to be one of my favorite games of all time. To the point where I think it showed really well too, because there's so many crazy things that happen, good vibes all around, and it's one of those playthroughs that is like constantly recommended to new players. Or like, I'll put it like this: you can only play Outer Wilds once, no matter what you think. Oh, I can just start a new game again. No, you can't. You won't understand until you play it, but you simply cannot play the game a second time. You can only play it once ever in your entire life, unless you get a lobotomy or a concussion, right? Like you literally can only play it once. And so with that, a lot of people after their first playthrough will look to other playthroughs that are like recorded online to play it again, to experience it like another time. Because the only way you can experience Outer Wilds again is to is to experience it through somebody else. And that's one of the reasons why, like, once somebody plays it, they will recommend the game to other people, because not only did they really like it themselves, but they really want other people to experience it, and so they can watch it and play it again. It's like a pyramid scheme through video gaming and happiness. Basically, a lot of people will recommend my video as, or like my playthrough as something to watch as a second playthrough, and I saw that a lot of people really liked it, and they were like, like I really like it and I really want to, but I don't want to go through VODs and everything. I'd rather an edited version. And so the Supercut playthrough, Supercut channel, PointCrow playthroughs that we just started, is kind of based on that phenomena too, of like, yeah, no, I want to like edit down a version of Outer Wilds, and have all of you guys be able to enjoy it. And any game that I play, therefore, like henceforth thereon, whatever, that if you're like, hey, you know, like you're recommending like, hey man, you should really watch you should play Shadow of the Colossus, or like you should experience it, you should watch somebody play the game or whatever. My goal is to have each one of those videos be such a definitive playthrough of the game, to experience the game through, to watch the second playthrough of the first one, to just get involved with the game itself, that you would then like recommend that to somebody else or watch it. You know, like this is the definitive playthrough of Shadow of the Colossus. This is the definitive playthrough of Subnautica, of Wind Waker, you know? Things that like, it's like, this is a good place to start if you want a really good playthrough with somebody who like cares about the game to an extent that like will involve yourself with it. I hope that makes sense, at least. And so Outer Wilds like came to be with that. And I will say, like, there is something special. We're working on the Outer Wilds Supercut for the Supercut channel. I will say I'll tease this a little bit because you guys are 9.5 hours into watching me watch Candle Melt. There is a little secret, a little special thing that I'm going to be including, and you can, you know, probably guess it a little bit. Loosely related with Failboat, actually greatly related with Failboat now. And in that little story that we're going to be including in the Outer Wilds Supercut, just for you guys, for the love and the enjoyment of the game, with me and friends. So we're going to be including that. That'll be on the Supercut channel, hopefully later. But just look out for it. It's something a little special I want to put in there. So pretty cool, you know.
I got a couple of rainbow doodles and took them to Pride. Then gave them away to my prideful friend group.
That's so cute.
They are the best kind of gate chickens.
I love that. That's awesome. That's great. It is on its last life, dude. It is on its last life. All right, you can survive, Jimothy. Survive for me.
Do a flip.
19 more minutes. You got it. I'll do a flip. Ooh, look at that. Jimothy, I believe in you. Jimothy, please survive for us, Jimothy. Thousands of people watching across the universe for you to survive. All I don't know why that went into like a transatlantic accent, but don't worry about it. You know, don't think too hard. That's kind of like most of my content, right? Like if you think too hard, you won't get it. That's just like, you know, when you think about like life in general, just don't think too hard and you're good. So if I'm ever like, hey, you know, I did can I make a pizza in Tears of the Kingdom before I give birth? Don't think about it too hard. We don't have time to explain, you know? Yeah, that's my little story with a failboat and all that. Love that guy. It was really cool. I went to PAX, and he had one of the things that I wanted to do specifically at PAX was see his panel of Fight Me, because he's been talking about it for a while, just like chilling. He's like, hey, I did this really cool thing. I want to support my friend. So I went there, and man, that guy is a force to be reckoned with on a stage. That man has stage presence like no other. He can host a show, you know. He's a great. It comes so natural to him. Like, that's so impressive. Like I went there to support my friend, be like, hey, I'm in the audience. This is really cool. Haha, tee. And then I like left like aghast of like, oh, that was a sick show. That was so cool. I can't believe I just watched something as cool as that. That was so neat. I want to do a live show like that. And guess what? We're doing a live show at TwitchCon. I'm doing it. Yes or no? Yes. So if you want to be at TwitchCon, check it out. It'll be really cool. I don't know if I'm gonna make a video of it. That'd be really cool if I did. But it depends if it's like actually gonna be like good content for YouTube. But it'll really be on stream and definitely VODs. So they'll be like pretty neat, pretty cool if I do say so myself. Let's see. We're probably getting some people. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Because we're about like 15 minutes away from like finishing. We're probably gonna get some people who were like trying to like skip to the end of the video, right? If I post this on YouTube, or just like raw like it is, we're gonna probably start like having some people like step in, like start now, and like be like, like I want to see what like the end is. Did it actually melt, etc. So every like couple minutes, what I'm gonna do now, just to get them, back, because it's just gonna be really funny, right? Just really funny. To me, at least, it's funny to me, and that's I think what matters. Is I'm just gonna every couple of minutes be like, hey, why'd you skip? Why'd you skip the video? Subscribe while you're at it, but like, why'd you skip? Go back to the beginning. No, go back. We'll wait here. You know, I'm gonna be watching this, but why'd you skip the? You should stay. Like, you should go to the second one. Okay, not hour 9, 44 minutes. You can go second one and start from the beginning, like everyone else did in chat. You know, look at my chat. You know, they've been here since the beginning, and you're trying to skip to the end. It's not what I would do. You know, yeah. You can only appreciate the end by going through the journey it took to get there. It's think of it like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I'd explain, but there's no time to explain. I should have been making more of those jokes during this entire time. Like hour 1. There's no time to explain. No time to literally no time. We have 0 time to explain. I wish I could. I wish I had more of a duration for a description for anything. Oh, hey, if you don't run bits with yourself, you know, are you really if you're not telling jokes for yourself, are you really telling jokes? If you're not cracking yourself up, you know, those are the finest days. Those are the finest nights. When you can just be alone by yourself, chill on your couch or whatever, and you think of something funny, and it doesn't matter that nobody else is around because you're laughing and you're making yourself happy. And those are great vibes.
Come on, Jimothy. Chat loves you.
Jimothy!
We believe in you. You've got this.
I believe in you, Jimothy. You can last for another 14 minutes. It is the candle is like I think we're on the literal actual last part of the wax. Like we could not time this better because it's actually on the last part of the wax. Like under like here. This is where the candle like basically is. It's underneath the actual like level here that we had it, and it's just the melted wax from the like from all of the drip that the candle went down over the course of this entire like 10-hour stream. So like the candle would like drip down some wax to the bottom, and now it's just burning through all that leftover wax. Like there's no more actual like physical candle anymore. It's just the leftover wax and hot glue. Don't worry about the hot glue, right? We don't have time to explain. But there's definitely like the wax here, you know, like just the leftover wax. So that's really funny. Yeah, man, I wish I had time to explain. It's my new favorite joke now. Oh, I hope you're ready to hear that one for the next year. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great joke, a good joke even, you know. Classic with the Google eyes and everything. Man, yeah, I guess next year, because we've done grass, paint, grass, paint, ice, and now the candle melting. I guess next year, what, like hourglass? Because a yearly tradition, right? I'm not doing this for like another year, or at least 6 months. I'd say 6 months because we skipped last year. And so like if we want to have it like equal of like each year is like one, right? So there's one each year that I stream. And so it's like a yearly kind of thing. Then maybe I have one in 6 months and then another one in 6 after that. Then we're like kind of like caught up. So then like, you know, to make up for like
So
last
Eric,
time, you know?
which do you prefer? The paint, the grass, the ice, or the candle?
I prefer, I mean, okay, I see the most fun. So the grass one was the least fun, I think. It was cool. It was chill. But I was like, all right, you know, whatever. I kind of like was talking to bugs during that entire time. Shout out Smithy, if you remember. If you don't, you haven't watched that one yet. So you should watch that one. It was a great video. And then I would say like tier list, then it would go like paint, drying. First one, classic, you know. Definitely did see faces in the paint though. That was a weird vibe. And then after paint drying, I would go then ice melting. That was cool. That was fun. That was really cool to have like a giant block of ice. I thought that was really neat. I thought that was great. And then, yeah, and then I would say after that would be this one. So this one's my favorite, is what I would say. I think it's really cool to see like it all disappear. But then I also think it's really cool that I think this was my favorite like 10 hours of conversation talking to myself. But like, you know, and also TTS a little bit here. But like, I think we went over some like really cool topics and like cool stories that I could tell for the entirety of the like 10-hour thing. So if, you know, you're skipping the video right now because you want to see what it's at the end, you're missing out on all the really cool stories and things that I told. So just saying, like, that's on you. That's on you. 10 minutes left. You have 10 minutes to decide to go back to the very beginning of the video. Subscribe, by the way. Back to the very beginning of the video to check it out. Come on. What's going on? You know, you can't just get the end and be like, oh, hey, I did it. No, you got to watch. People in chat are watching this. You know, for 10 hours. What you doing?
Please do the flight simulator where you can't do anything. I am begging from Abby.
Oh, yeah, there was a new flight simulator game. It was called like Raw Dogging Simulator, which I feel like could have been a better name. But it's a simulator where you sit on a flight and you look at the map for like 10 hours.
At the 10-hour mark, Eric becomes the avatar master of the 4 elements: grass, ice, candle, and paint.
Yes, I am the avatar. What is a bald man except a guy with hair without hair, you know? What is a guy with hair but just a bald man with hair, you know? What they say.
Hey, why do you skip? Start from the beginning for the optimal experience.
That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. That's funny, chat. Thank you. I've like 4 or 5 different laughs. I don't know how it came to be. Here's my theory
In all
about it.
seriousness, thanks to you and the entire team for putting so much effort into making us smile and laugh. Y'all are the best, and Jimothy, I'm rooting for you.
Got this, Jimothy. Less than 10 minutes, Jimothy. You got this. Here's my theory about my laughs, right? I think what happens over the course of my life is I've had like a couple different laughs like be assimilated into like my catalog of laughs. So whenever someone says is funny, it'll like randomly roll between a couple different types of laughs. So it'll be like a right, or I don't laugh like that. I don't know. I did that one. I'm going crazy, man. But it's like ho ho ho, or like I don't know. I can't laugh just like duh, right? Like I gotta be funny. But like I have like there's a couple of there's different laughs that I have, right? That I think is because I've hung out with other people and then I've like assimilated those laughs into my own catalog of laughs. And now I use those laughs whenever I can because that's like a thing, you know. Hopefully that makes sense or something. There's a laugh. Ha-ha. Ta-ta. Ho-ho. Ho-ho. Ho-ho.
So you are almost the avatar of watching things for extended periods of time. We need an air-related 10 hours stream.
No, I do. We do have an air-related one. That's paint drying, because paint can only dry through like just like air blowing on it, you know? So that's what I would consider, right? Earth is grass, and then ice is water, and then this is clearly fire. So I would say that the paint drying one.
If you had to name your child after a Pokemon, which would it be? Do you have time to explain?
I don't have time to explain. My child after a Pokemon. I feel like if I wanted to have my child to have any sort of like actual societal presence, Mr. Mime probably, because then like you can just assume that his name is Mime, right? And be like, okay, that's a little bit of a weird name, but like Mr. kind of like insinuates, so maybe like that, you know. I would say second choice if I had to choose second choice, is you could probably do like a Pew Mimikyu, right? And then people who aren't aware of Pokemon would just consider it, like, think of it as like an islander name, you know, just like kind of be like, oh, okay, you're just not from here. So like it's probably like a good one there. And then maybe just or Pikachu. Oh, I don't have time to explain that last one though. Sorry about
The
that.
people who skip all the way to the end probably sit down to watch the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy, extended editions, and skip straight to the ring burning in lava.
What? Spoilers? Whoa! Huh? What? I didn't. Are you kidding? What? Dude, next you're gonna tell me that Harry Potter's like a wizard or something. Oh, that'd be crazy. Imagine if he was. Oh, I thought he's just a regular guy under the cover. Oh man. Oh, jeez. Oh, but true though. But true. Actually think about it like this. You could put this video on, right? If you're skipping to this part, subscribe. If you can put this video on and watch the entire Lord of the Rings extended editions, and like finish both around like a similar time, you know. So think about it, right? So you'll be able to witness, you know, putting not the Hobbit, obviously including it. You want the good movies. I've never seen the Hobbit. I've just been told it's like that. But like then you'd have the ring being thrown into the lava at the moment that the fire gets blown out, and then it's like, dude, that'd be crazy to like time it with the fire getting blown out at 10 hours. It's like what they do for New Year's when they're like, okay guys, like let's sync up this movie moment with the actual new year. I think there was I won't spoil it or anything, but there was an anime where someone gets shot and then they're like 3, 2, 1, boom, Happy New Year's, and it's like what? Oh, great moment, by the way. Great moment. Happy New Year. hours. But I guess you could. I guess you could. Shouts to my friends Trey and Adam, by the way, who literally sat me down like 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago. Literally sat me down. Before they used to live away. Now Adam lives here. And then Trey used to live here. Whatever, it doesn't matter for the but they used to live together, and then they came down to LA to like visit me. And they sat me down, and I was like, "Oh, what do you guys want to do today?" And they're like, "Nothing." I'm like, what? And they're like, "We're watching all of the Lord of the Rings movies right now, extended edition. We're doing it. We're sitting you down, and you are watching them." And I was like, and they're like, "You don't have a choice. We're doing it." And then we spent the entire day watching the Lord of the Rings. This isn't the first time that we did it either. We did this. We did a similar thing earlier, like a couple of months before, where I was like, "Hey guys, I found this new show that I think you guys would really like." Turns out it was Jujutsu Kaisen. And we ended up watching the entire first season. I think 23 episodes it was in 2 days. So that was like a real fun marathon there. So I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I guess I'm just watching the entirety of the Lord of the Rings now. We're still trying to make our way. I think we stopped at Fast and Furious 7, I think it was. So I'm still looking to finish 8, 9, and 10. They get crazier. They're still fast, and they're mighty furious, you know? Some would even say that it's too fast, but, you know, that comes after the first one. But those are crazy movies. I would say, yeah, that's, I love my friends. They're great. Oh, by the way, minute and a half left. Timothy, we got it. Minute and a half left to 10 hours. I want to say a big thank you. If you guys have been watching this far, thanks so much. Subscribe if you skipped to the end. If you didn't, then that's cool. Thanks for being a part of this journey. It's been really fun. I really love doing stuff like this, and this really was like a 10-hour podcast, basically, of me talking about really cool stories, and all that. There's timestamps in the description and stuff if you want to see like all the different things that we talked about, questions that were asked, and everything else. Because I wanted to make this in the weirdest, in the strangest way possible. I wanted to make me watching a candle melt for 10 hours straight be the most entertaining thing that I could do, and an actual entertaining stream / video that you would be able to watch as well. So seriously, would recommend you check it out rather than just being like, okay, cool, you know. Would highly recommend you go back and watch and listen to all the cool things and stories and jokes that we had. We're at 30 seconds left. Timothy, hold on. This is literally just like a sliver of wax left. I can't believe we timed this so well that the candle like is basically right at the end after 10 hours straight of me watching this. I am ready to not watch this thing anymore. And but this is great. This is fun. We've done it. Look at it. The candle used to be like right up here, right there, right about here, and it's gone all the way back down. 2, 1. Happy New. No! It won't go out. Let's see. He didn't want to go. He was gone, but not forgotten. Timothy, I'll miss you. Anyways. Hey, if you're on YouTube and you saw this, thanks for watching. Thanks for enjoying this. I do crazy stuff all the time. Don't forget to subscribe. This was live streamed on Twitch. All live streamed on Twitch. Twitch.tv/PointCrow. All the links in the description. I'm gonna go not stare at a wall. I'm gonna go turn off my eyes. So I'm gonna go do that. I can't believe it, Timothy. You wanted to survive, but I killed you anyways. Oh my god. Yeah, look at that. Here, I'll bring it over, chat. What's up? Yeah, yeah. I'll show you the comparison, chat. You guys have fun? Was this everything you've ever wanted, chat? Oh, good 10-hour stream. Good 10-hour stream. This was fun. It is. What's up? Good yard. Great 10-hour stream. Thanks for being here, guys. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for enjoying. I hope you guys have a very cool and fantastic rest of your day. I'll be live on Monday on my own channel. I will be live tomorrow on Cutie's channel around 4 p.m. I think at her Beyblade tournament. And then the streets say that the Streamer Olympics might include PointCrow. That's what the streets say. I'm not saying it. I only heard that from someone. So that would be on Friday and Saturday. So I'm doing that. I will ping the streams role on Discord. So if you want to join Discord, discord.gg/PointCrow. I like to. You can sign up for notifications of when I release a video, when I do a stream, when there's like a cool community event, merch, etc. Right? And so I like to ping like streams whenever I do like a stream of my own or on somebody else's stream. So if you guys want to be notified of where to watch that and everything for the Beyblade tournament tomorrow, then I'll send that on Discord. It's just Cutie Cinderella on Twitch, and then on this weekend, I think it's just it's either twitch.tv/mogul moves or just Ludwig's YouTube channel. Just Ludwig. So all right. Chat, thanks so much for stopping by. Thanks for being here. This is really fun. Oh, what an audience. You guys are so cool. And I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.